This song is dedicated to every ghetto in Jamaica. Hey. You belong, Jesus say, you built the fire and a rain. You came along, you've been whispering all that song. Heaven is my dad's and heaven is my whole desire. When I thought you even in the sky I belong. You by a say, belong and even pray. What a busy line and you are busy, what a little fail. I don't let these the day. You just say long, get along, and I picturize, and I foolish, and I think I hear the paradise, I hear the boat that lane. You belong to that, and getting all the sea, and if I you belong to me, I say. Only melodies someday. Head on the light. You belong, you just belong, right on the road. You belong in low fire. Everybody's on a road, get a beat along. And I try to make you boo-boo-boo at a big sin of paradise. You belong to Ray. Get along, get in here, I try, you get a ray. Roots, rock, reggae. Roots, rock, reggae. You belong, that's why I pay. Do all you say. Get on, do that to do it if I fade. Get on, get in if I zoot separate. You've been busy long. I fade. You belong, you belong to love and its sorrow is a J. You belong my mind.
Round up, singing on together from Jamaica town. Round up, singing on together. This is the round up, singing from Jamaica. Every morning, it's every afternoon, every day and night, giving up together every afternoon to time. Our music Brown music, brown music. This is the brown music. Brown music, brown music, brown music. This is the brown music. Drop, drop, drop a tap a two style from Jamaica town. Drum music. This is the drum music. Brown music. This is the brown music. Brown, 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 brown. Brown music. This is the brown music. Brown music. This is the brown music.
Tomate Surf Shop, presentador oficial Arica Chilean Challenge 2013.
Okay, welcome back. It is the fourth and final day of the GSS event here. This is the GoPro IBA World Tour stop number 3. That's right, the Arica Chilean Challenge, presented by the Municipalidad de Arica, as well as Tomate Surf Shop. My name is Eric Apple. I am joined by 9-time world champion and bodyboarding innovator, Mike Stewart. Mike, what's going on this morning, buddy?
Well, we got a slightly dropping swell. The waves are still pretty good out there. I was watching it for about 10 or 15 minutes earlier today. And there's still cracking sets, so you can't really see much here. It's pretty dim, but the natural light is just enough to see with your eyes, and you can kind of see some pretty big sets rolling through still. So there's still plenty of surf. There's going to be plenty of action today.
That's right. You know, this is the 10th anniversary of the Arica Chilean Challenge, and this is a wave, one of the most consistent waves in the world. It's delivered big surf every single time we've been here, and man, it certainly hasn't let us down this week. We've had some massive waves throughout the last couple of days, haven't we?
Yeah, I mean, this is, you know, we've said earlier in the show, I think of any place I've ever traveled in the world, this has to be the most consistent break there is. It's in the corner of South America, right up there between Peru and Chile, and it just catches fetch, you know, everything from below South Australia all the way up to Japan. So this whole Pacific basin, the whole ocean's really open to swell to this place, and it's just always surf here. So today's not an exception.
Pretty much any storm in the Pacific Ocean is going to send this place waves, right?
That's right. And as we just kind of look over at Apple's shoulder here, and there's just some massive sets coming in, just big lefts and rights. It's going to be pretty heavy out here today.
And, you know, the other thing is it's pretty deep water right here off of Chile. I mean, this is basically a mountain range. So it's pretty steep off. Once we go off into the ocean, it gets deep water. So those deep water swells don't really even have a chance to slow down, do they?
Well, you know what? The other thing that we got working for us here is there's an underwater canyon that runs the length of South America. And so that's almost like a swell funnel. And it ends just off the coast here. So those swells that kind of would come in through or up the coast from South Chile, kind of, I would assume, would hit that channel and just come right up into this area. And that, from what I've found, is when you have those deep water canyons near a break, you get a little extra power, or a lot of extra power in this case, and just a consistent flow of swells.
Now, we've had some upsets over the last couple of days. Other than, of course, yourself. You know,
well, I was upset.
Being taken out. You know, but everyone expects you to make it far into the contest, you know, quarter, semis, or finals, and for you to go out before that as an upset. And we've had some problems with the other Hawaiians, Jeff Hubbard and Dave Hubbard, two guys who are favored to make it to, you know, at least towards the later rounds. What happened to those guys?
Yeah, gosh. It was a battle here yesterday. And a lot of it had to do with getting the right waves, as it always does here. This is, I mean, in all contests, I mean, you really got to be on those winning waves. If you can back up, there's such a gap between those winning waves and the backup waves here that it's really hard to make up the difference. You know, I tried to in my last wave in my heat, and I just couldn't do it. I was close, but not close enough. So you really got to be on the best waves out here. That's kind of the name of the game.
Yeah, so we lost Dave Hubbard and Jeff Hubbard yesterday. We lost you as well. Also, Amore Laverne, PLC.
Yeah, a lot of the top guys, the top title contenders got knocked, and it's not just the waves too. I mean, every heat is totally stacked. Every heat is a capable winner of this event.
Yeah.
So you add that all up, man, and it is a super intense battle out here.
So with all those upsets yesterday, man, really leaving the door wide open for Ben Player to come in and strike and build up a nice points lead in the world title chase. So with that, let's take a look at the highlights from yesterday so you guys can get a better look. Well, bodyboard fans, we are coming at you once again today. That's right, the GoPro IBA World Tour stop number 3 is underway again here at the Arica Chilean Challenge, presented by the Municipalidad de Arica and Tomate Surf Shop. I'm your World Tour host, Eric Apple. We've got some great action coming at you. I'm talking about man-on-man heats, and that includes Jeff Hubbard versus Guillermo Tamega in a challenge of former world champions. Plus, we've got some other great action, so hold on to your hats. Here we go. The third day of the GSS event here in Arica, Chile is full of upsets. That's right, PLC going down, as well as Amaury Laverne and Jeff Hubbard. That leaves Ben Player in a great position tomorrow. We have some quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals coming up still. The action is only getting better. Make sure you stay tuned to IBAWorldTour.com for the latest updates, as well as a YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook page. Until we see you again, I'm Eric Apple, having a great time here in Arica, Chile. And I'll talk to you soon. All right, guys, welcome back. We are live here on the beach at El Gringo in Arica, Chile. We go to some of the most remote destinations in the world here for the GoPro IBA World Tour. And This wave is insane. Like we said, it's so consistent. One of the most consistent spots in the world. It gives some of the most high-performance bodyboarding in the world, like we saw in that clip, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, gosh, the action was pretty packed yesterday, and now you can see why there's some of the upsets there were. You know, some guys were getting those bombing sets, and you know, everyone is just going to go absolutely all in this event because it's such an important event for the world rankings and even for just creed. You know, like a lot of the South American riders, they would love nothing more than to beat this off of the Australians or the Hawaiians or even GT, who is a South American, but is kind of really already set his. You know, people know who that guy is for sure by charging all these years. So to get onto that level would really boost your profile in this sport. And this is one of those waves that can do that. Just like Pipeline or another, you know, like Chopu or those waves. If you're able to really be successful here, you've kind of made it in waves of consequence, really.
Yeah, it's a serious proving ground, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
And with that point, Mike, we are ready to throw it down to the our tour manager. His name is Alex Leon, and he is going to make the call with the local promoters and the judges and let us know if we are on to start the quarterfinals in a few minutes. Alex, take it away.
Good morning, everyone at home. And here we are at the exit Alacran, 10 minutes to 7, and we are with Alex Leon. Alex, tell us about the condition of this morning, please.
Yeah, it's incredible this morning. It's the best day we've probably seen in the whole period. Probably 6 to 8 feet. Just pumping waves, really clean, smooth surfaces. The wind's incredible. We're going to finish today, and you know, we're in for a really good day of waves.
So we are ready to start any minute to the comp, no?
Yeah, we're just warming up heat 1 now. Probably 10 minutes away, we'll push the green light, and it's all go.
So guys, if you are here waiting for the competition, just wait a few minutes, that we're going to be ready soon.
Okay, we are back, and that's sounds like we are on to go, right, Mike?
That is right.
Okay, so let's talk about our quarterfinal matchups. We're going into our quarters, semis. We'll have a little break, and we'll start the finals. Our quarterfinals are like this. It starts off with David Winchester and Jacob Romero, Hawaii versus Australia. And Dave Winchester is a guy, Mike, that has done so well here over the years, hasn't he?
I heard a crazy stat. I think it was that he's only not made it to the final here, the top 3 once in the whole entire time that he's competed here. So he's got to be a favorite right at this point. You know, he's like, I mean, you know, with that kind of consistency, it's going to be hard to beat him.
Yeah, he's definitely been a super consistent here. Now, moving on to the next heat, it is an all-Brazilian heat. It's Uri Valadao versus Guilherme Tamega, the former world champion. There is the graphic for you right there. And Uri Valadao, don't count him out because he already beat Guilherme earlier in one of the, I believe, the 3rd round. Yeah,
you know, Uri, former world champion as well. He knows how to compete. He would love nothing more than to win an event here and crush everyone's opinion of him as being a small wave guy, because he does rip. Last year he ripped in Fronton, which was cranking, and you know, he's been ripping this year. So, man, you know, he could take it out. He could actually take this whole event out. I said yesterday that he's kind of a dark horse for me. Like, I think he could actually do it.
Moving on to the 3rd heat, Ryan Hardy and Ben Player, all Australian heat. Ryan Hardy actually won the very first event here at El Gringo. It's been 10 years now. And, of course, Ben Player, both these guys have amazing style, amazing ability at big waves, and that's going to be an awesome heat as well, right?
Yeah, it's been a while since Ryan's seen the finals or been in the top. You know, it seemed like he turned after my heat with him yesterday, his next heat with Johan Florence. He really seemed to turn things up a notch. And, you know, that's going to be a great battle as well, because I think he's kind of got – he knows he can do it now, and he's super hungry, and it's been a while since he's won, so he's kind of due.
And the last heat of the day, as far as the quarterfinals is concerned, Dallas Singer against Eder Luciano, Australia versus Brazil. And it pretty much looks like we're going to have multiple Australia versus Brazil heats throughout the day here. Jacob Romero could upset that order right there. He is a lone Hawaiian, the man from Maui, and he's been loving these big rights, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been going crazy out here. You know, Jacob's style of surfing is that he just goes for broke. And man, he hasn't held back on any sections here. You'll just see him. He'll just get all the speed he can, and he just aims for the lip and just does whatever he can. You know, huge air, huge reverse, big flip. Keep your eye on him. He's very exciting to watch.
Yeah, for sure. And one more thing, we didn't get a chance to thank Mike Stewart as well as Science Bodyboards, of course, Movie Star and Lawn Airlines. They are our presenting sponsors here to help make this event possible. So not only is Mike surfing in the contest, he's sponsoring the contest. Yeah. He's hosting the show with me, so we owe him a big thanks.
Cool. Thanks.
That's for sure.
And just support companies that support bodyboarding. That's what I got to say.
100% on that one.
So anyway,
so we're going to be getting the event started.
I want to say a couple guys seem like they're out there practicing. And I'm just wondering if those are competitors that are just trying to feel it out. Because every day's been a little bit different in the conditions, and so it kind of takes a different mindset, a different strategy. And I would assume that it might be a benefit to kind of learn what's happening out there. So you got a few guys out there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And also, I mean, as you know, I mean, it's been one of those contests where the wave selection has been more of a prominent story of this event, I believe, than years in the past. And look at this graphic up on the border now. This is the highest scoring heats of the day. And you look at it right there, no surprise, just like you're talking about, the guy who should be favored at this point, Dave Winchester, leading that. He had a 17.08 in one heat. That was in round 4. Also in round 4, the pretty high score, GT, he's a former world champion with a 16.36 on 2 waves. Behind him, Johan Florentine, yourself, Mike Stewart, Johan Florentine again, Ryan Hardy twice, Hubby, Yuri, and Amore. So, man, just like you said, Dave Winchester, he is a guy with a lot of experience, a lot of success there.
People will have their crosshairs on that guy because when he gets out here, man, he's just so calm about everything, and he just gets to work. And next thing you know, you're down and comboed, or he's got an 8 or a 9, and you're just like scratching your head like, what just happened? So it'll be it should be a pretty good battle.
Now let's take a look at the single highest waves. Mike, hurting feelings out there with that big barrel you had on that left, cool. Pipeline. You got out the doggy door last minute.
Hey, wait a minute there. Those 3 top are the same, so I think they're just kind of juicing me since I'm up here, and I could talk them down.
Of course, Diego Cabrera, Dave Winchester, Jacob Romero, Johan Florentine, Guillermo Tamega as well. So, not too much, no big surprises right there. I would say.
You know what? And the other thing too that's interesting, you haven't seen any 10s. So that and for the very reason that you still haven't seen the perfect ride out here, or what can be potentially done, which would be probably like a huge barrel, really deep with a gigantic air of some sort. So we still haven't seen that combination yet. We've seen kind of small combinations of that, like a pretty good barrel and a good air, or a good air and not so much of a barrel, but we haven't seen the 2 combined yet. So that might be something to look for today. And what else can we say about this? Interesting to see Johan Florentine in the mix here too. Like I think it was the heat before I paddled out, and I remember them saying I think he just got a smoking wave. And Roberto Bruno too from Brazil. I think that was for his spin into his Gigantor air on the left. and Jeff, at an 8.75, uncharacteristic. He's usually up at the 9s or 10s even. But I think he's, it gets down to that wave quality again. If you can't get those waves, you can't get the scores. So, I think in my case, I got pretty lucky on that wave, and maybe luck does play a role in trying to get in the surf. So anyway,
the other thing is we see Diego Cabrera, the man from Canary Islands, and he's a guy who's had, so many injuries here over the years. And I talked to him last night at dinner, and he was like, "Man, I lost." I said, "No, you didn't lose." I said, "You're going home healthy and safe. There's nothing wrong with this." That's a victory.
You're not coming from the hospital like last year.
That's
a
that's important.
It's a victory for everyone pretty much. If you can, here's Jacob and Winnie getting ready for the heat. But yeah, it's a victory if you can leave this break without getting depositing some of your skin on it, or worse.
Not leaving any derma.
Yeah, because it's pretty hectic. You'll ride a wave, and a lot of times, the riders, you'll see them continuing to ride because the judges, they like to see the riders come out of the whitewater. And so, they'll ride it all, they want to prove to the judges, hey, I made this wave, and you'll see them go right up the rocks.
Yeah.
As you did with Winnie yesterday, shown here, and then also I believe Alex Arunga.
A lot of riders.
I think likes the rocks. That guy, man. Every time I see him, he's he's got a fat lip or he's bleeding somewhere. So he's just a walking train wreck, man. He charges. So, yeah, this is going to be an exciting first heat, you know. And you can see kind of, I think Jacob, you know, this is kind of new territory for Jacob. I think this might be as far as he's gone in an IBA event. Yeah, and so, you know, this is exciting times for him.
Yeah, for sure.
And I'm sure he'll you know, Winnie's a pretty seasoned, experienced competitor, so he knows what he's doing. And I think Jacob is going to kind of look for Winnie's lead here, and you can kind of see it a little bit while they're standing there on the rocks. But once he gets in the water, that's going to be out the door because Jacob's going to be looking for big ramps.
Yeah, for sure. So these guys are getting ready to paddle out and get the first quarterfinal started. We're waiting for that, and you guys will see some live, amazing bodyboarding here in a few moments. But right now, we've got another package for you. It is from our title sponsor, GoPro, the IBA title sponsor, and they have put together some amazing stuff for us. And now we're going to send you away with the best of the best from the GoPro angles of this contest. Pretty awesome GoPro highlight right there, showing some of the best POV angles in the world. And you know, we talked about briefly for a second the other day, Mike. Tell me about, you know, your experience and some of the stuff that you had to do in the past, trying to show people what it looks like inside of a barrel. You know, I mean, you've probably been doing this since the 80s, strapping cameras, big heavy cameras on, right?
Yeah.
I remember Tom Boyle with the what do you call it, the I Spy or the pole cam?
Oh yeah. Tom was a very innovative photographer, and he was actually instrumental in launching bodyboarding in general. So yeah, if he's watching this, man, props off to you, Tom Boyle, for helping get this sport kick-started in the beginning.
Remember, he had that, like, it was like literally like a big metal
he
pole that went out from the rail of the board, wrapped up and around like a half circle with a camera behind your back, right?
Yeah, he was really creative and just a great guy. Yeah, so, you know, we did just about whatever we could to try to get a camera in the barrel. And I've piloted, over the course of that time, I've piloted just about anything you can think of. I've even tried an IMAX camera once, which was like a 70 millimeter, just a massive rig. I was working on a project with Don King, and we tried to get this thing in. It was a high-speed IMAX camera, and the thing was like a small. It was like actually it was like a mid-sized TV. It was just absolutely the old school ones, the big box ones, and it weighed about 100 pounds.
Jeez.
So.
Where did you ride that at?
Yeah, I got towed in at Sunset. I pushed in at Sandy's, and over on the west side we tried a couple spots, but it was it took a long time to ramp up, and it was really difficult. And needless to say, I think, you know, towards the end we started to get it figured out, but we just kind of ran out of time and didn't get much. But recently I got hired for a shoot in Africa that was pretty cool. We got some just absolutely mind-blowing images, and I would say that that was mainly due to the camera rather than the my skill or anything. It was the camera was just such an amazing camera. It's a high-speed camera. So, coming out this next winter, keep an eye out for a BBC Enchanted Kingdom Africa, because that's gonna be pretty rad.
So now, is there anybody who's trying to do POV filming in waves with actual film anymore? Or it's all digital.
Well, gosh, nowadays the quality is getting pretty darn good with the GoPros, but I still have a motion camera. I got a high-speed 16 I still use, but it's it's kind of like a boutique now. It's like the guy's got to kind of want the look of that, and as a result, you can get some really cool images and artifacts even in the imagery that's pretty unique to film.
Yeah. Well, we are under a minute away from the start of our first quarterfinal here in Arica, Chile. Again, my name is Eric Apple. I am joined by 9-time world champion Mike Stewart, and I'll tell you what, 9 times. If I didn't know better, I would think it was more. How'd you only win 9 championships?
I know, it's just been a long time.
It seems like it's been 20 to me.
Yeah, it's been a long road.
Well, Mike, it's good to have you here. We're happy to have you up here.
Yeah, I'm stoked to be here. It's a great opportunity for me to kind of. Oh, is that the start of the heat?
I'm not
sure.
So. We're going to be going here in just a few minutes. We see Jacob Romero on the left in the yellow. We see his competitor, Dave Winchester, who's done so well here over the years. And we're going to throw you to a little commercial, and when we come back, we will be in our first quarterfinal.
Tomate Surf Shop, presentador oficial Arica Chilean Challenge 2013.
So there we are.
So the heat is on.
And look at that. Our third quarterfinal heat right there. They're sitting there hanging out, talking to each other. That is none other than Ryan Hardy and Ben Player, the 2 Australian veterans of the world of bodyboarding. And our heat is underway, just like I said. Jacob Romero, David Winchester, ready to rock out here in the ocean at Arica.
Yeah, Ben and Ryan, they have been traveling for years and years together. They're on the same team, and so they're good mates, and God, they know each other like brothers. As is Dave Winchester, part of that group, and so they're really a close-knit, tight family. And when they go to these events, they travel as a team, and they feel supported, amongst themselves, which I think really is helpful.
Yeah, 100%. It's definitely a fact that the bodyboarding family is exactly that. It is a family. I mean, these guys all get along pretty well. There's not too many heated rivalries, and when they are heated rivalries, it's kept to a competition rivalry. It's not really people dislike each other.
Yeah, here we go. It looks like
sets coming. Jacob Romero possibly
somebody's paddling here on the right. Okay, Jacob Romero up and riding. First strikes, first blood. Let's see, looking for that section.
Oh, you got to be kidding me!
Oh, what did I say?
Wow!
That was
what
huge.
A way to start off the day! And David
Lord.
Winchester firing back on this left, and it's going to barrel for him, isn't it, Mike?
This looks like a pretty good way for Winnie. This thing's going to run. Let's see if he can come out of it. He's got a good rail, good line. Oh! Is he going to come out of the whitewater? He might come out of the whitewater.
That was a long barrel, Mike.
That was
really
insane.
Long
You
barrel.
yesterday they gave Hardy a pretty good score for making a long barrel. He didn't come out, but man, it was amazing. Now this wave of Romero is just loony.
Is this the air of the contest so far?
So far, I'm claiming for sure. He didn't not necessarily just go up. He went out. Like look how far look where he lands. You can go up and out, or you can go up straight up and then land back on the face. But look where he lands. He lands on the bottom of the wave,
Unbelievable.
And it looked like he tried to hold, and he was like, at the end, he's like, you know what? If I hold this thing, I'm going to break bones.
Bodyboard
crush
fans,
his ribs.
I hope he's okay, yeah.
Yeah, he's fine. He might have, his fins might have, I've had Churchills where my feet have gone through the hole, and so, you know, when you land like that hard, you know, your fin. Yeah, he's adjusting his fin. You know, those Churchills have a small hole in the bottom, and if you
came out of anything?
well, if you land hard enough, sometimes your foot will go through that entire hole. Or your entire foot will go through that little hole. It's just stretch open, and it's just a nightmare. So let's look at Winnie's wave here.
Take a look at it.
Great line, good bottom turn. Okay, good speed. He's got the perfect line right here. And so he's, at this point, he's just trying to keep that edge, keep the speed, and he makes it pretty darn far.
Oh,
almost to the end, you know. Yeah, they're asking right now if Romero's okay because you know, that's a mix. Sure, Winnie's going through some mixed feelings here. One of concern for his fellow rider, and the other like, oh, all right, he must not have made that. So that's a good thing because I could see Winnie's frustration after not making that one. It was pretty. Yeah, I mean, you know, he would be pretty bummed.
Yeah, I mean, that air was pretty amazing, and you know, I wouldn't be surprised if he blew his fins off. You know, tweaked them, twisted them around sideways. But it was definitely, I mean, what a heat opener for Jacob Romero. Bottom turning and all this speed, and man, he was up there a long time. He must have had all kinds of thoughts going through his head.
So real high and out. I mean, a side view of this, or look.
Man, okay,
guys, so almost like if he just tweaked it into an inverse, you might have been able to like.
Yeah, for sure.
At least land on his board. I don't know if he would have made it. He could have broke his ribs.
Yeah. So take a look at the scores. Jacob Romero on that huge air, even though it was incomplete, got a 4.5.
Probably the biggest air of the contest we've seen so far.
But I am surprised Dave Winchester getting a 3.6 here in the barrel because we saw high scores yesterday.
Yeah.
For guys riding
well, maybe
long
they've adjusted
barrels.
that, you know, because I don't think it's really fair to get the score if you don't make it out. You know, even if you do travel, like maybe if it's a situation where you travel and then you kind of come out and you're visible and then you go back in, that can be maybe a different situation. But if you're just in there the whole time and you're just trying to get out and you don't, then I don't think you should be rewarded the super high scores. But that's not a bad score, 4.5. I mean, we've seen guys get that score for riding a wave and succeed in successfully pulling it off. So you know that would have been a 10 had Jacob, you know, landed that thing. That was absolutely massive. And as I mentioned earlier, you know, Jacob, he's not going to hold back one bit. That's how this guy surfs his heats. And, you know, he is all in.
That air, I mean, showed some serious cojones.
Yeah, and you know, you can see Winnie. Like, Winnie's kind of uncharacteristically kind of scrambling around out here. Like, he knows, you know, he's got someone that's going to be doing that in the heat. He needs to bring his A game. And you cannot afford not to just be on your absolute best of all aspects of your game. You know, your riding's got to be, like, you can't make any mistakes. Your riding's got to be good. Your contest strategy's got to be good. Your timing, everything's just got to be right on. Because at this level, basically, you're out if you make mistakes. And as you saw yesterday, just one or two mistakes here or there, one wave selection not done right or whatever, and boom, the guy's out of the contest.
So just so you know, Mike, we were talking about, you know, how far Jacob has actually gotten in a GSS event. He's actually finished third place one time at 2012 boxing event at Margaret River.
Oh, okay, that's right. I apologize. Yeah, he was ripping the box, and thanks for that. Yeah, thanks for that. You just I haven't seen him much. You know, like you know, you don't see him in the high rounds as much, and mainly because he's just going for broke. You know, he's kind of, you know.
Kind of
first
or last.
Yeah, exactly.
Which you got to respect that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's a pretty rad approach. You know, his approach last year was the same thing. Like, he didn't need much of a score, and he went for broke, where he could have just probably progressed had he scaled back a little bit in his approach. And instead, he just kind of went all out, and he didn't make it, and as a result, he didn't get the score he needed to advance. So he came all the way down here last year, and just narrowly missed out because he didn't conform to the criteria.
Yeah, for sure.
And so, you know, the guys that get through are usually the ones that at least throw that into the mix of their approach, because you have to have some sort of consideration to the format. You know, it's just, otherwise you're just not going to make it.
Yeah, but that's very Hawaiian of him. You know, they want to go for it. They want to go big. They want to do their, you know, they're very proud people.
Yeah.
Everybody from Hawaii, as you should definitely know, and it's not very often that you see any Hawaiian competitor of any type hold back or be reserved just to make it to the next level. They want to go all the way.
Yeah, gosh, I want to see that air again. I wonder if
I
you
can
can
see
key
that.
that
We
up.
could watch that all day.
That thing was massive. Looks like a little bump on the bump coming in the horizon. Let's see if we can.
So 21 minutes and 40 seconds remaining here in the first quarterfinal. Jacob Romero out to a small momentary lead with that gigantic air that he wasn't able to complete. David Winchester with an amazingly long barrel that he almost came out of. And
God, that was close, too.
He traveled so far and covered so much ground inside the tube.
That end section is just so powerful. Just slows you down. So it looks like Dave with priority. And both these scores that they have right now, I'm pretty sure are going to be thrown away unless we have one of those tidal lulls that happened yesterday, which could occur,
We certainly had some heats yesterday if you guys were able to watch us. These guys went 15, almost 20 minutes in one heat without any real scoring waves. And
so they're kind of on the outside here waiting for some bombs. There's actually waves coming on the inside, but to get to them is pretty tricky. You'll be watching this show and you'll see, wow, how come the guys aren't on the inside, right in that inside section? And it's kind of far away. And if you venture in there and a set comes, you're just going to get worked. Okay, we got Winnie taking off on a wave here.
That's right, Winnie going right.
Yeah, long bottom turn around a big section. Let's see if he's got an end section here. He's looking for it. Okay, he's looking.
Nice roll there.
Clean roll.
But we've seen Winchester mainly on the left stroke the entire contest, correct, Mike?
Yeah, he is. He's well versed in either direction, but his biggest scores have been on the left.
So take a look at the replay. Dropping it on a good sized wave, he's got a lot of white water to contend with.
Yeah, he's got to go all the way around that section, and just looking for that one lip here. And this is a good score for Winnie. It's probably not exactly what he was looking for, but this will be a good score. I'll get him on the board. It's a good way to start.
Look at Winnie right there. And Mike, tell me this. Do you think Winnie is a guy does he go left better than he goes right, or he just likes the lefts better here?
Well, I think the lefts are better here. They're more consistent. They're easier to read. However, the right allows, if you get the right section like Jacob did, man, you can get an amazing ramp.
Yeah.
And you can just go absolutely skyward.
Okay, so we do have a score for the second wave of Dave Winchester on that right. He had a 5.58 for that roll he did on the right after he got around the whitewater. So that's going to put him in the lead with a total of 9.21. Jacob Romero now has priority. He has a score of 4.5 and needs one more wave to complete his wave score.
Yeah, I would say that's probably going to go out the window with the time remaining. He'll probably better that, but that's not a bad base score to have in your pocket, if you need it, and if it does, slow down a bit in this heat.
Yeah, for sure. We see Winnie paddling back out to the lineup, and when these guys do take the rights, that's another thing to think about, Mike. It's a longer wave, which means it's a longer paddle back out.
Yeah, that's right. We got Dallas Singer. Yeah, Dallas Singer up there. How's that face, Dal?
Looking good, buddy.
He's good. He's amped, as all these competitors remaining are. Like they're every one of these guys that's in there is like super, super keen. I mean, obviously they wouldn't be in this event if they didn't want to be in the winner's circle, but now they're in the quarters. They know they've got what it takes to win it. So they all know that, and they all have that confidence riding into this final day. And that's what you're seeing in these guys right now. It's like this, a little bit of extra confidence, and just they're all super focused and want to win really bad.
So once again, the riders sitting and getting a little chance to think about their strategy. And Mike, tell me about that. Do you think a lot of riders are, as they're sitting there thinking about, okay, this is how much time I have now. Things are changing. I have to start thinking about this, or do you think it's just you have one plan and it stays the same the entire time you're out there, or do you adjust that throughout the heat?
I think the guys that have been successful have a real dynamic approach or a plastic approach, as I like to say, because they just are able to change, and you have to be. You have to be able to change. You don't know if a wave's going to come or if it doesn't come or if there's going to be a lull. I mean, you can time sets and you can have a general idea that there'll be something coming in every so often, but sometimes the ocean changes, you know, especially in places that are tidal sensitive, and you know it can change up, and so you really have to be making a lot of decisions, split-second decisions for your strategy for the rest of the heat, and all kinds of different scenarios come into play, and they can change that. So I think the guys that have the more plastic approach and more, they're just
the seal right there in front of those guys.
More open to the circumstances, you usually have a tendency to do better in the long run.
Yeah.
You mentioned earlier the paddle out on the right, and that is definitely a consideration, because that paddle out on the right is almost a couple minutes longer than the one on the left, unless there's a lot of current. Like that big day is actually, with the ski, it was a real advantage to, go right, because you had the ski to pull you out. And there's current going from El Buoy and draining into the bay here, pulling around the corner, and so the current was actually going pretty strong towards the left, which meant that you had to paddle against the current just to stay at the peak. And so, it just depends on the conditions. But today, it's quite a bit smaller. Okay, we got Jacob Romero. You guys are going to be splitting the peak.
So Dave Winchester on the left, Jacob Romero on the right. We're watching Dave Winchester
big
now.
open barrel
Another big barrel.
For Winnie.
Not going to make it out
he's
again.
Pretty deep. He's pretty deep. He might have a shot. Just doesn't make it. Okay. We'll see if we can get a replay of Romero's right, because I would dare say that he's probably got the better of that exchange, but I see Jacob in the whitewater. That's not a good sign either.
Okay, let's see if we can take a look at the right. Here it is. Jacob Romero, the young man from Maui, driving. He has a 4.5. He wants to add another score.
Whoa, big section here again. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, boy.
Man, Jacob Romero is a glutton for punishment this
That
year,
was punishment, man. He got sucked over in a place you do not want to get sucked over at. That was heavy.
Once again, a replay of the left.
It looked like he might have, he kind of stalled a little bit to get in there, and then it just kind of ran from him. It's not an easy barrel to ride, this one, and because it does, depending on the direction and all these variables, a wave will come in and it will run, or it will hold up. You don't know a lot of times. You take off and you think you might do one thing and it does something else, and next thing you know it, you're like way too deep and you're just going, oh, man. So the whole time you're thinking, I got to get back out there. I got to get, you got another couple minutes. The other guy's going to get a wave. But I would say that this will be interesting to see how much more time Winnie has now on the left, paddling out from a wave he didn't make, compared to Jacob on a right that he didn't make.
Yeah, for sure.
And
that's
I would say it's probably going to be a minute or two.
And, that's important, because, remember, we do have a priority system. So if you split a peak with a guy and he goes left and you go right, he is almost certainly going to get the priority back every time.
Well, at this break, if you go right, it's a lot, So if you go left, in Winnie's case, you're going to get the priority first.
Yeah.
And, that gives you more opportunity to catch more waves, which is pretty essential if you're in a heat.
I see we got some good interaction from the Facebook page. We got Ben Clegg from Australia saying, this is the best webcast. He says, I'm sitting by the fireplace having soup, and I'm excited to see some big airs. And we gave him Jacob
Winnie, up and riding.
So look at this, Winnie on a smaller cleaner-looking
wave.
barrel.
Yeah, rides that bull well.
Nice.
Just a clean combination of events there. Nice
that
barrel,
ball.
nice roll. I'm pretty sure they'll count that as a make. I mean, you can see his head, but then he just got gobbled.
Riding that foam ball, looking good, popping out the end.
Yeah, just a good barrel to we hear some whistles out the back. Maybe there's a second. Okay, here's a recap. So kind of stalls it up. Just, gosh, that way you can almost body surf.
Yeah, and Mike, tell the people at home how much that foam ball helps you come out of the barrel.
Well, it kind of pushes you forward. And the snowball Eric's referring to is like sometimes if a wave slows down inside of the wave, that when the lip hits the wave face, it kind of makes a little explosion on the inside, and then that can coagulate or gather into a ball of whitewater inside of the barrel that just kind of pushes you. And if it's a real bully wave that's real slow, that whitewater will just kind of push you out. In fact,
the
you
whitewater
could lose your board, you could body surf that out. You could make that an in and out body surf.
So
wave.
that whitewater coming from inside the barrel actually outraces the speed of the shoulder?
Sometimes, yeah, it'll do that. In that case, it was kind of a pretty good little snowball, and then it just pulled up, and he just you know, those are the kind of sections that you know, are made for rolls. They're just, you know, they're not that fast. They're just, you can just do big stereolos, I call them, just big radius rolls.
Yeah. And, you know, Shane Lono on the IBA World Tour Facebook page came back after hearing about Ben eating soup by the fireplace. He said, "Oh yeah, well I'm up late eating poi, opie, and shoyu, cheering on Jacob Romero." Okay, so we have some scores coming through. 4.5 for David Winchester on that smaller wave. Got a good barrel on a roll, and the judges rewarded him with a 4.45. Jacob Romero had a 2 on that bigger right that he tried to air out the back and didn't make it on. So Jacob Romero has 2 waves, only a total of 6.5. And Dave Winchester with 4 waves, a total of 10.03 with 11 minutes and 10 seconds to go here in our first quarterfinal.
You can kind of see GT getting ready there in the back with the yellow jersey. Yeah, that's going to be some fireworks as well. So, yeah, good. It's going to be some, gosh. Well, we've already seen some pretty nutty action.
For sure.
Here's GT getting ready to go.
Guillermo Tamega is someone you know very, very well, a multi-time world champion.
Okay, here's Winnie on a smaller inside wave.
But this is the one that worked good for him earlier. Check out this barrel.
Oh, nice long little barrel. Let's see
What's
what
he gonna do?
He needs another move here. Okay, well, he got a pretty good little barrel there. It wasn't a big running one like you know, I'm sure he was hoping, but you know, he didn't have priority, and
that barrel right in front of him.
Yeah, probably just he's great at, you know, ferreting out these inside waves and just like building his score base. So that was actually a pretty good wave. Like from this angle, like he was in there for a long time, came out clean, and just kind of in and out. Yeah, I think he was probably figuring, okay, well, I'll just get back out. The barrel is pretty good.
Yeah. Another replay from this is the original angle that you saw, and just, you know, hooked in right there. The wave set up perfect. I mean, if the wave could only work out that good on the sets for him, you know what I mean? He'd be getting 8s.
And here we go. You know, Weenie building his building his campaign.
So we see right there. Well, there is no blue, so I'm not sure what's going on with that.
Yeah, so that might be unless they're facing it towards them. It could have been that Jacob paddled for a wave, or maybe he caught a wave that we didn't see. I don't know.
Okay, so we have a score for that last left-hand barrel for Dave Winchester, 6.08, improving his total score to 11.66. Jacob Romero still with a 6.5, and he has a couple low scores, 4.5 and a 2. He needs to get rid of those, so he's doing his best.
He basically has 2 waves he hasn't made, so he's got a 6. I mean, remember yesterday, guys were getting a 6 total with waves they made, so that's pretty radical that he's actually made that many points not making a wave and by just going absolutely crazy. And that just goes to show how much this guy charges.
Yeah, for sure. 100% is the theory on Jacob Romero being a charger. I'll say that. The guy's going for it, and he showed, you know, to start off.
Yeah, not just here. You know, like one of the Facebook members posted, he did good at the box event, which I remember that. He was actually really going for it there as well. And he does the same thing at Shark Island. So in heavy waves, it's not like he's doing this in your, you know, little beach breaks. He's doing this in some of the heaviest waves there are. Okay, Winnie on another wave, just collecting that inside.
Yeah, that's quite a lot of spit there.
Little ball. Oh, looking for something there. It didn't really happen. It wasn't really a great section. You know, he's just back up. Okay.
Oh,
okay.
That's a big set for Jacob Romero.
Jacob Romero paddling and in and out. Now, he just lost priority by paddling, but he'll regain it immediately because there's no one else out there and he's in position. So no skin off of his back to paddle for anything he wants.
Let's take a look at
no
the
one else
replay.
is in the
Dave
peak.
Winchester dropping on a good-looking wave. Got in a little bit late as you see it spit. You know, as he got to the bottom, it was already spitting.
So, you know, you can kind of see that snowball again, and that one didn't really run it. It was kind of just so slow. And, you know, those you got to be, like, so deep to really make anything out of them. And it just wasn't one of the better waves. It was, you know. So
I think it was one of the better waves. He just didn't get in early. I mean, I think if he would have got in early enough, he would have got a good solid barrel in the beginning.
Oh, you mean if he was took off deeper?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what do you get, a 2.5 on that? So, yeah, so he's just, you know, here, you know, you can see a total contrast in approaches here.
Yeah, 7
Romero
minutes to
going
go.
all in with 2 waves. Winnie just kind of building his house with 6 waves. Time grinding down here.
You know, and speaking of guys going all in, throwing big airs in contests, we have a comment from Eppo.
Yeah,
For you,
Eppo.
Mike. One of the godfather of Australian
Yeah, and a
airs.
good friend, yeah.
He says he wants to know what was the best air Mike has ever done. He says $15 was involved in it. You know what he's talking about?
The best air.
He says $15 was involved in it. You know what he's talking about?
He might be talking about, one time he bet me to, gosh, I remember he bet me to, I think we were up at, I'm sure, yeah, okay, he's getting his $15 worth right now because he wants me to tell this story. So basically we were staying up in the Central Coast, and it was absolutely freezing up there. Like, it was literally ice on the ground, and he bet me $15, I think, that I would run naked down the street and jump into the water through this caravan park. And I did it, and I tried to jump in the water, but the water was too shallow, so I couldn't jump in. It was only like to my ankles, so I had to keep running, and I just kept running. I'm running out, and finally I got it deep enough so I could jump in, and then I ran back, and then the owner came by all freaked out, told us politely to leave. So it was, anyway, there you go, Eppo.
That's a good story from Eppo. So listen, back to the contest. 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Time is winding down for Jacob Romero. He has a 4.5 and a 2. He needs a 7.16, which is not out of the question. But still, I mean, he definitely wants to get rid of that 2.
I'm thinking that's the air he's thinking about. I'm not sure. I don't know why air is involved in that, but I remember that's how he paid me $15. But Apple, great guy. Yeah, mate, hope you're doing well, and stoked you're watching, and along with everyone else that's enjoying the show, super stoked. We're enjoying it too. It's really fun for me to have an opportunity to just talk about all my friends and fellow competitors on the tour. It's been a really cool trip here. It's the vibe has been really good. Bodyboarders are just such a great bunch of riders, and
it's sorry to interrupt you,
cool.
Mike, but we got the priority there for Jacob Romero. We're showing Dave Winchester, the rider in the lead, has second priority. So Jacob has first choice, and it looks like there might be some sets coming in. 4 minutes and 22 seconds to go here in the first quarterfinal of the day, and like we said, time is winding down.
Yeah, we're winding down on the. Jacob is getting backed in now. He needs a 7.16, which is not much. It's not much. That's a one make air that he can do, and this can happen on one wave within a span of 10 seconds. So, divide that by 4 minutes, and you got quite a few opportunities. As long as there's surf coming in, and right now it looks like a little bit of a lull, which works in Dave's favor, of course. But Dave is not comfortable at all right now. He hasn't posted a really high score yet, nothing over a 6. So this isn't familiar territory for him. He's used to kind of locking in a big score that kind of puts some space between him and his competitor. And this really is going to be, it's going to really come down to the wire. So keep your eyes posted on this.
Yeah, for
this
sure.
last exchange is just going to be, could be all important.
Well, time is winding down, like we said. Time's always winding down for all of us.
I know. You're in this commentator booth, and sometimes you're trying to say stuff, and it's just, sometimes it's better just to be quiet. That's kind of what I'm learning.
Well, we want to keep everyone at home entertained. We do the best that we
Yeah,
can.
and if there's something you guys want to know about, like in particular, especially if it's about the contest, put it on the Facebook, let us know, and we'll try to answer it.
As you can see, here we are, night commentating on the Facebook page.
Yeah, sick. Yeah, we get up early here. I've been getting up at in the 5-ish, 5:30, 5, do a little stretching, and then hit the road, come down here.
And usually, as Mike hits the road, he rolls over and wakes me up. And
yeah, go easy. Go easy, big boy.
So 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go, and it is time for Jacob Romero to get on it, because he is getting nervous. He's got to be feeling the butterflies in his stomach at this point, and some frustration, right, Mike?
Yeah, but you know what? I don't know. I mean, it's would probably be quite frustrating. I mean, at this level, everyone's super competitive, and he's no different. He's he's a different type of competitor, where he'll kind of hold in his emotions, I think, more than most. But he gets pretty ticked off as well.
Yeah.
He's probably a better loser than some guys. I'm not a good loser. Some guys are really bad losers, myself included. I'm just a terrible loser. And
yeah. To me, I think anyone who deals with losing, well, they don't want to win that bad.
Well, they say a good loser is a consistent loser, and so I don't know if that's the case, but I'm trying to get more zen about it. But it's taken me 50 years. I still haven't figured it out.
For sure.
So, anyway, we're winding down here. It's Jacob's got. You can see little, his little head bob there. Like, okay, this is it, man. It's going to get down crunch time here. The last wave that Jacob has, and we're within a minute of this first heat ending. He needs a 7, which all it takes is for him to make one air, one move, one wave, and he can do it. So
45 seconds.
If the wave comes, he can do it. If it doesn't come, the heat's over for him, and his campaign's over. But a great run for Jacob, nonetheless. I mean, he made it all the way to the quarters, which is good for him. He came down here. Kind of tough for him to get down here on this trip. He's paddling. Let's see. We got a little bit of time. Okay, this is making Winnie pretty nervous here.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Jeez, 20 seconds to go. Jacob has no choice but to go.
This is not a bad wave.
Good size right here. What can Jacob do? Oh, he knows it. Man,
okay, well that was he just threw it in, and you got Winnie.
Got to be so frustrated.
Okay, this is going to count as well. So this could actually work for Winnie's. Winnie could have bettered his.
Well, at this point, it
beautiful. That was so cool.
He's already won the heat. He's moving through. It's not going to change anything
How clean was that roll?
It was a nice roll.
Really nice.
As soon as there's no pressure, he throws the best roll of the heat.
Super cool. So I'm going to turn it over to Sasha Specs for a while, and we'll let him babble for a bit.
So our first quarterfinal is through. That's right. We're taking a look at the replay right now. This is Winnie's last wave, busting out a nice little roll. Real clean, but it was unnecessary. Just some more practice for a semifinal, basically, is what that was. We're going to throw it to a nice, check out the wave right now. This is Guillermo Tamega already drawing blood. Look at this air. Up top there, will he throw a spin or anything to finish it off? No, but nonetheless, a decent opening ride for Guillermo Tamega, a multi-time world champion and pretty much the forefather of Brazilian bodyboarding in the modern age. And we're going to come back with a replay of that. Check out GT on the right. Boosts a nice little air. Nice and clean. It was a big size wave, so he should get a decent score out of that wave. And right now we're going to throw to a little ad right now so you can get a message from our sponsors. We're going to come back with Sasha Specs next to me and the second quarterfinal.
That's good.
Okay, we are back live at the Arica Chilean Challenge presented by the Municipalidad de Arica as well as Tomate's Surf Shop. Also, we have to thank Science Bodyboards. That's right, Mike Stewart not only surfing the contest, he's sponsoring it, commentating it. Also, Movie Star and Lawn Airlines. It looks like Uri Valadao paddling on the left. No, it is Guillermo Tamega. Ooh, using
I don't know what the judges are going to deem that. That's a little bit of a priority scrap, if you want to call it that.
Well, I would assume that Uri had a priority right there, so he was using his priority. So now, why are they not racing back out?
I think that both these riders actually gave up their priority, which means priority stays exactly the same way it was before.
Okay.
That is my guess. That is why they're not going for a paddle battle.
Okay.
And it's pretty complicated, this kind of stuff, when it comes down to the nitty gritty of priority rules. I'm glad the judges are doing that, and I don't have to deal with any of that stuff.
That's right. And once again, I'm Eric Apple. This is Sasha Specker, one of our GSS Tour riders. He qualified for the big boys, and he's been here doing a great job. He has some good heats leading into this contest. Didn't quite make it to the quarters, but Sasha, we have some amazing waves out there. Tell us your experience of this contest out there.
It's been quite an experience for me. This is the first time I've been in the GSS draw. So, previously I was always doing trials, and it was a whole event before I even got to the event. So now just being with the top 24 is a whole experience on its own, and a whole new level of riding that I had to step up to, which has been, it's a journey on its own.
Yeah, it's a journey, but it's also an accomplishment. I mean, congrats to anybody who can make that tour. Dude, good on you. And also, so you guys know, Sasha, one of the hardest working guys here. Not only is he, competing in the IBA, but he's working, shooting photos, and doing all kinds of other ancillary work behind the scenes for the IBA and the sport of bodyboarding in general. So everyone has to appreciate this guy, and I certainly do.
Thank you, Eric. And on your screen right now, you can see GT's first wave dropped in. That's a 5.75 for that invert. He got busy real early, 26 minutes remaining, so he's in a really good position right now. And Yuri Valadao has not quite opened his account just yet. He's just waiting for something that he likes. You can actually see the photographers in the bottom of your screen there just getting into position. They want to get that front row seat view and make sure that they document that for you guys to see at home later on today. So make sure you follow all of our social media.
Yeah,
Facebook, Twitter.
I've been on here this morning. We have questions and comments coming in, and it's funny though. Every time we have Mike on, nobody wants to ask about the contest or anything to do with the event. They just want to ask Mike about all kinds of crazy questions. Which, hey, I don't blame them. I mean, let me tell you what. When I was 10 years old, for the age of like 8 years old to probably like 17 years old, like half the walls of my room were covered with pictures of Mike Stewart.
Exactly. I mean, He's been an icon for that long, and he's such a huge figure in the sport that he has been dominating the sport for so long, and has so much knowledge and experience that asking him a few questions and getting some answers is an experience on its own. So guys, please feel free to ask questions when somebody's in the booth, or if you want to know something, fire away. We want to hear your opinion and want to hear what you're interested in. So please do. And looks like Yuri Valadao is having a look at this. He's a pretty dangerous competitor on these right-handers. He's been taken to the air throughout this contest and scoring some big numbers.
Yeah. So let's take a look at Uri Valadao. Remember, Uri defeated Guillermo Tamega in an earlier heat. Uri taking a higher line for some speed, right?
He's looking for a big section down the end. He's eyeing it out and gets a big ramp with a textbook ARS backflip. I don't know how he didn't land that. He looked perfectly in control. Just looked like he might have overbounced on the landing.
Yeah, I was just going to say, remember, we've been talking about it throughout the entire contest that on these longer rights, we have a lot of water moving in from El Bue coming over towards El Gringo. And as that water travels back out to the ocean, it's really creating a solid bump.
That's it.
And a little bit of a chop on that right.
Here you can see he just pushes his body out into the air. Massive flip. And he looked like he had a good rotation. That lip looked like it might have just pushed down onto him. And I don't think he was expecting that. I thought he might have thought he was out of the flats, a little further away from the wave.
Look at that cool graph we got for Uri, 27-year-old from Brazil.
And this is a past world champion, by the way.
Yes, of course.
He's achieved more than most of us will ever dream of. So
let's take a look at some scores, and not counting that last of Uri. Guillermo Tamega has a 5.75 on that first air on that right that we saw about 5 seconds into the quarterfinal. And Uri Valadao has a 2.88 on his first wave. Not quite yet a score for his second wave, so he's obviously going to move up because we count the two best waves in the contest. But, man, let's talk about that first heat. Sasha.
Wow.
Dave Winchester and Jacob Romero was a pretty intense heat. There's not too many waves, but how about that air that Jacob Romero threw? It's by far the biggest air of the contest.
I think so. I was lucky enough to be down on the rocks. I actually shot a frame of it.
You got it.
I got it. So I'm pretty pumped on that. The light was real low, so it's real moody. And you kind of could see he had his eye set on a massive ramp off the end. So I was lucky enough to have captured that and seen it firsthand. And I'm sure he's pretty bummed he didn't land it, because that's the kind of stuff that Jacob Romero, that's his bread and butter. That's the kind of stuff he does all day, every day. and it's pretty uncharacteristic of him not to land that. So, you know, I mean, you give some, you lose some. That's just how it works. He's had an excellent performance throughout the event, and he should be pretty stoked with that.
Yeah,
and I'm sure he'll walk away with a bit of money and some well-deserved points that he's going to need towards his requalification for 2014 on the GSS.
Yeah.
And, you know, coming to that heat, if you want to talk about the whole heat, this is the replay.
This
Wow,
is
look
it.
at this. Speed line, massive ramp.
We can't show this enough times. Look at this.
He actually hit it perfectly.
And look how far he lands down in the flats.
Wow.
Oh!
No way. Okay, I couldn't actually see that because I was shooting from the other side. I didn't see him actually landing. But that's
absolutely amazing. This is one of the biggest airs I've ever seen in the sport in any contest.
I'd have to agree with you. That was wild. That was seriously wild.
And that right there is, you know, the proof is in the pudding. Right there, it just shows how much effort the IBA has put into bringing the best bodyboarders to the best waves.
That's exactly
and that's
what it is.
exactly it right there.
Yep.
Some of the best bodyboarders in the world, you know, doing massive airs in the best waves. And Uri Valadao on his third wave here on this right. Take it away, Sasha.
Coming off the bottom, he's just kind of fighting with the foam a little bit, trying to get a good line. And he can see something down the end. Let's see what he's got here. He's eyeing out a big section again. And just a roll, bit of a safety maneuver. He didn't have much of a section. It kind of crumbled on him. And here you can see GT, Guilherme Tamega. He just kind of in and out. He didn't like the look of that, and it did close out. So good for him for pulling out of that one. I think he would have been in a spot of bother trying to wrestle that thing. And this is a replay of Yuri's wave. He gets a little speed line here. He definitely has his eye on something serious. And like you said, there's maybe that bump that's created from all that water coming out from El Bui is maybe sucking a bit too much water up the face and making a bit of a lumpy section.
And you can see the lump right there, and that doesn't exist on the channel on the other side where the guys are paddling out the lefts. And I actually found out that did not used to exist. Now, when El Gringo used to be an island, the water from El Bui used to be able to go around the backside of us
That's right.
to the harbor.
Of course.
But they built the road here, and now that water stops here, it has to come back out, and that's what creates that little bump there.
I see. Okay, that makes sense. I didn't actually think about that. So before they had built this road that gives us access to this amazing place, the water actually used to flow between the mainland and this little island that we're sitting on. And that would have eliminated all of that chop and bump, letting the water through that gap and out the other side to the northern end of the bay.
So there you go, some pertinent information for the fans at home to understand the dynamics of El Gringo. And speaking of dynamic, we have the amazing Yo-Yo, our Chilean Superman, down front with our heat winner, Dave Winchester.
And here we are with the winner of the first quarterfinal, Winnie. Just, Winnie, tell us about this first hit.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough one. There's a couple of long barrels on those lefts, and I wish I came out of and would have got really good scores, I think. But I just couldn't push through them. So it's sort of one of those things. I had a 6-something and a 5, and J-Rom did a big air and didn't make it, so it's pretty unlucky for him. But yeah, it's just one of those heats that you just scrape through, but a win's a win, so I'm happy.
Winning here 2 times and winner of last year. How do you feel? Is that ready for semi-final and probably a final?
Yeah, I'm really excited. I feel like I'm surfing pretty well, and I know the wave well enough, so hopefully I can do it again and go back to back.
All right, Winnie, congratulations, and I hope to see you here again.
Yeah, thanks very much. See ya.
Back to you, Eric.
Yo-Yo's awesome. I'll tell you what, you know, during the contest, he's working so hard, and before the contest, he's helping everybody set up, and he's really an integral part of the logistics here in Chile. I mean, as anybody knows who travels internationally, I mean, not only are there language barriers, but there's cultural differences, and, you know, business gets done differently in every single country, and you need a local, or several locals to really help you get things done right, and Yo-Yo's been important for that here.
Absolutely. Yo-Yo's the man here. He's always helped me out when I've come here in previous years. And he's always been a big part of the IBA and making things happen here for us. So thank you very much to Yo-Yo. And, you know, all the people that help him. He has a support crew, too. You know, he's not a one-man show. So,
well, I'll tell you what. He took Lachlan Cramsey and Ryan Hardy and myself down south to the caves down here where the chinchorros used to be. And, you know, everyone's, you know, so interested in all the history of an early man here in Chile. And we got to go check out some of the ancient caves where the chinchorros were. And we even went up to the El Moro, which is right up above the contest site here, where they have the gigantic statue of Jesus, and you have a view of the entire Valle de Arica. You can see Peru from here. It's really amazing and a beautiful place. I mean, it is a desert, but it's beautiful.
Yep.
Guilherme Tamega, former world champion.
Stroking into this left. Look at him scooping off his board, body in the wave, just
Very
dragging
nice.
into the barrel. And rolls out. He's milking this wave for everything it's worth.
Vintage Guilherme Tamega right there.
Seriously.
He's already in the lead with 7.43. Uri Valadao is a 7.21, but Guilherme is going to extend that lead right now. He's going to turn that 1.68
Here's a replay
into a
of
wave
that.
that doesn't matter.
I love the way he was kind of off his board, almost body surfing that and just kind of laying his board in front of him and then milking a roll out of the barrel. And, he only has to improve on a 1.68, which is a second scoring ride, and he'll definitely do that. Guilherme Tamega from Brazil. There's the stats. You can see it. His current ranking was 25th there. I think he might be a little bit higher right now after this event. So
For sure.
he'll be looking good.
Once again, GT paddling back out. And, we talked about, riders splitting the peak, some going left, some going right. And tell us your opinion on this, Sasha. And Mike had an opinion about it earlier. I'm sure you probably agree. Going left seems like an advantage out here because not only is the wave hollower, but it's a shorter wave, and you're able to get back outside and get priority quicker. If you split a peak with someone, you go left and the other guy goes right, you are almost 100% for sure going to get the priority back first, correct?
I think the chances are pretty good of that happening. I think there's a couple of other variables that do play a big factor in that, though. If you do end up going, okay, hang on, I'm going to get back to that. Here you can see Uri Valadao taking off on this left.
So another former world champion from Brazil finding a barrel. Remember, Uri defeated Guilherme. Look at this. Maybe a little better barrel than Guilherme's. I think longer, but no roll.
Definitely better barrel, but no roller. But I think he's going to get a better score for that. It looked more intense and slightly bigger as well. So we'll see what the judges give him for that. And getting back to that left and right priority situation that happens after the guys have been catching waves, I think a lot of variables fall into that situation where.
Let's take a look at the replay one more time. This is GT, the first of those two. I'm sorry, this is Uri. This is a longer, deeper, better looking barrel, but minus the El Rolo.
And I'll be interested to see what the judges give
big
for that.
set coming in.
And back to the left and right. Guys splitting peaks. I think the left definitely has an amazing scoring potential, and you have the ability to get very high scores for not too much work. Whereas the right, you have a little bit of a higher risk. But I have seen more tens go down on the right.
For sure.
This is a replay of GT Guilherme Tamega's last wave. While we were talking about that, and he gets a pretty good barrel here. Let's see if he can get a little maneuver off the end. He goes for an F forward.
See, we didn't see that one. We missed that wave, so we got to see the replay.
Wow.
So nice barrel and a forward air.
That was
close to the rocks.
He's really close to the rocks. For those of you who don't know,
he's known for it.
He was a couple of meters away from those rocks. He just has no regard for his own safety.
I'm thinking guys should start wearing Kevlar lined full suits here.
That could be an option.
Ryan Hardy getting ready for the third quarterfinal, competing against his countryman, Ben Player.
And,
so we got some scores dropping in. Guilherme Tamega being rewarded with a 7.33. That's right, a 7.33 for Guilherme Tamega, bringing his total score to 13.21. Uri Valadao with a 4.3 and a 6.5 now. So Uri needs a 6.64 to take the lead from Guilherme Tamega.
And that's the situation with 14 minutes and 18 seconds remaining. And I've been trying to get to this point for a while now. So left and right, priority, etc., risks. It's a bit of a risk management situation out here when you're going left or right. But I reckon the reward on the right is massive if you get a big ramp. Whereas the left is a safer option if you're looking just to get a score. The scoring potential is high on just about every wave. And you definitely do have the option to get a very high score on those lefts. I think I saw Mike get a 9.73 or something like that the other day, which was a near perfect score just for a barrel. And, those are a dime a dozen out on the left. Whereas on the right, you really have to work for it and get some big ramps.
We had a shot right there of Mike over there with, I saw, who is that? It was Dallas Singer. I think Winnie was over there. Jake Stone. So Mike hanging out with the crew of Australians as we see Ryan Hardy running over there in his semi-red jersey.
And Ryan Hardy, for those of you who don't know, he was here at the very first Arica Chilean Challenge 10 years ago. And now he is out here competing against points leader at this point in time, Mr. Ben Player, who is looking pretty good in his world title race at the moment, seeing that Mari Laverne and Jeff Hubbard have been eliminated out of this event. And moving into Brazil, he will be sitting in pole position, more than likely. So we'll see once this event is wrapped up, what the new seedings will look like, and what the rankings for the GSS are as we move into that fourth stop of the GoPro IBA World Tour. How's that scenic shot? Little pelican cruising through the lineup. Boys are waiting for a set.
Yeah, well, the ocean is very, very alive here, that's for sure.
Yuri Valadao just kind of moving in slowly, having a look at that wave. Just a bit of positioning, but he didn't like it and obviously leave it out. I'd imagine he'd be in first priority right now since GT had that last wave. Unfortunately, we can't see who has priority.
Well, our crew does a good job. They show it to us when it's important. I'm sure they'll show it to us soon.
Exactly. They have an awesome shot there of those little priority discs that the riders can see from the beach, and that is all that matters. The riders need to know. And there's a good view pulled back. That's the competitors area that you're seeing there. That's what we see when we're sitting up in the tower and get to prepare for our heats. It's all very close and very right up on the rocks kind of situation. You can see Ryan Hardy in the knee-deep foamy.
Okay, Uri paddling over for that right, takes a look at it, not able to get in position. Jeremy Tamega is taking off on the left.
And he's locked into a barrel. I don't know if he's going to come out of this. This looks very tricky. And, he's the man if anyone's going to make it. But I think that one just closed out and he wasn't able to punch through it.
Uri barely sneaking under that set wave. And, you guys see so many boats out in the back all day long in the contest here. Well, I'll tell you why in a minute. As we see Jeremy Tamega once again driving on a left-hander. And him and Dave Winchester have done this so many times throughout the contest. Got these set waves, found these barrels, but they weren't able to escape. Why is that, Sasha?
I don't know. I think the swell might be a little bit more west, and it is a little broken up today. I mean, those lefts are usually big, gaping barrels. And right there, that thing was pinching a little bit, and it was kind of a tricky section to negotiate through. I don't know anyone that would have really made it out of that barrel unless you would have maybe punched a roll through the roof or snuck out the front and through a doggy door. But, the risk needs to be taken if you want to get the reward, and these guys know that, and they're going to keep trying until they get it.
You get some greetings from Cape Verde Islands for you, Sasha, as we see the scores up there. Still no change. 13.21 for GT, 10.91 for Uri.
I want to give a shout out to those boys in the Cape Verde Islands. I had an awesome trip there a few years back, and they welcomed us with open arms. And what's up, guys? Thanks for watching. Thanks for the support, and I hope you guys are scoring waves.
For sure.
And you can see Yuri Valadao. He will, without a doubt, be in first priority right now. He's hunting down a 6.64, so he's just being patient. He knows what he needs. He'll be getting onto that. Yuri Valadao kind of positioning here. He had a look at it, but he didn't like the look of that. Kind
good
of
size set coming in there, though.
And it was probably a good call. And I'm sure these guys, Guilherme Tamega and Yuri Valadao, have got a very healthy rivalry, coming from Brazil, both having won world titles. I know GT has been around a lot longer and has a slightly longer and extensive track record, but Yuri Valadao, nonetheless, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he's a world champion, so that says it all.
He's one of the most dangerous competitors, and let me tell you, his riding has developed so much over the past few years. He's diversified and adapted to the way bodyboarding has grown and the trends that have taken on. He is definitely at the pinnacle of the sport at this point in time.
Well, and also like Mike said, he would like nothing more than to do well in a big wave contest like this, because he seems to have a reputation as a guy who rides small, medium-sized wave, and he wants to show everyone, hey, I can ride big waves with the best of them.
Absolutely. That stigma is not something that you want to have attached to you.
Yeah.
And us on tour, we see him riding in big waves all the time, and he's definitely proven himself time and time again, like at Fronton and out here, and even at home in Itacochara in Brazil, he was on fire, and it was big. It was 8 to 10 feet, and he definitely showed no shortage of skill out there in those waves. So I think now all he wants to do is prove to the world that he can win an event like this, and he's out here hungry. With 8 minutes remaining, I think he definitely still has a very good chance of winning this event. And it looks like
yellow has priority.
Guilherme Tamega is actually in priority here. So I stand corrected. GT with first priority. It looked like Yuri Valadao might have paddled for a wave while we weren't looking and given up priority to his fellow countryman, Guilherme Tamega.
So once again, let's set the stage. 7 minutes and 43 seconds to go. Guilherme Tamega is still in the lead, 13.21. Uri Valadao, also a former world champion, who has already defeated Guilherme in a heat in this contest, has a 10.91. His lowest score is a 4.33. He needs a 6.64 to move into the lead, and it's certainly very, very attainable for him.
Absolutely, with that much time left, you know. I've seen a lot of the heats, they've turned around completely within the last 3 minutes with both riders catching 1 or 2 more waves. Anything is possible out here right now.
And, you know, and we talked about it, it's because it's so gray here, the clouds and the water, it's hard to get some depth perception and realize how big these waves really are. Look at Uri paddling on the right. Nope.
So he doesn't have priority, so he can actually paddle for anything he wants without affecting his priority position at all. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's just going to try and keep busy and hunt down a score that he needs. The boys are paddling here again. Yuri Valadao is looking to get into this one.
Okay, he needs a 6.64, like we said.
He's driving down the line. He's got some serious speed going here. He's driving through the barrel.
Wow.
He's going to get a pretty decent score for this. He's looking for something more. Just a little chop hop roll, just as a little victory lap on that, showing off. And Yuri Valadao, he didn't need much, a 6.64, and I think he might get pretty close, if not get the score for that. We'll see what the judges give him.
Man, that was quite a barrel. Backdoored that section, made it out the other side. He's got to be rewarded for that, as we see GT on the left, throwing that 360 in the barrel, and another one.
Okay, so Yuri Valadao now will have to really up his game. I think GT is going to seriously improve his situation. He's already got
a 5.8 and a 7.3.
And that last wave coming in is definitely going to improve on that 5.88.
I don't know. That right-hand barrel of Uri's is pretty solid. We have to see GT's once again. But check it out. Former world champion in the red, driving down, setting up for the inside section. It worked out for him, didn't it, Sasha?
It was a pretty frothy barrel. I don't know how he negotiated his way through that. It looked pretty bumpy. Here he hits a crazy bump, almost loses control, and just manages to find a little roller section off a little oncoming lump. And it was just kind of a little show off. I've still got control. I come out that barrel. Maybe a mini claim almost, that little roll, just for the fun of it.
Well, it's certainly not going to hurt his score. Now we're waiting for the scores on his waves. Let's take a look at the replay of the left. Guilherme Tamega is reappearing for that barrel. We didn't see him go in, but he came out.
And a beautiful pocket spin and backs it up with another one just to show control. And he only needs to improve on a 5.88. So I don't know what the judges are going to give him. I didn't see the beginning of the wave. What I see is what you see. That is the screen right now. And that is all I can really talk about and tell you about.
That is a massive set coming in.
I'm so tempted to poke my head out the commentary booth right now because I can hear the crowd on the beach going crazy.
Yeah, can we get a shot of the sets coming in?
As a massive set rolls through on the left. And hopefully Guilherme Tamega is not caught inside on this thing. So we'll see if one of the cameramen can give us something there. There you can see a massive white water just unleashing.
Wow. Look
Boys
at
are taking a
look
step
at the people
back
getting back. The water's going to go up and over on the fans.
You can see the water actually washing over onto the road. This is as big as El Gringo is good, I want to say. You don't really want to be surfing it much bigger than this.
Okay.
It just becomes survival.
The score came through for Yuri Valadao, still waiting for Guilherme Tamega's. Oh, so a 7.38, which momentarily puts Uri Valadao in the lead. But Guilherme Tamega's score coming back now with a 7.25. So with 3 minutes and 55 seconds remaining, Uri Valadao needs a 7.2 to knock Guilherme Tamega out of first place. So it is coming down to the last couple minutes. Once again, some great bodyboarding action here at the GoPro IBA World Tour.
And I'm going to go back to that question that you asked me earlier about going right and going left and the scoring potential and the priority potential. You know, that is exactly. This is a perfect example of it. They both went opposite ways. Yuri on the wave before, GT on the next one. And I think Yuri might have got back out there just before Guilherme, but he did catch the wave before, so you had a lot longer time to get out there. And it did pay off for Yuri. He did get a slightly higher score, 7.38, but Guilherme Tamega was quite easily be able to milk the score of a 7.25 out of that last wave. And that just shows the scoring potential on the left and the right is very similar. And you can see a pullback shot there of Yuri, and this is the
different angle.
The different angle. Yuri Valadao looking for something big down the end here.
Oh, this is a different wave. Sorry.
Wow, he was just unfortunate.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, with 3.5 minutes to go, he takes off on a wave before he gets all the way back outside. I mean, is that a mistake, Sasha?
I don't think so. I think that wave looked really good when he took off, and I could see the pullback shot just for a moment there. He was in a very good position on the peak. The wave just didn't offer him much. I think there may have been just a little bit too much water on the reef from that last set still, and that just created a bit of a crumbly end section. He was unable to negotiate a good maneuver off, opting to pull out. He still has time, 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. He can get back out there and get another ride and try and redeem himself as this heat counts down.
It is counting down. 2 minutes and 5 seconds to go. And, I hate to say it, but I think that was a mistake by Yuri Valadao to take off on that wave. I mean, it didn't offer any scoring potential. Obviously, there's no way that he could know that before. But, man, to take off on the wave before he actually gets all the way back outside is strange to me.
I guess hindsight is 20/20 vision, isn't it?
It certainly is. Easy for me to say. And I will also notice that it looks like Guilherme Tamega is paddled over. He has priority, and he's paddled over to where the rights take off. He's already sitting over there for when Uri gets back outside to not let him catch a wave.
I think
that's 25.
That's a little bit of strategy paying off right there. He knows he needs to keep Yuri off a wave. Yuri's capable of getting a 7.2 on just about anything. So, Guilherme Tamega is going to use his priority as a shield to defend Yuri Valadao off just about anything that he can.
1 minute and 5 seconds to go. Priority to yellow, as we see right there.
That's an awesome view for us here. We can see the priority situation.
Great work by crew downstairs, showing the in-shot shot. And look at this, Uri paddling. He knows that GT has priority. GT lets him go. I'm surprised.
I think GT could see this wave didn't have much scoring potential, but let's see if Yuri Valadao can milk a score out of it.
He needs a 7.2.
And he gets a big roll of
wow.
Good extension, full body.
Another one maybe.
And a little invert, and he holds on, trying to push through this white water.
Oh, he pops out. He does.
So he rides out of that, and I don't know what the judges are going to give him, but he needs a pretty serious score.
Well, that's going to be his last wave. 25 seconds to go. Obviously, he's not going to get any other waves. And is Guilherme Tamega going to catch a wave in the last seconds of the heat? He is.
Guilherme Tamega taking off on the right. He's chasing down Yuri Valadao, literally. And
good change of the angle right there. Nice invert under the barrel.
That was pretty intense. He was literally doing an invert out into the flats, getting pushed down, and managed to ride out of it.
Okay, so here's the situation. The heat's over. Halfway through the quarterfinals, we are. Guilherme Tamega was in the lead before those two waves. Uri Valadao needed a 7.2, and he threw a roll, and then that invert. Is it going to be enough? I don't know. I think I'm guessing it's not enough. I think Uri's going to get something like a 6.5.
I'm guessing similar to that. Yep. I don't think he's going to get the score, but I'll leave that up to the judge. This was a pretty good roll, full body extension, nice air, and he looks for another little section here and does a little invert. I mean, he did pack it in, and it was a pretty solid wave. I don't know what the outcome's going to be here. It's a pretty tricky situation to be in, and I'm sure Guilherme Tamega knows that he could be in a bit of trouble if Yuri Valadao does get the score.
So we're waiting for our third heat to start. That's the all-Australian heat, Ryan Hardy and Ben Player. And this is, looking at the angle, GT. The last, look at that little invert under the lip.
That was seriously tech. And heavy landing out into the flats.
So this is a time to bite the nails.
Wow.
There's Yuri, there's GT getting inside.
You see the boys just making their way up the rocks. That's a pretty tricky place to come into. Those rocks are very slippery and covered in some serious barnacles.
Okay, wait, we got the scores. Coming through, Uri Valadao with a 5.75. It wasn't a big enough wave for the judges to be that impressed. So that means winning your second quarterfinal. The battle of former Brazilian world champions, Guilherme Tamega, taking the win. Uri Valadao is done for this contest. We will see him in Antofagasta and or Rio. And we are going to be moving on to our third quarterfinal. That is Ryan Hardy and Ben Player when we come back from these messages.
right, we're back.
Some little messages from the Municipalidad de Arica as well as Science Bodyboards.
And so I'm just going to fill you in here that the closure of that last heat, Yuri Valadao and Guilherme Tamega. All right, hang on, straight into the action.
Up and riding, look at that. That's a nice clean barrel on the right. That's cleaner than most of the barrels on the rights. Oh, come on.
Push through another section. He's
Look
just being
at
greedy.
that.
He's just being greedy out here.
Look at that. Getting two good barrels. And we haven't seen, the rights haven't been as crisp and smooth on the rights, as glassy on the rights like we've seen on the lefts, but that one was.
That one was insane. He
Look how
scoots
glassy the way it
straight
is.
into the barrel, kind of just rides under the curtain there for a little bit, comes out with some serious speed. He can see this next section coming up, and he punches through it. Kind of a foamy pit, but he does manage to show good control.
He shows that speed, and he trims up high where the lip's not going to crush him too much. It pushes to that white water. I mean, I'm impressed. That wave really shows the wave knowledge that Ryan Hardy possesses, correct?
I mean, if anyone's got it, it's Ryan. He's one of the most seasoned competitors here, and especially here in Arica. He was one of the first guys to ever come here, especially competed in an
Well, he
event
won
here.
the very first event.
Exactly. That was 10 years ago. And it wasn't even a world tour event or anything like that. It was just a local event. The local boys invited him and asked him to come down. You can see Guilherme Tamega just claiming his quarterfinal victory. He's in the semi-finals against Dave Winchester in semi-final number 1. So that heat is ready to roll.
And how many times have they competed against each other here? Several times. Both those guys have done amazing here at this event. And once again, we're going to have another showdown with Dave Winchester and Guilherme Tamega.
And just to keep you guys in the loop, last year, Dave Winchester and Guilherme Tamega were in the final together. And Winchester just taking the win from underneath GT in the dying seconds, literally.
Yeah.
And, that is just how it works out here in this sport of bodyboarding. Anything can happen. And the guys are, these are the best of the best right now. We're down to the final 8 competitors here this morning with the quarterfinals. And we've already established who's going to be in the first semi-final, and the outcome of this heat will give us the next semi-finalist, and then obviously the final quarterfinal of the day. The winner of that will go through to the semi-final.
So a score coming through for that first wave of Ryan Hardy's, a solid one, a 7. It's a good opening score to get, in the first 30 seconds of the heat. And just so you know, like you said, Tamega beat Winnie in 2011, and Winnie came back to beat Tamega in 2012. So it's been back and forth, and now we see Ben Player on the size of this bright. Check it out.
This thing is massive. He comes on a vertical roll, and he's got more to offer here. He spins in the pocket, showing a bit of control. He's waiting for a section here, and I don't know what's going to offer. He's definitely not willing to give up just yet.
Oh, getting steep again a little bit.
And he wants another section.
Adds a little half point right there with that possibly, and pulls out his Ben Player. So answering back with a good wave there is Ben Player. I don't think it's going to quite be as high of a score as that barrel, but we never know. He had a good solid roll there on a very steep section.
It was a big wave too. I mean, that was the biggest wave that's come through this heat. And here's a replay. You can see him taking off, and he trims around this section, doing insane drive off the bottom. It goes literally vertical up for a roll through the roof, and shows amazing control. Spin just to set up, kind of.
Set up for something that kind of never came.
And right at the end here, he just sets up for another roller.
So waiting for that score to come through for Ben Player that you see right there on your screen.
He's looking pretty good in the rankings here, has a little cheeky smile. He's a very, very skilled competitor, and he's been around a while. A couple world titles under his belt. He knows what it takes to win up here. And Ben Player actually won the first event in this year's tour.
Yeah, for sure.
He won the GoPro IBA Pipeline Challenge.
That's right.
In pumping surf.
So as we wait for that first score from Ben Player, who we're talking about, let's throw it down to Yo-Yo, who is with GT.
And here is the winner of the last heat, the second heat of the quarterfinal, Guilherme Tamega, 6-time world champion. Guilherme?
Yeah, great waves. But tough heat. Every heat now is like a final. Uri, I knew is going to come very strong, and I just want to get the waves, but there's plenty of waves out there. This place is so sick. You just got to be patient and relax, and the waves going to come.
There's one more heat and you'll have a final. Who would you like to be with in the final?
It doesn't matter. You know, but for me, every heat is a final already out here. And now I'm going to go against Winnie. You know, it's a final right there, and just semi-final still. But, yeah, every heat is a final. It's a great show. This wave is sick. Great riding. Everybody's ripping. I'm stoked. I'll say kisses to my family, my kids. My family's in Brazil. My wife. Love you all.
Okay, Guilherme, thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, so parabéns, as you would say in Portuguese, to Guilherme Tamega. That means congratulations. Parabéns to GT for beating his countryman and fellow former world champion Uri Valadao. And Sasha, we just got a score for Ben Player. Not quite as good as Ryan Hardy scored like we thought. He got a 5.65. It is a decent opening wave. So on the board, each rider from Australia with a 7 for Ryan Hardy and a 5.65 for Ben Player.
I mean, it's not a bad way to open your account if you look at what the past few heats have shown. Ben Player with a 5.65 is usually been a keeper of a score, you know, especially out here today. This is only the third heat of the day, and there's plenty more action to come, guys. Semi-finals will be coming up after the quarterfinals, and then, of course, the final, which will decide who will be crowned the Arica Chilean Challenge champion.
It's kind of the Chilean Challenge champion.
Yeah, we've got a lot going on here. It's actually the GoPro IBA Chilean Challenge. I can't even do it anymore. Tongue twister.
Well, hey, cheers to the Chilean Challenge champion.
There we go. All right. And a bit of a lull in the action here. Those are some seriously big sets at the beginning of the heat. And the guys now are just positioning themselves for what is coming on the horizon.
Yeah, well,
both splitting towards the left and the right.
I got a feeling there's some sets coming in right now.
Definitely. I can see the guys paddling quite frantically for the horizon. And let's see what happens in these next 30 seconds to 2 minutes as the South Pacific unleashes here on the shallow El Gringo Reef.
Yeah, for sure.
And a bit of a false alarm maybe for Ryan Hardy, who's paddled across, trying to get off the peak a little. He thought there was going to be another big one behind. And it looked like just a one-wave set that came through there. And these little ones just sneaking past the guys on the inside. And a little bit more positioning going on here. I can see Ryan and Ben just kind of having a look. And
Ben Player paddling, nope.
He's not interested in that.
There is 21 minutes, 30 seconds to go here in this third quarterfinal of the day. We had an all-Brazilian quarterfinal, now an all-Australian quarterfinal. And the next heat will be a combination of that. We'll have an Australian versus a Brazilian. So some good rivalries going on here at the IBA World Tour.
Absolutely. A very strong Brazilian contingent at this event. I think the numbers for the trialists was something like 52 or something like that.
Wow.
And that's 52 Brazilian trialists alone. You know, that's half the field of trialists that have arrived here for this event. And it's awesome to see. I guess Brazil's economy is doing well. Bodyboarding is strong. The guys are hungry, and they've definitely put on a strong performance, considering that out of the 8 riders that are in these quarterfinals, 3 of them are Brazilians.
Well, Brazil's economy is doing well. Brazil actually does have the 5th largest economy in the world. They're really becoming an economic superpower.
Wow. Okay, well, there you go. I didn't know that. Thank you. And in this heat, for those of you who don't know, Ryan Hardy and Ben Player, the scores are on the screen for you to see right now. And the timer is there. Everything you need. Priority. You got everything you need right there on the screen. In red, Ryan Hardy is sitting in first priority. He can pick any wave he likes, and Ben Player is not allowed to go. So that's an awesome feeling to have, especially if you already have a 7 under your belt, which is where he is right now. And that doesn't mean that Ben can't catch any waves. He's just going to have to stay out of the way of Ryan and make sure that anything that Ryan looks at, he gives right of way to the number 1 priority man in red.
You know, we see, once again, that seal you talked about right there on the inside.
I don't like
checking
him.
out the riders.
I don't like that seal. He gets too close to me, and he's bigger than you think, man.
Dallas said he likes it. He said it makes him feel better when the seal's out because he said the seal looked at him like, what? No big deal. We're fine out here. Dallas said after he got beat down in a wave, he saw the seal and said it calmed him down.
Yeah.
The seal was like, what? It's just water. We're having a good time.
He wasn't there for me when I was getting a beat down. That's what I'm saying. So you see Ben Player just positioning here, either positioning or getting out of the way of the seal. You see in the background.
It's always nice to surf with shark bait.
Yeah, well, at least you know there's something else out there that the shark might want to bite.
Okay, so Ben Player having a look, electing not to go. I'm a little surprised. That wave might have offered something on the inside.
Are just trying to keep busy here, looking at any possible options that could offer up a scoring potential. And Ben definitely looking more comfortable towards the left, and I think it does suit his riding a little more. That very intense bowl, and his skills on the left are incredible. You know, he's reverse airs out of the bowl, backflips like it's no man's business. So, you know, he's capable of doing absolutely anything out here, and very comfortable in this big surf. He looks 100%. Very at home. And
man, just these lulls, they get long sometimes. You know, now and then these guys get unlucky and they don't get very many waves in the heat, and this is what happens. They sit and wait.
I mean, there was a flurry of sets in the first, say, 5 to 10 minutes of this heat, and it's just kind of slowed down a little bit in these last 2-3 minutes after that last set. Nothing really substantial has come through. You can see Hardy just very relaxed, elbow up, waiting for something he likes. And I want to say that this is probably one of the most consistent waves in the world.
Yeah, we've talked about it many times on the broadcast that, I mean, pretty much anywhere there's a swell in the entire Pacific Ocean, it will eventually get to Arica. We've already gone over it many times, and this is the most consistent spot on the planet, possibly.
I definitely
That's
think
why
so.
we're here.
I get to travel a fair bit. I've been locked in this addiction of travel for the last 10 years, just about, and everywhere I've gone, you know, you get a little flat spell for 2 or 3 weeks or something like that. And I mean, I don't think I've ever seen this place smaller than 6 feet. You know, there's always at least a 6-foot set that comes through in just about every surf I've had out here, and that's just to say probably the smallest I've seen it. So definitely no shortage of swell and size and power out here.
Yeah, 100%.
These boys are being very patient out here. They're waiting for that big one, something serious.
They might not be patient. They might be upset. We don't know.
I know that these guys have got nerves of steel. They've been competing long enough. They know what's going on. Ben needs such a small score. You know, he's only sitting on a single ride. He's definitely going to be looking for a second ride. And Hardy as well, only one wave under his belt. So, you know, the heat is wide open.
You guys, make sure you engage with us on the IBA World Tour Facebook page. If you're not already doing it, you need to be subscribed to our YouTube page, as well as checking out our Instagram, our Twitter, and IBAWorldTour.com. It is important for you guys to follow us and be checking up on that. It helps out the sport, it helps out the IBA.
And there's amazing content on there, especially on the YouTube channel. Those guys have been putting so much hard work into making those clips as amazing as they are. And, you know, the riders have been putting the work in too, wearing those GoPros and giving you those amazing POV views from inside El Gringo in Arica here. And you can see on your screen there in yellow, Brazilian powerhouse Eda Luciano getting ready. This guy knows what needs to be done out there. He's a very focused and very successful competitor, especially in the last few years. He's really upped his game. He won the qualifying series last year to re-qualify for this year's tour. As we see Ben Player stroking into a left-hander.
That's right. He's in second place. This is his second wave. Look at this barrel. Kind of almost backdoor the section. Rolls out of it. Nice, Sasha.
So I think this is going to be a very strong score for Ben Player. He's going to have a very stranglehold almost with regards to getting back out there and getting back into position and maybe even getting another one. Remember, he got this wave without priority. So he knows what needs to be done. He knows how to do it. And here's a replay of it. He kind of comes from behind the peak, scoops under the lip, and milks the barrel for all it's worth, and then comes out with a clean roll. And I think the judges are really going to like that. That's exactly what they want to see. Good control and good riding through the barrel.
The only thing I think it's going to hurt him is it wasn't a set wave. And we've already seen today how guys riding on smaller waves get scored, even if they ride it well.
Absolutely. But you got to remember, he did not have priority. He wasn't really in a position to start picking too much. He just needed another score. Yep. And he just wanted to improve on that 5.65, which it looks like he did.
6.7 coming in for Ben Player, putting him in the lead for now. He has a total score of 12.35. Ryan Hardy is a 7 and only one wave. So Ryan Hardy now has priority. Ben Player is second priority. But it's a good spot with 15 minutes to go halfway through this heat. Ben Player is a 5.6 and a 6.7. Now he can sort of be patient and look for those bombs that are going to offer the big 7, 8s, and 9 scores.
I think that was an amazing move there from Ben Player. Very strategic, and it definitely did pay off. A 6.7 is only 0.3 points away from that 7-point ride that Hardy has. So in theory, they're sitting in a very similar situation when it comes to two waves that are going to be scoring at the end. Ryan Hardy stroking into a right-hander.
Dropping in on a big ride. His second wave of the heat. He's got a lot of speed, Sasha.
Looking at some serious airtime here if he hits this. And it just kind of crumbles, and he had to roll through the roof.
Although, I thought it was a good roll.
It was a good roll. I was expecting a big, close-out ramp maybe with a big invert or something like that. Nonetheless, he did make the most of that wave and apply himself to his full ability.
Let's take a look at the replay, Sasha. Once again, he had a good score on the right earlier in the heat. He looking for the same thing. It didn't barrel, but he got a nice roll, right?
He did get a nice roll. That face looks very smooth from here, but when you see Ryan trimming down the line, he's one of the most stylish and in-control riders out there, and he was negotiating with some serious bump, and that kind of kept him on his toes and kind of maybe put him off for that section. He maybe would have had a better approach towards that. I see some scores have dropped. What are we looking at here?
Ryan Hardy now with a 5.83 for that second right-hand wave he got with that roll. So he has a total score of 12.83 and less than half a point above Ben Player, who we see here on his third wave, driving in the barrel, Sasha.
Scooping into it, and it looks like this one has just run away from him. He looked like he had good control, good drive, and the wave just kind of crumbled and petered out off the end and didn't really hit the reef nicely and leave an open barrel exit for Ben Player.
Big peak coming through right there. I mean,
he's going to be racing back into the lineup to try and beat Ryan Hardy and regain priority. And this is the replay. He has good bottom turn, good drive through this barrel.
Perfect posture in the barrel, right?
Absolutely. And it just kind of ran away from him and pinched and crumbled a little, which is quite uncharacteristic for the left at El Gringo. It's usually quite a big open barrel and allows for an easy exit. So
we see
Ben Player, that last wave definitely didn't go into his top two.
No.
He's going to have to get back out there and start again pretty much to improve his second scoring ride. And on your screen,
there's Mike right there, the man, the myth, the legend.
Mike Stewart, shuckers all around.
He's a man, like in every way.
Always positive and a wealth of knowledge to share with us here. And it's awesome to have him part of this tour and still contributing in such a huge way to the sport, And this heat really becoming a bit of a nail-biter here with just under 12 minutes remaining.
And with this contest going on for 10 years, it has so much history. I mean, we talk about Ryan Hardy has won the first time they had this event. Ben Player won this event as well in 2007. So a lot of experience going down here. And Ben Player, that score coming through for him, he got a 3 on that last wave. It's not going to count. So the situation not changing. 11 and a half minutes to go. Ryan Hardy in the lead with a 12.83 score. Ben Player with a 12.35. He needs a 6.14. Not a very big score that he needs to take over the lead from Ryan Hardy and send him packing.
Absolutely. He needs pretty much an average of the two scores that he has right now, which is a 5.65 and a 6.7. And a 6.14 is achievable on just about anything out here. He doesn't need a big wave. He just needs something that's going to run along the reef nicely, maybe get a little barrel and do one of his characteristic backflips or reverse airs out of the bowl, and he'll quite easily get that score. So I'm sure he knows what he needs to do. He is a very seasoned competitor, and he will be applying himself in the next 10 minutes.
Right now, while we're waiting for a set to come through and for the situation to change, we're going to show you a highlight from day 3. Well, wait a second. We might have a wave here. I think Ryan Hardy and Ben Player, one of the two is going to get this wave possibly.
They both look like they're moving into position here. Ryan doesn't like the look of it. Ben doesn't like the look of it either. He can see it might have too much shoulder on it. And they're
It's definitely a set wave, though. Big barrel on the left and the right. Great peaks here in Arica, and we'll see if someone's going to take off one of these waves.
And it looks like Ben Player likes the look of this thing. I don't know if he's going to go.
Nope.
He doesn't like it. Last-minute decision.
Okay, so while we have a chance, we're going to show you a highlight of day 3 of the GSS event here, the third stop in the GoPro IBA World Tour. Check out some highlights. All right, we are back. Check out that insane highlight. I mean, we got some of the best content, video content in the world from any sport. And we have to thank GoPro, our title our title sponsor, GoPro, here, taking care of the IBA World Tour. And we have a replay. We have a wave here. Ryan Hardy going left. Check it out, Sasha.
This is what happened during that last highlight clip. Ryan Hardy just coming off the bottom, set up turn, and he's looking for the barrel. He drives through this little section here. He's not very deep, but he's got good control. And he looked like he tried to push through the section. He does come out, but he's some serious negotiations there with the foam, and opts to just kick out a couple of meters before the rocks.
So he already has a 7 and a 5.83. I don't know if he'll improve upon a 5.83, possibly, but pretty good size wave right here. Check it out.
This is the view, very similar view to what the judges have. So this is what they're seeing. And that barrel, not very deep, like I said, but he does manage to come through it somehow and fight his way through the suds of that wave. And I personally don't think it's going to improve his score, but maybe because it was a bigger wave, the judges might deem it more.
Oh, there it was right there. A 5.2 is all he got. A 5.2, so they didn't really reward it. I mean, they like to see the set waves, and they've made it apparent, and they've been consistent with that.
They have, definitely. I mean, that is still a pretty healthy score for considering what went down in that wave. And, Ben Player now in pole position when it comes to priority. He's definitely not going to be making any mistakes at this point. He knows what it takes. He's going to be waiting for a really good one and trying to seal the deal here against fellow countryman Ryan Hardy.
So we are looking for a winner in this heat to take on the winner of Dallas Singer and Eder Luciano. We already have one Australian in the semifinals as well as one Brazilian. We could possibly have two Australians in the second semifinal and an all-Australian final. You never know. I'm sure the Aussie fans have their fingers crossed for that.
I'm sure they do. Very patriotic bunch. Never to be forgotten here are the Brazilians, let me tell you. They're going to be cheering on old GT and Eder Luciano
for sure
to be an all-Brazilian final, which is also a very strong possibility out here. And, Ryan Hardy, Ben Player, these guys out here are, I want to say, powerhouses when it comes to the Arica Chilean Challenge. These guys you do not want in a heat. And now you've got both of them together. This is pretty much as good as it gets as a spectator.
I'll tell you what, the guy who was the most intimidating, I think, for everybody was Alan Munoz, the Chilean, who has so much local knowledge here. I mean, man, he shut down Hardy and Mike Stewart in the third round, and he was really looking good. He just didn't quite get the waves yesterday in round 4, but he was a threat. And I'll tell you what, I guarantee people were nervous when they were seeing that guy in their heat draw.
Absolutely. I've seen him compete here for a few years now, and he's only just stepped up his game every single time he's entered the water. So he's definitely someone to be reckoned with.
Ryan Hardy on the right, driving in the bowl section.
And he comes through kind of a little shampoo section. He's not really interested in the rest of that wave. He wants out. He's going to go back into the lineup and look for something better than that. And back to Alan Munoz, let me tell you. I don't know if you knew this. He had stitches in his elbow this whole event. So he's had this a serious injury from one of the surfs he's had a week, about 10 days ago, I should say, down a little further south at some crazy slab that they've just recently discovered. And he had a whole bunch of stitches in his elbow, and he had it all wrapped up in a big bandage, and he was unable to go left like in the most characteristic way that he usually has been. So he was a little bit uncomfortable out there, and definitely not in the state that he
explain why you couldn't
is.
go left, because you have to use your elbow on the board as pressure, and you're pushing down and using it as leverage. So if that's where your wound is, it's going to definitely be sore.
Exactly, especially if it's stitches, something serious like that. And that's why he was looking for those big rights and excelling massively when those rights were coming through, and especially as big as they were, he definitely showed that he has the local knowledge to pick off the best ones, which he did with ease.
Man, that's insane. I didn't know about that. Thanks for that info. That was awesome. As we saw a good peak come through there just a minute ago, and in Hawaii sometimes some of the guys call them teepees. So they're just like a teepee like this coming through a peak in the middle, and
doesn't offer much scoring potential, but it looks really good.
Yeah. At least you know there's plenty of shape out there.
Absolutely. This reef is so so varied. It has so many faces to it. You know, if a slightly west swell comes through, the left becomes a, you know, freight training barrel, and if a very straight southwest one comes, which hits the reef more straight on, the right-hander becomes a long wall with a massive ramp and potential serious barrel time.
For sure.
So it definitely has so many different faces and can offer up so much variety when a variety of swells hit it like it is right now. I remember Hardy speaking about the first time he came here 10 years ago. He was claiming the rights to be 15 feet and freight training down the point here. And that would have been a sight to see, let me tell you.
Yeah, he said it was so big that you could only go right.
Wow. And I would have loved to have seen that, because to me this is almost as big as it gets. And yeah, the fact that the guys are surfing it 10 years ago that size is quite something.
So Hardy got a 2.08 on that little wave last time. Not going to matter whatsoever. Still, 12.83 for Ryan Hardy. Ben Player, he only needs a 6.14 to take the lead, which can be done on a pretty small wave without a problem.
On your screen there, you can see our cameraman covering the left, Mr. Kaha from the Canary Islands. He's one of the most dedicated cameramen out there. You know, our whole team here consists of guys from around the world who are specialists in this field. You know, This is not an easy task. Let me tell you, this is some serious concentration for hours and hours on end, and they are responsible to get you the action firsthand. And they've been doing an excellent job, and I have to thank them and all the guys involved, especially the webcast team and the logistical team here, for making all of this possible.
Yes, sir.
And here you see Ben Player.
Yeah,
he likes
Ben
the look
Player
of this.
trying to take that lead. He could do it on this wave. It's big enough if it offers a good barrel.
He used that priority. He got a little cover up. He's going to be looking for a little ball here.
Oh, is he going to roll
Let's see what comes. This is typical for El Gringo.
Very
ball
nice.
Right towards the end, close to the rocks. He just ducks out right before the wave closes out on the rocks. And
well, he needed a 6.14, like we said. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets it. It's close.
I personally think he's going to get it. It was a set wave. He got a good barrel right off the beginning and rode it all the way through the full duration of the wave towards the end of the reef and rolled out with good control and was clean. I mean, I couldn't have faulted anything on that. He was looking good.
Well, it was a smaller set wave. It wasn't a bomb. Definitely not one of the biggest waves of the day so far.
No, not one of the bigger ones. But
I hate to correct you.
A nice clean barrel, and he does come out clean and gets a good roll ball here.
Not enough. 5.58, like I said.
Wow. Okay.
It wasn't a big enough wave according to the judges, and the wave was ridden very good, but I agree, it wasn't a very big wave.
That angle kind of gave it a little bit more size, but front on you could see it wasn't a big set wave. And he comes out of the barrel clean and does a clean roll here, but the judges didn't think it was enough, and of course didn't award him what he needed.
Remember, his first wave of 5.65 was also a good wave, but a smaller wave. Mm-hmm. So they're consistent, a 5.65 and a 5.58 on.
They were very similar. They were very
similar waves.
Yep.
30 seconds ago, can Ben Player pull it together, or is Ryan Hardy going to advance through to the semifinals?
This is serious crunch time here. If Ben Player is able to make it to this heat, he's going to be in a good position for a world title race. And
we have Ryan Hardy now on the right,
and
Ben Player on the left.
This is serious crunch time here for the boys. And I'm following here Ryan Hardy on the right. He's done a roll, and he's back in the pocket trying to roll again. Just stay busy. And the countdown is happening.
Wait till you guys see the replay from this. We saw Ryan Hardy
on the right. He's still busy. He's still going. He's still getting scored for this wave. And the judges are watching this exchange unfold, and they both split a peak. So
wait till you guys see the replay. I'm not going to tell you, but just wait till you see the replay for Ben Player. Things could tighten up. Let's just put it that way right now.
Wow. Okay, I didn't see anything, so I don't know. I was just following Hardy on that right. You were lucky enough to get your head out the window and watch the right and the left of Ben Player.
Here he is, Ben Player driving. Check it out.
A big backflip off the left. And lands it clean.
Perfect, right?
And give it a little claim. I think the judges are going to like that. I don't know what he's going to need after Ryan's score on that right.
Ryan just needs to improve on a 5.83 and the score goes up. Here's a replay of that. Is this better than a 5.83?
Nice roll off the takeoff. Didn't get much air, but good control. And goes vertical here just for another little extension. And he's looking for more on the inside. He's keeping busy. He's not going to give up. Little transition spin and going for another roll off the end. Not much power, not much open face that gives scoring potential there, but the boys did keep busy both ways.
Okay, so we're waiting for scores to come through. We are going to throw it to a commercial here in a minute. We're going to come back with Australian rider Dallas Singer, who's been looking good and had great wave knowledge and wave selection, as well as Eder Luciano, the Brazilian. But these scores are really, really going to matter. All Ben player needed was a 6.14, unless Ryan Hardy improved his score with that last wave, which is possible. So a couple changes coming. We're going to throw it a commercial. We're going to come back with the scores. Stay tuned. GoPro IBA World Tour, stop number 3.
Tomate Surf Shop, presentador oficial Arica Chilean Challenge 2013.
Wow.
Amazing action
crazy.
here at the Arica Chilean Challenge, presented by the Municipalidad de Arica and Tomate Surf Shop. Also, Science Bodyboards, Movie Star, as well as Lawn Airlines. And what a shakeup we had in the last seconds of this third quarterfinal. It was an all-Australian quarterfinal. Ryan Hardy leading for almost the entire time. He and Ben Player split a peak with 5 seconds to go. Ben Player needed a 6.14, and he got a 7.53. Then Ryan Hardy improved his score of 5.83, but he didn't improve it enough. He only got a 6.08. So Ben Player is your winner of heat number 3, moving on to the semifinals, and we're looking at Dallas Singer.
Just negotiating his way out of it. A very nice little barrel on the right-hander and looking for a little air and just coming unstuck on the way down. That was a pretty hot section to hit. He looked like he had a good approach, and then it looked like he was just a little bit early. And just kind of doing a little safety air, which didn't look so safe in the end. But he's back on his board, paddling back out. He's going to get a good score nonetheless, a good way to open up. And
wow, I'm still just blown away at that finish of the third quarterfinal. Great action here at the IBA Tour. We see Sasha. We see Dallas with a barrel right there, Sasha.
He was looking for a little ramp off the end. You're doing a little safety air and just coming unstuck off the end there.
It almost looked like he was playing around.
He did look like
I'm
he was
sure he
playing
wasn't,
on,
but it looked like it.
I think his eyes were looking at the rocks a few meters in front of him, and he just lost a bit of focus there just for a second. And I can hear the crowd on the beach just going crazy for Ben Player that's coming up the rocks here, cheering him on as we see Dallas Singer replay again here. And he just, little air and just little nosedive on the way down. Very little indeed, but nonetheless, he knew what he needed to do and tried it. And the judges will definitely reward him for that barrel. They did. They gave him a pretty healthy score nonetheless, a 5.88. And, he's going to keep that for now. It's going to be something he might need later on.
Okay, so a 5.88 for the opening wave for Dallas Singer. Great job for Dallas starting things off just a few seconds into that first heat. He wasn't able to quite finish that wave the way he wanted, but still a decent opening score there for the Australian. And I'm looking at some of the comments here on Facebook for you, Sasha. Gunnar Schmoss asks, what is your favorite place on the tour to travel? Do you have a favorite place?
Wow. The whole tour is so good, man. I love going to so many different places that we visit. I love Puerto Rico. I love the vibe. I love the lifestyle. The waves are good. It's warm. I love Fronton because it's big and heavy and crazy. I love coming here because we have big and heavy and crazy waves. I like cold water, so I really enjoy coming here too because of that. And I love Hawaii. I love all the stops. I can't really pick one that is the best and one I would pick over any other. So.
All right, we'll give you one
more. I couldn't give you a better answer.
We'll give you one more question. Angus Simpson wants to know, what is your who was your inspiration to start bodyboarding?
Wow.
Or why did you start bodyboarding?
Why? I don't know. I just kind of got hooked. I was just kind of boogie bashing around as a grommet, and just loved the feeling of it.
Did you do it ever since you can remember? Did your dad get you on a bodyboard?
I did it ever since I could remember. I think one of my earliest memories on the beach was running around on one of the pink little, I don't even know what they were called, but it was a one piece of foam. There was no rails or slick on it or anything like that.
As you see Ben Player sign some autographs on the beach. Keep going, Sasha.
He's getting mobbed by the crew there, loving it. And this is part of the job, you know. You got to be there for your fans. And
so you were bodyboarding as long as you can remember. You just remember having a pink little board when you were a little kid.
Yeah, I was just rocking around in my Speedo on the beach, just getting rashed up. And I think my earliest memory of inspiration would have been guys like Mike Stewart and Jeff Hubbard and Spencer Skipper. And then, of course, Paul Roach kind of caught my attention when I was younger, and we had a little crew of DK riders at home who we really pushed each other and enjoyed, you know, riding all over the place and chasing waves together.
Yeah, looks like we have Eder Luciano, the Brazilian, paddling for this wave. Is he going to take off? He does on the right-hander. Sasha, take it away.
He's got good drive, looking for a little barrel here.
Nice.
Looking good. That is a good way to start off this wave. He's going to be looking for a little section here.
Little turn right here.
Set up turn, looking for this wave to stand up a little bit more. He's already got a barrel.
Remember,
spin in the pocket, just a little transition.
Dallas Singer is a 5.88, so he's looking to best that score, and it is possible with that nice little barrel on those turns and spins.
He's just trying to keep busy here.
There he goes, a little roll on the inside as well. So
good extension. He just wanted to finish off, I think. He just wanted something to put a little exclamation mark on the end of that wave, and he wasn't happy with just the barrel. So maybe a smart move. I don't know if it's going to really improve his score that much, but he just wanted to stamp his authority all over that wave. Good barrel.
Good replay right there. Very clean, good posture, driving speed, no spray coming off his body. Nice barrel ride.
Very competent rider, Eder Luciano. Whether it's 2 foot or 10 foot, he's definitely put in a good show out here.
And while we're waiting for that score to come through, you know, we have some other questions for you. Both Ju Ga and Kyle Wright are asking you about when you have wipeouts in big waves, Sasha. You know, how do you react? Do you fold up or do you scrunch? Is there a posture you go into? A lot of questions about wipeouts and how guys deal with it.
Wow. Luckily, I haven't had too many crazy ones yet. Let me just get back to Dallas Singer here. This is a replay. This is what happened while we were watching that replay.
Okay, we'll come back to that answer. And this is Dallas on his second wave of the day. Nice little cover up coming out through the lip, though, not clean. And doesn't do anything else after it. So we got a 6.5 on the first wave for Eder Luciano. And Dallas Singer yet to get a score on his second wave, but that'll put him back up in first place, of course, because it'll be a second wave while Eder only has one. But a 6.5 for Eder Luciano, a good score nonetheless. And let's go back to your answer about the wipeouts. You know, do you take a certain position, or what goes through your mind when you have a wipeout on a big wave like we had out here the other day?
I don't know. I guess out here I was a little worried about hitting the bottom, which I did a few times. Luckily not hard. I was just kind of bouncing on the bottom. I guess I do I call it the starfish. You just kind of extend your body and try and catch as much water, and so that it doesn't push you down too hard and fast. But I don't know if there's a right or wrong way when a 10-foot wave is sucking you over the falls and pushing you down towards a reef. So it's a pretty tricky one.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we have a second score for Dallas Singer, a 5.85. Obviously put him in the lead because he has 2 waves to Eder Luciano's 1 wave. So while we're waiting for more waves to come through and Eder Luciano fire back, Yo-Yo is down on the beach with a man who squeaked by his fellow countryman Ryan Hardy, and his name is Ben Player.
And here I am with Ben Player winning in the last 20 seconds, the last hit of quarterfinal. Benny, tell us about this, please.
Man, you could say I'm fully pumped right now. I was behind that whole heat, and the last 20 seconds, this little kind of set came through. It was nothing special, but I just went for this nice little backflip on the inside and managed to stick it, and it felt good, man. It felt so good to handle that. I was like, can I get the score with that? And I read out a 7-point something, and I knew I went back into first place. And I was like, ooh.
Are you using the same equipment of yesterday? On the big days, the same equipment, the same board?
Yeah, same equipment. It's still pretty solid out there. There's still 8-foot sets, so you still need to be able to scoop into it and be comfortable with your equipment. So that's why I use this Team NMD.
All right, MND team, and congratulations, Benny. Thank you very much.
Thanks, man. Thanks, Yo-Yo. Thanks, everyone, for watching and all the support. Everyone that's watching and everything. Top stuff. Hopefully you can all go down out here today.
Gracias. Back to you, Eric.
That was amazing. I mean, that nail-biting finish there for Ben Player. You could really see on his face how stoked he was during that interview. And well done, buddy. I think you can go all the way. Let's see it happen.
Oh, for sure. I mean, he's won this contest before. He's a former world champion. if anyone can go all the way, he is certainly the one to do it. And, man, great action here on the final day of the GoPro IBA World Tour Stop number 3. This is the Arica Chilean Challenge. My name is Eric Apple, joined by GSS World Tour rider Sasha Specker from South Africa. And we are seeing some great action from some great riders from all countries around the world, right?
Absolutely. It's been a serious flurry of events here the last few days. Guys, unfortunate knockouts, but of course some seriously successful stories here where guys have squeaked through heats, just like that last one where Ben Player defeated fellow countryman and good friend Ryan Hardy in the dying seconds of that heat as they split a peak.
Well, in order for there to be waves, winners, there has to be losers.
Absolutely. Not everyone can win, and that's just the nature of the game. And you see Dallas Singer and Ed Luciano just, packed tight together there in the lineup. They're sitting next to each other. I'm sure they're not exchanging too many words. This is the heated end of the event. They don't want to get too friendly in the water. Out of the water, everyone's pretty much friends here and on good terms. But in the water, it's all business.
Yeah, 100%. And we have all kinds of great questions and comments coming in again from the Facebook page. And, we try to stick to the action. But when we have these long lulls, we will do it when we can. Remember, Eder has beaten Dallas head-to-head in Puerto Rico in a heat. And that was the last time they competed head-to-head.
Awesome.
Right now, we would like to throw it to a GoPro spot check with Alex Arango, who's going to show you around El Gringo.
Here in Arica, I enjoy a lot because the wave is one of the best in the world. You have a lot of things to do here. It's a small city. This is an amazing wave. It's really long, really heavy, and when the swell hits from different sides, you can get a bit longer wave or a smaller but better ball. Sometimes you didn't know if it's going to open really clean, and you drop it and didn't stop for anything and go inside and just trashing you, and that you are going to make it and go fast, and then when you go out you feel like, oh, that's a good barrel. This is Arica's barrel. This is one of the biggest comp of all the event, and I know that everyone is really hungry to win there. You have to trashing yourself all the time, trashing the wave, not be scared of the rocks, and go hard.
Okay, we are back, and I'll tell you what, the second wave of Dallas Singer has got a 5.85. That's one we showed you the replay of earlier. But guess what? He got a third wave. Here is the replay. Huge driving barrel right here. Not the biggest wave, but it's sort of set nonetheless, Sasha.
I mean, he's on the foam ball. He's really negotiating his way through this barrel. And he's still in the barrel. Nice big, clean looping roll out of it. Lands it very clean. And he's looking for another section here. Loops again. So he's got 2 clean rolls and a good barrel. And it just throws a little peace sign for the judges.
Why wouldn't you? I mean, that was an amazing wave. And his score was an 8. So I believe it's the highest scoring wave of the day so far. Dallas Singer with a 5.88 and an 8 with 17 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Look at this angle.
I think this is the judge's view right here, and this is what they see. He looks really deep, and from that previous shot, we could see he was actually on the foam ball. Rolls out of this with good control, and looking for another section here. He does another clean roll, and I love how he does a little peace claim here and pulls off.
Yeah, and he rode that wave as good as it could have been ridden, agreed?
Absolutely. I mean, Dallas Singer in a very commanding lead right now with 13.88. He has a 5.88 and an 8-point ride. Eder Luciano, he has got a good score of a 6.5, but he is looking for a second score. He hasn't even got a second wave yet.
Man, that was an insane wave for Dallas. And, I commented about it with Mike yesterday. The one thing that strikes me about Dallas, and I actually told him about it yesterday as well, is he seems to always be in the right place at the right time and positioned well and getting into the barrel and right off the takeoff. And he maybe isn't doing the big backflips and ARSs on all the waves like some of the other riders, like maybe PLC does, but he's always finding the barrel and he's always in the pocket perfectly.
I think that comes with experience. That's riding a lot of big, heavy waves and knowing which ones are the good ones and knowing where you got to be to get in that good position and not thinking about it too much, but just maybe going more by feel. And he looks comfortable out there. He's very relaxed and he's happy to be there. So I think that is what changes the game a little bit. For people like Dallas Singer, is he has that advantage and that upper hand of experience and comfort in waves like this. And his home break is actually Box Beach up near the Central Coast in Australia. And it is a heavy left-hand wedge. So he's definitely no stranger to heaving left-hand barrels with heavy takeoffs. So maybe that has given him a good advantage out here. And giving him insight into riding heavy lefts like this.
And, Mike said he's still stoked like a Grom. He's still in the water a lot. And, the more off you're in the water, just the more you're in tune with the ocean. And, you're seeing waves come and you're judging them better and better. Obviously, you get better at anything with more practice. And I guess his dedication to the sport and to the ocean has paid off.
Absolutely. Dallas Singer in first position.
So, Eder Luciano with only one wave. He needs a 7.39. to get into the lead. So Dallas put the pressure on early. We are halfway through the heat. 15 minutes ago here in the fourth quarterfinal. We have some riders paddling, it looks like, for a wave. We have a couple waves coming through, some sets. This is Dallas Singer turning around on the left again. Sasha, could he repeat himself?
I think he is. He's looking for another barrel here. Nice scoop. Locks into the barrel. It kind of curtains
Oh, look at that.
Through a pretty crazy section. He comes out and he has a look at the judges just to be like, hey, boys, I came out of this one clean. Throw me a score here. And the judges are definitely going to like it. That was a bigger wave too. And a very good and deep barrel from Dallas Singer. Showing amazing control and drive through that. In the back
okay, well, here it is, the man in yellow.
Striking into a big wave.
Look at this barrel.
And locking in here, just catching his legs, not really opening up for him.
The wave pushed him out. It didn't allow him into the barrel. It didn't really shape up for him. Didn't work out for him. So we already mentioned it. I'll mention it again. The last time they went head-to-head, it was in Puerto Rico, and Eder beat Dallas in 2012 in that heat. But Dallas wants some payback, and he's getting it thus far. Wait till we see the score from this wave. We're looking at the replay. Another good left-hand barrel for Dallas Singer.
He's pretty deep in this thing, and a long section ahead of him. He comes through and pulls into another one kind of here, and he comes out looking at the judges.
Check this out. IBA fans, Dallas Singer with a 9.13 on that wave right there. Man, he is shutting Eder Luciano down thus far with a 17.13. We might be able to get a chance to get that graphic up we showed this morning with the highest scoring heats of the day, but a 9.1 and an 8 might be the highest scoring heat of the contest.
I think it's very close. I think we had a 17.
Look at it, just disappeared, it's gone from view. And we're looking into the barrel. Imagine what the judges saw. Can we see the replay from the other angle? I hope we will. He's going to be gone for a long time in that one, I'm sure.
Absolutely. And it was a pretty deep section that he pulled into there and negotiated his way through the foam ball.
And wow, look at this. Even though he has a 6.5, Eder Luciano's in combo land.
So
what is going on?
At this point, it is looking very possible that there is going to be at least one Australian in the final. That's all I'm saying. So Ben Player might be matching up against a good friend and fellow Aussie Dallas Singer if Eder Luciano can't find his way out of combo.
Okay, let's see what this replay is. This is the other angle we asked for. Great job, guys. Dallas Singer disappearing. He's still gone, but he's still in there. He's still gone. Where is he, Sasha?
Driving through that last section. And I love how he comes out looking at the judges. He knew he was coming out. He could see that opening and just pulls off, showing a little bit of stoke, lifting his legs up. Body language is everything out here. You can really see when the guys are happy with their last ride. And
awesome
and
job.
That's awesome to see.
Awesome job.
And, yeah, time is counting down. Eder Luciano finding himself in a serious spot of bother here. He needs to start again pretty much with 12 minutes remaining.
Amazing. Great surfing. And Eder Luciano, I mean, it's got to be quite a feeling to be in the quarterfinals. You've been doing this good all along, and you're all of a sudden you're in a combo situation with 12 minutes to go. Ouch.
Yeah, that's pretty serious. And I mean, he had no control over that. 2 of those waves Dallas caught without priority. Eda didn't even want those. So that's, you know, it might have been a bit of a mistake there from Eda Luciano. Dallas Singer having caught 4 waves, pretty much all 4 of them pretty decent scores. And 2 of those he caught without priority. So that just definitely shows he knows what's good and he picks them off. So he's been picking cherries all heat long. And bit of a lull here. Those last few waves came through in a flurry. Both riders catching something, but nothing really paying off. So this is just a bit of a break.
We're going to try to show that graphic we talked about earlier. But like I said, a 9.13 is a very high score. I'm sorry, a 17.13 is a very high score for a heat in any competition, and it might be the highest scoring heat of this competition. We'll get back to you, but either way, it doesn't matter. And the point is Dallas is ripping.
That's exactly what's going on. Yeah, he's got a stranglehold over Eda Luciano in this final quarterfinal of the day, and this is the last quarterfinal, which means there's going to be 4 competitors left after this who will be fighting it out for the 2013 GoPro IBA Arica Chilean Challenge crown. And I don't know, who is your pick? Who do you reckon is going to take this event? We've got Dave Winchester and Guilherme Tamega in the first semi-final. Ben Player is waiting in that second semi-final for whoever makes it through this heat, which at this point is looking like it's going to be Dallas Singer. And you know, those are the 4 guys that have got a shot at winning this event right now. Who's your pick, Eric?
You know, I wasn't ignoring you. I just didn't want to answer because honestly, I don't have a pick. I mean, I usually am the first guy to make a decision. You know, I'm not afraid to say what I feel, but man, I mean, Dave Winchester and GT have won this place many times. Ben Player is a former winner here. Dallas Singer just put up the highest scoring heat possibly of the contest. I mean, to make any decision, I mean, they're all so close. There's really no point in it because who knows? And we have Eda Luciano on the right. He's in combo land. He needs to get something big.
And he has a big roll off the top. Kind of got stuck up at the top there a little bit, but some good air on his way down. And he's looking for another section. He's definitely eyeing something out, but that wave just kind of crumbling on him and not offering up any more scoring potential. So Eda Luciano is definitely not going to help his cause with that. He needs some serious work done before he gets himself out of that combination situation. Big wave and good approach towards a section here.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not going to be a threat to Dallas Singer's 8 and 9.13, is it?
No, it's not. Definitely not. And Eda Luciano, I'm sure he's not happy with the way that wave panned out, knowing that he needs a combination of scores to advance through this heat. And these are the stats here. Eda Luciano, he's only 26 years old, from Brazil, and a fierce competitor, let me tell you. He is one of the taller guys on tour and one of the bigger guys too. I think that 78 kilograms might be a little bit underjudged. He might have been telling a little bit of a fib there. He's a big guy. He's very strong in stature, and he definitely shows that in his performance. Always putting on a strong performance and never giving up. So Eda Luciano, he's still in combo, even after that last wave of 5.88. That didn't really affect the situation. He's going to have to start again.
And, you know, maybe on that weight thing, maybe they had a little bit of a problem transferring pounds to kilos.
Yeah, maybe the maths wasn't quite right, but I know that Eda Luciano is a pretty big guy, and there's a lot of muscle.
There are some sets out the back coming, I'll tell you that. We can see him up and down the coastline here in Arica, Chile. So get ready for some action.
And I'm sure that first semi-final is getting ready to pedal out there, and they must be getting pretty excited. You know, I know GT gets super pumped up before a heat, especially at this level of competition. He's not really possible to even talk to or even try and get a photograph of him. He's just in the zone and doing his thing. So him and Dave Winchester are prepping for that first semi-final. Dave Winchester, he's a very calm, collected guy. He's probably high-fiving his mates in the competitors area, just kind of, you know, having a friendly banter and just talking story, having a look at the waves and kind of mentally preparing himself for what is going to be a massive matchup against previous winner archer Guilherme Tamega.
Man, so we are with 7 minutes left here in the last quarterfinal of the IBA GoPro World Tour Stop number 3. That is the Arica Chilean Challenge. Dallas Singer in the lead, the score of 17.13. Eder Luciano got a 5.88 on his last wave. So Eder Luciano improves his position, but he is still in combo land. Wow, can you believe it? I mean, 6.5 minutes to go, and you're still combo. That's got to be disheartening for Eder. What that means for you people at home who don't understand, one wave, even if it's a 10, is not enough for him. He has to get 2 better scoring waves than a 6.5 and a 5.88.
Exactly. It's called combo for a reason. He's in a combination situation, which means he needs a combination of waves to get him out of that spot of bother that he's in right now. And let me tell you,
combination of good waves.
Yeah, exactly. of all borderline excellent, because Dallas Singer is sitting with an 8 and a 9.13, which are 2 almost, near perfect waves. They're in the excellent range. So he's going to need, Eder Luciano is going to need to get some serious work done here with 6 minutes remaining. Let me just tell you, that 6.5 and 5.88 that he does have would have got him through most heats today, but in this heat, he has his work cut out for him.
For sure, that's an understatement. Work cut out for him is a great description, Sasha.
And Dallas Singer just came out of the gates, guns blazing, and he just showed that he wants this real bad.
And over the heats, it's cool to see guys who get into their strides of the contest. I talked about it yesterday with Ryan Hardy. His first couple of heats, he didn't look so good. He even lost the first round, had to go to the second. The third round, he squeaked by with Alan Munoz. And the fourth round, Ryan, really brought it on when he defeated Johan Florentine with a total score of 15.81. So he really was getting into a stride and improving his scores every heat. And to be honest, even though he lost, he's a bed player who got that insane wave a few seconds ago. Ryan Hardy surfed a great heat.
Absolutely.
He had good scores. He performed well. Ryan Hardy just didn't quite do as well as bed player at the last minute, but he was really getting better and better. And I will say the same thing for Dallas Singer. He's looked more impressive every single heat. And what they call that in sports is peaking, and he is peaking right now, and he's doing it at the right time. You don't want to throw it all out there and do your best in the early part, and then kind of peter out at the end. You want to improve, and be at your peak performance in the semis and finals.
That's exactly how it is. I mean, everything in sport is timing. Everyone's going up and down in performance, and you want to kind of have your slump when the event is not on, and when the event is drawing near, you want to kind of be on the rise and improving, and then as you move through rounds in the event, you want to start peaking and performance increasing as you move towards the later heats in the contest and advance towards the semi-finals and the finals. That is exactly where you want to be peaking and putting on your best performance.
Yeah, 100%. And the IBA World Tour is no different than any other world-class sport and world-class events. These guys are top athletes who put a lot of thought and a lot of training into everything. As we take a look at the priority right there, Dallas Singer is priority in the lead. Eder Luciano is second in priority. But back to that story, these guys are top athletes, and they have put a lot of thought and a lot of training and a lot of time into their sport. I mean, as you know, you're one of these guys, and all that stuff plays into the results, your strategy, as well as, just how you take care of yourself and pushing your body at the right time. And, I know it from a background in racing cars and fighting as well. I mean, you don't want to train too hard in the beginning of your fight camp. I train for 8 weeks, 10 weeks. You don't want to expend all your energy in the beginning, Sasha, so that it happens to a lot of fighters where by the time you get to the fight, you're overtrained. Mm-hmm. Your body is too worn down. You can't perform very well. Mm-hmm. So you have to try to find the other side of that where there are sometimes guys who don't train hard enough. Yep. So it's always finding that balance. I guess it's just like everything in life. Like it's a metaphor for our life. You got to find the right balance in everything, and it just becomes magnified when you're at a top level sport like the IBA bodyboarding tour.
Absolutely. These guys are peak performance athletes, and this is kind of where they are now. We're in the tail end of what is going to be one of the best bodyboarding events in history, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Needless to say, we're here in the 10th year, so it's a very healthy event, and the waves are pumping every year, and this year is no exception. So stay tuned. Semi-finals and finals coming up pretty soon. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in this final heat of the quarterfinal rounds. And that is what's going to be happening for the rest of the day. Semis and finals. Dave Winchester and Guilherme Tamega, semi-final number 1. Ben Player, and what is right now looking like it is going to be Dallas Singer joining him in that second semi-final, unless Eder Luciano can get 2 excellent scores in just over 2 minutes.
Not going to happen.
That is a huge feat, And I have seen stuff like this done before, but this is going to be some serious magic he's going to have to pull out of the hat.
Yeah, you know, I think Eder Luciano is an amazing rider, but with less than 2 minutes to go, as you can see on the screen, it's extremely unlikely that Eder Luciano is going to get a wave, a high score, paddle back out and get a second high-scoring wave, especially when Dallas has priority.
And here we go. It looks like these guys are going to be splitting the peak. Nope, just
Dallas once again
left.
on the left. Is he just going to rub it in right now? Look at this.
I think this is just a little
Oh, he was looking smiling. You can see his smile.
He's just cheeky.
Oh, he's pumped.
He's playing with it, and he knows he's through. There's no way that Eder Luciano is able to catch 2 more waves in a minute and 20 seconds. And Dallas Singer that was just a little victory lap. That's pretty much what it was.
That wasn't in your face as far as I'm concerned. He was laughing.
He was
literally laughing.
Cheekily looking out the barrel at the judges.
Cheekily.
Whatever.
I understand it.
Here we go. Look at this. He just has a little look out, a little critical look back, if you want to call it that, and he's still looking out to the side. And
awesome.
he
Absolutely
loved that.
awesome.
He's just toying with it. Dallas Singer, one of the best in the business.
For
and
sure.
Today showing why he is one of the best in the business. I love this replay. If you look here, have a look at his face, what he does here through this next section.
That's great.
He's just looking to the side.
Awesome shot right
Still
there.
looking to the side over here and blatantly having eye contact with the crowd, friends, and judges on the beach as he exits.
30
another barrel.
3 seconds ago. He got a 7.33.
A throwaway.
Wow. So let's just look at it this way. One of Dallas Singer's throwaway waves is equal to Eder's scoring wave of 5.88. I mean, he literally had 5 waves that were as good as Dallas's counting wave,
Absolutely.
or better.
Dallas Singer could have made it through this heat with all of his throwaway scores, never mind the 2 top-scoring rides that he's got. And this is the last call here for Eder Luciano with a massive ramp.
Wow, look at that.
Huge spin off
Awesome.
that. Perfect textbook air forward off the end of that. And that's all she wrote for Eder Luciano.
I'll tell you what right now. Not that Eder should be embarrassed by any means, but this wave right here saved some face for him right there.
Absolutely.
He's not going to make it through, but right there he just showed us, hey, I'm not joking around out here. I can throw some big moves. You know, if I would have gotten one more wave of that size,
he would have been.
He could have been in contention. Because that was sick.
I think he's going to get a near excellent score for that. That was some serious high risk and flawless execution by Eder Luciano. I'm out of the booth. I've got Mike Stewart stepping back in here. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Yes, sir.
Thanks
Sasha.
for having me, Apple. And good luck for the rest of the event, boys.
Wow, some great action going down. The quarterfinals are over. Our semifinals are set. 9-time world champion Mike Stewart, my buddy, has rejoined me here in the booth for the Arica Chilean Challenge. And this is Eder Luciano's last hurrah. Looking good. Oh, we don't see the replay. Looking good. Look at this angle. Good size set wave. It's a big wave. All kinds of speed. There was no way he was going to advance no matter what. So this was for himself and for his friends and the fans. Look at this big forward 360 off the lip. Boom! As Manny Vargas would say. Big airdrop on the foam ball, looking good. Perfect right away. Man, it was a great wave. It really was.
Yeah,
it's just too bad he didn't have another opportunity like that to put up a big score. So once again, Dallas Singer winning with a 17.13. We're still waiting for the score for Eder Luciano's 4th and final wave. Like I said, it doesn't matter, but I'm curious to see what the judges gave him because that was a good score. Good score, Mike.
That was an awesome one. And so we're just about ready to start one of the great rivalries right now in bodyboarding. These guys are just about dead even in their matchup, Dave Winchester and Guillermo Tamega. And here in particular, they both excel at Gringo. So this is going to be quite a matchup here. Sit back and enjoy the show because this is going to be pretty high level competing and riding.
8.9 for Eder Luciano.
8.9. So
I mean,
it takes him on a combo at least, you know.
He would have need so with that wave. If he would have had another wave and a 7.73, could have been in contention. It just wasn't to be. Although it was a great wave. So Eder Luciano with a 9.4, and I'll tell you right now, I think that's the highest scoring wave of the contest because you had a 9.35,
9.38, I think.
Yeah, and you and 2 other guys are tied for the highest scoring wave with a 9.38.
That would be the highest scoring wave so far.
And do you remember the graphic we saw earlier today as we get the semifinal started of the highest scoring heats of the day and what the scores were?
Yeah, I remember it vaguely.
Was it 17 or so or less?
Combined scores.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't recall that one.
Well, Dallas Singer had over a 17 in that heat.
I
think it's possibly the highest scoring heat of the contest, and we'll check into that and get back to you guys later. So we had a super heat yesterday. I should rephrase that. We've had a bunch of super heats. We had GT and Jeff Hubbard, a great battle yesterday. GT sent the Kauaian home. But once again, another amazing heat. These guys have battled it out back and forth every single year. Dave Winchester and Guillermo Tamega. The heat is underway. We're going to throw you to a commercial. Eric Apple and Mike Stewart are going to be back calling the action in a moment. Water. We are back, 27 minutes and 55 minutes to go. So just over 2 minutes through this heat. Nobody's caught a wave. Dave Winchester, Guillermo Tamega. These guys are both champions from here in Arica, the Australian versus the Brazilian. Two different styles as well. I mean, this is a contrast in every form of the word. Correct, Mike?
Good call, Eric. Yeah, for sure. I mean, GT, someone who just manhandles waves and just will just will his way through sections. And then you got Weenie on the other hand. It's just kind of like he just flutters about and kind of not the same intensity. He's just lighthearted. I mean, he gets intense in heats, but it's just a totally different approach. And so this is you will see a huge contrast in riding styles and just an approach to the heat here. But, this is it. This is crunch time now. These guys both are they both got some momentum. They know that the finals are one heat away. If they can just get through this heat, they're both extremely familiar with this situation, being in a heat against each other and at this level. So this is you're going to see the highest level of bodyboard competition like right now, this heat. This is one of the best, this has got to be one of the best rivalries right now going in bodyboarding. So
I think it's also the best commentary team we've ever had in the sport of bodyboarding,
Claiming it. Cool.
So once again, Eric Apple, I'm stoked to be here in Chile. Happy to be your host for the GoPro IBA World Tour, and I'm also very happy to have my friend and 9-time world champion Mike Stewart in the booth with me once again. And I can't say it enough times. The guy sponsors the event, surfs in the event, and comes and commentates for us as well. This guy is the man. So thanks to Science Bodyboards.
Yeah.
And we also have to thank all these riders and the IBA, as well as local promoter Tomate, for putting on this insane event. This is good. We were just talking about it off camera. This is great content. And we see Dave Winchester going right.
Okay, this wave looks like it's lining up pretty good. It might have a good section. It might be, massive air.
Nice. Dave Winchester.
Winchester rides out smooth. That's just going to be an absolute massive score. GT back at it.
Firing back.
That barrel just kind of ran away from him.
So
absolute massive error by Winnie to start his campaign. That was insane.
So Dave Winchester drawing first blood right there.
Carip.
Let's check out Carip. Check out Dave Winchester on the right.
Nutty.
Look at this.
It looked like it was going to bend away from him. So many of the waves today kind of bend away, but this thing just kind of like
cracks.
He just has a
way
to that was just an insane move.
And he landed in the perfect spot, like a little whitewater cushion. Yeah. So we're going to see a good score from Winnie soon.
Great technique through that whole ride. And it was unassuming. I didn't really expect it for him to get that kind of boost and that kind of section. A lot of times you kind of run towards that end section and it just kind of a lot of times it'll bend out and there's just nothing to hit.
So take a look at the replay. This is Guillermo Tamega, former
GT
world
had the right idea here. He had a good line. And it looked like just kind of that wave just kind of was not a great wave. I mean, he gave it a good dig, and you can never write him off. He might come through that whitewater, And
40 years old. Woo! He's an old guy.
Oh, man, he's a young buck. So age is relative, right? Wow.
So both riders paddling back out. We'll see who's going to get out there first and get priority. I'm kind of surprised because neither Winnie or GT are paddling hard like with their arms, just their fins, just kicking their legs.
That's interesting.
And we have some scores coming through, ladies and gentlemen. 8.5 for Dave Winchester.
Dave Winchester opens up big.
Big right there. And Jeremy Tameka with a 2.5. He's not going to want to take that score home. He's looking to replace that with 2 good rides. But wow, Dave Winchester, just absolutely huge initial assault there with 8.5, Mike.
So that's just going to fuel the fire for GT. I mean, he loves that. He loves when he gets cornered.
I wouldn't say he's happy about that score.
He's not happy, but you're gonna see him go to town now. Like he's, there's no holding back. He's got, he's in.
So, Mike, tell us how that affects the train of thought for Dave Winchester. What's going through his head?
That's a keeper score, no doubt. No,
but what's going through his head? You come out with an 8.5. You got 24 minutes to go.
That was just a beautiful error.
And how does that change your approach?
Well, he's got one in the bag, and that's a nice place to be, especially in a heat against GT. And so now, he can be, he needs to get another one of those or better that. So he's going to be kind of getting into selection mode. So you'll see him take off on a wave only if he thinks it's going to be that same score or close to it. It's going to be a kind of a waiting game, I guess, for him at this point. But we'll see. He might have a different strategy, especially with GT. Looks like he's kind of getting busy here. So throw that concept I just threw out the door because he's going to start stacking up his points. So here's on a pretty good left. This looks like a pretty good bubble.
Once again, Dave Winchester riding that foam ball, pushing out nice. 2 good waves already for David Winchester in the opening 7 minutes. Man.
And that was right under GT's priority, too. So that's putting the pressure. That'll put the pressure right on GT.
To say the least.
Yeah.
All right, taking off. Dave Winchester paddling. Just turning in nice, smooth. I mean, it makes it look easy.
Yeah, he does. It's that wave pretty much did all the work.
He just went.
He just took
the right
off.
place,
good
right
selection,
time.
and don't make any errors and ride it well. And
wow, and a 7.
Okay, so
for Dave Winchester.
How much time has that been?
22 minutes to go.
Yeah, so we got like another entire heat in front of us, and he's already starting to really close the door. And I say that, but it's GT's the kind of guy, with his passion, he'll just bust that door right open. And
okay, so Mike, once again, we got some questions coming in for you on the IBA Facebook page. And this is a question that's on my mind, too, and I think we talked about it a little bit. CJ Piezas asked us, what do the riders have to do to get a perfect 10? And he said, in the last heat, I thought there were 3 waves that were close to that. And you and I talked about it, I think, before. We haven't seen any 10s. We don't see them very often. What does it take?
Yeah, it takes, a perfect ride. I mean, you're going to have to get a good, incredible barrel and probably a big move. If you can do those 2 things, or 2 big moves, if you can do those 2 things, you'll get a 10.
Okay, so
but you really gotta surprise everybody with your wave riding.
It's got to be over the top. And right now we have Yo-Yo, the man, the myth, the legend, down on the beach with Dallas Singer. Take it away, Yo-Yo.
And we are just finishing the last quarterfinal, and here we are with the winner, Mr. Dallas Singer. Dallas, tell us about the last heat.
It was good. Kind of went my way from the start, so that was good. I had an early lead, so it's just always a bit nerve-wracking when you got an early lead and you just want to hold on to it. So the last, 15 minutes went quite slow, but at the end, I just tried to have some fun, and I got a good one on the inside that I was just kind of laughing the whole time. So the waves are good, and there's a few awesome left, so I was stoked. Yeah.
Did you take this as a revanche from last year in Puerto Rico against Eder?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I've had only one man heat with him, and that was the one in Puerto Rico, and he schooled me. So yeah, I definitely owed him one.
Okay. Thank you very much. Congratulations, and well, I deserve you the best on the next heat, Dallas. Thanks.
Cheers, yeah.
Okay, you just saw there ride from GT. Opening up his campaign in this heat. So here's his replay. So he gets a pretty good line here. I mean, that's a pretty darn good barrel. So that's going to be a high score. And then he's looking for a section here to do something. Gets a spin off the top, but it kind of got it. And all that triple up that you saw on the wave there. Yeah, he just got caught on that upper lip. But, man, that was a pretty darn good wave. Let's see here. So, gosh, that wave just ran. Waves are just so good right now. And just see, you know, that towards that end there, it just kind of runs right up on the rock. So it's pretty hectic.
Good day, Mike.
Good day. Alex is in the booth with us.
Yeah, just jumped in.
Alex Leon, legend from Cronulla area, Shark Island local.
Thanks, Mike.
Ripper down from down under.
Just had to fill in for Eric. He's having a little breather there. So
yeah, Eric's been at it for a while. Yeah. So good to see you in the booth, and yeah, we're super excited to see what's going on here. Yeah. There's some just pretty mind-bending wave riding going on. Yeah, super amping.
I'll tell you, people downstairs are just ecstatic. People jumping up
sick.
All over the wall and everything. It's been crazy.
I hope you guys are enjoying it from behind the computer screens that you're watching. And
yeah, I just want to thank everyone for tuning in around the world too. We're trying to bring you the best show possible, and
it's all this guy's putting it all together behind the scenes.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're super excited to be here too. It's a great show for us. Like it's you can't with the replays and stuff. It's for us even watching is a real treat.
Yeah.
So far we have Dave Winchester in the lead.
With Winnie with two big waves. I mean, right now, as it is now.
How's the score for Dave's first invert? An 8.5.
8.5, yeah. And GT is going to need to replace both of those scores.
Because you see him, has GT's last barrel been scored yet?
Yeah, 6.95.
Okay, can you see that? So they've scaled this heat back compared to the last one.
Yeah. And that they the judges know, they know what the level of riding potential is here. So, if you see an adjustment in the heat, because they do kind of take things into consideration, like the scale. The main objective is for the better wave rider of that time period to come out ahead. And so, if guys are getting 2s and 3s, but the scale is down and the right guy's getting through, then the job of the judge is complete. So the scale might change. I mean, that's an extreme. That it would never be that much, but if there's a point or so below what you would expect, it's because they've scaled things back a little bit and kind of recalibrated, so to speak. So it's just an opportunity to kind of open things up a little bit too, and offer more potential for guys, because with these two guys in the heat, you're going to see you could potentially see some way beyond average wave riding, and in that case, they really do need that upper part of the scale to judge.
And I can confidently say right now that here we see Dave Winchester on this left, just tucking in.
Ride. So he's going to run well.
Comes out. He's got to do something out of this thing.
Oh! He lands so smooth too. So that was.
Now that's what we want to see.
That was smooth.
Here we see GT.
He's looking for something here. Okay. Oh, catches a rail on his flip.
Well, who's going to win the battle?
Okay, there's going to be a paddle battle. GT might be a little bit further out. So
yeah, it looks like GT will get there.
But that was, GT trying to really push it here and go for it. He knows what he needs to do, and
holding priority down.
So, yep, there you go. There's first priority to. Well, I haven't seen the priority yet, but I'm sure GT is going to get the priority there. And in fact, I don't even know if they've announced it yet.
Yeah, be good to see a replay of that Winchester roll. Smooth transition, wasn't it? Yeah, real smooth.
And I'm just wondering how long he needs to ride it out. So anyway, nice barrel. I mean, this first part, he did a nice stall to get in there. Then from here, you can just see him racing for that section.
Just lines it up.
And just big extension,
a
lot of air, just so nice, so smooth.
That's a complete move, because I spoke to the judges before about how long they got to ride out, and they're aware of how critical it is to land in front of those rocks. So they've basically said if you land with a metre, you ride it out for a metre and then bail out because of the rocks. It's a completed move.
Wow, nice look from there.
So from here, we'll be able to see if he has...
Just a big, huge sky roll.
Oh, well, we couldn't get the last clip of that. But, yeah, 7.7. So they've awarded him for that completed roll.
That moves into one of his top-scoring waves with an 8.5 and a 7.7. Pressure's on.
Let's just see where GT got stuck. It looks like, yeah, that back tail just bogged in, didn't it?
Yeah, it seemed like he might have hit that a little early. And as a result, it kind of threw him on a weird part of the wave, and he couldn't get the board under him. So that's kind of uncharacteristic from GT, especially in at this level. In a semi, you don't see him usually faltering like that.
Well, I can confidently say, Mike, there's going to be an Australian in the final.
Yes, well, we'll wait and see. We don't know for sure. This is
we
semi-1.
know for sure because the second semi-final is Ben Player and Dallas Singer.
Oh, okay, right.
So we're going to definitely have an Aussie in there.
So
and will it be GT or Winnie joining them?
Okay, that's right. So it could be a South American
versus Australian,
or it could be an all-Australian
final. And I'm sure their families and friends are tuning in from Australia too. And all GT supporters in Brazil, I'm sure they're watching. They're an hour ahead of us here in Chile.
So here you go. There's the priority.
Probably 10:30 there.
With Guilherme in first priority. Now, GT really knows how to work the priority. And we'll see if he might begin to get a little... he might begin to get a little bit frazzled if he can't get another decent scoring quick. But in which case you might see some errors tactically. But man, the guy's so seasoned and has done this for so many years, and is such a great competitor that he competes perfectly so often.
Yeah, it's not over until that hooter rings because these guys have done so many amazing things in the last 30 seconds in all their heats.
Yeah.
Especially these two together.
Yeah.
It's a battle of the warriors, isn't it? So we've got 12 minutes remaining in this one here, and currently Dave Winchester, your former Arica champion, in the lead with a total combined score of 16.2. He's got an 8.5 for that first big invert, and we just saw then his second highest scoring way was that barrel to a beautiful transitional roll there out of the barrel.
Yeah, that was I really like that.
If you're watching kids and you want to learn how to barrel roll, that's an exact template of what you should do.
Air roll. That was a really, he got good air, great projection off of the lip, and
he just rolled with it, like you could see. He took that whole line that the lip was taking.
I think that's why he got the little bit higher score too, because that radicalness plays a big role in the judges' tally.
We see him holding back here. He might be eyeing off a section.
Eyeing a section for sure. Here he goes. What
he
got? Whoa!
Oh!
What the heck was that?
It was like almost a reverse air, but more of a backflip, wasn't it?
Kind of a reverse
He's still going.
Backflip.
Yeah.
Oh. He's just having fun. That was sick.
It's just a nice loop, reverse loop, wasn't it?
Yeah, he just went up. It was kind of like a reverse air, just an inverted reverse air. And that was pretty cool.
Yeah, let's have another look at this replay. I want to see the way he rotated this.
So you can kind of see him hanging up high. This part of the section, you want to hang high to get your speed up to run into this next section. And he's running into that. I think he's going to do a roll. And look at this. He just turns it into a reverse, but doesn't quite bring it around. So it's just like it's kind of like a backflip, but then he rotates out the towards the beach.
Well, Winchester cool. Really turning it on, isn't he?
Yeah, that was neat to see. I like to see the creativity, and him just kind of changing things up a little bit and just throwing in more repertoire, and I think that'll kind of really help his confidence as well, because.
Yeah. Well, Mike, I'm going to leave you to it. Eric's back. I'm going to have to jump out, mate. I've got a lot of stuff to organise.
Quick, because he's kind of a big guy, and I hear he can fight.
Here you see Tamiga having a look at this. Yeah, he's a big guy. He can fight.
We'll be fighting to get in these chairs because it's a great show from here. This is one of the best places to view it, and it's fun to talk about it.
I just want to thank on behalf of the IBA to every single person that's tuning in from around the world. Without your support, we wouldn't be here, wouldn't be able to do this. So Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for the support, everyone, for sure. Well, so Dave Winnie gets a 9 for that. So they love the and this is really going to put GT in the pressure cooker. So here he goes. This is a great little start of a wave. Oh, it's going to run. It's going to run. You know, he's just pushing it. He needs a big score. He knows that. He needs, basically he's comboed. So he's going to need a miracle here at this point. And this guy, if anyone, is capable of that. So it should be a very exciting finish to this. I'll tell you what, though, once Dave gets into this kind of rhythm and he's opening up like he is, and this is, every competitor kind of seeks this, where you can just really open up and just let loose and do what you want to do. Here's GT's last wave. He just kind of runs away from him at the end there. But once, getting back to Dave's situation, once you can get that kind of rhythm going and you just can open up, then all the pressure's let out and you just can surf so freely. Just babbling my words.
Oh, you sound great, Mike. Eric Apple, I'm back in the booth, joined by 9-time world champion Mike Stewart. I took a little momentary bathroom break, but I am back. And, man, I think I missed some insane waves.
You missed a lot of action, man.
Now, I'm going to get the lay of the land while I tell the people at home. Dave Winchester in the lead. His scoring waves, an 8.5 and a 9. He also has a throwaway score of a 7 and a 7.7. Are you kidding me?
Which is higher than any of GT's waves right now. So that's just
Tamega with a scoring rides of 6.9 and a 4.4. He's in combo land with 7 minutes and 55 seconds ago. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Man, these guys are stepping up.
Okay, so watch for some crazy antics here. Totally crazy antics here towards the end with GT. If a set comes in and there's a section, get ready for some craziness, because he will go absolutely cuckoo to try to get his score.
There's the boys right there. Hubby, Ryan Hardy. I see Lachlan Cramsey as well. PLC, I think, over
George
there at the
Humphrey
hood.
in the beginning, in the closest to the
Yes,
camera.
sir.
Yep, there's the boys, the peanut gallery as we were converted into.
Amazing
Everyone
action.
wishes they were in this heat.
Amazing action here.
But it's fun to watch too. Like it is a real treat to watch guys when they're in rhythm and things are going good. This has to be, I think, the highest scoring heat of the whole contest for Dave. This is going to be the highest score. I mean, a 9 and an 8.5. That's pretty darn good.
Man,
a few points away from perfection, actually. 2.5 points to be exact.
If we have a chance, I would love it if Ren and the boys showed us some replays. Let's get me caught up. And those waves are so good. I mean, we can't watch them too many times, can we, Mike?
I want to see that reverse again.
Yeah,
It
was like an off-axis reverse, kind of like
kind of a backflip. It was basically a backflip, and the way where he landed, the proximity on the wave was kind of where you would land a reverse or something. So it was really interesting. But the judges love the creativity and they love how well it was executed.
Yeah, thank you guys. Let's check out this replay.
So
Dave
he's
Winchester
just coming out
driving.
with a ton of speed and just.
Oh, looking good right there, Mike.
Yeah, you just didn't expect that,
Sick. That was the 9.
Yeah, and he does really well about recovering. If you notice in his rides, he's already leaving the maneuver with speed, and he's recovered so well. So, his technique is pretty darn hard to beat out here. Hard to beat anywhere, really. I mean, he's one of the most consistent bodyboarders on tour. Last year he certainly was. I think he made every final. And just narrowly missed to the world title to Jeff Hubbard in the Fronton event. Just missed it by heat. But Jeff also had an amazing year with the Winnet pipe and smoked me out there. So
look at this in red. Dave Winchester once again taking off on a good-sized left, Mike, and he's scooping in.
Wow, nice little barrel. God, he just rides that barrel so well. Just such good control. Maybe not his highest score, but pretty darn good.
Man.
I mean, look, they're high-fiving. Him and Ben is, or is that Dallas? I think that's probably Ben in there.
That's
they're Ben, Ben,
Winnie,
and Ryan. They're basically they live with each other. Basically, when they travel on these events, they've been doing it for so many years.
Look at this replay, amazing
nice,
wave.
Deep barrel by Winnie, just so well ridden. Just
this
nice
guy,
technique, and he's just having fun at this point.
Mike, I was talking about this, I believe, when Sasha was in the booth with me, and this is something I'm sure that as well as anybody, and you'll have some good comments on it. these guys are among the best athletes in the world. And when you're a top-level athlete, there's something more to just being in good shape and performing well. There's something called peaking. And Dave Winchester has been doing good, but, man, this heat, as well as the last heat where we saw Ben Player, these guys are starting to peak right now.
Yeah. I mean, Ben catching just getting through on his last wave. We'll see how he does in the semi. But, if Winnie, I mean, gosh, what a great way to go into the final.
7.35. So he has throwaway waves of 7.35, 7.7, and 7s. You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, GT just needs the waves, and they're just not coming. So that he can put on a more valiant battle, because you just can't. Okay, we got something here. He's battling for this. At this point, he's looking for anything. He knows he's got to get out of combo before he can even get the scores that he needs.
Too deep.
Just so deep, trying to. I had this conversation with him the other day, and he's what? Sometimes you just don't know. You just got to pull in, even if it looks like a closeout. This strategy has worked for him in the past. Years in the past where he would be just pulling in and Hail Mary. You wouldn't know if he would make it or not. He wouldn't know if he would make it or not, and he'd just go for it. And sometimes he'd make it and get crazy scores, and then a lot of times he wouldn't make it. So it was just kind of
take a look at that replay,
throw your dice.
Mike.
So, he did everything right here. Just that wave just ran away from him. So, now that puts things in a really tight spot, because I think Winnie moves into priority. And, don't think that Winnie will give him a break here.
No, so GT got a 2.2 on that little wave. Not going to matter whatsoever. Mike, let me ask you a question. When you see guys like Dallas Singer and Dave Winchester getting these highs of scores and throwaway waves of 7.7s and 7s and 7.3s, and we're down here in South America for a month. You're going home, but a lot of us are going to be down here. We have 2 more events after this. Is that intimidating to these guys sitting over here watching who are already out of the contest? They're like, man, Winchester is just murdering. Is that
for sure. Whether it's conscious or not. I mean, it probably is conscious, but I mean, this guy is surfing so good right now that it's definitely got to have an effect on you.
Yeah.
And your psyche even. But hey, every heat is different. Every wave is different. They're at this point the boys are just like enjoying the show, just like everyone else behind the computer screens out there.
Yeah.
And we're just as excited to see this as you guys are. And and as Alex said, thanks so much for you guys' support, because we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that.
Yeah, once again, this is the 10th annual Arica Chilean Challenge presented by the Municipalidad de Arica and Tomate Surf Shop, and, of course, Science Bodyboards, Movie Star, and Lawn Airlines. I'm looking good in my gyro shirt, buddy.
Yeah, looks good. got Eric, bulging out of my shirt over here. That's pretty sick.
They're going to show us on camera. We got our...
Yeah, he's got it going.
Gyro.
Yeah.
Mike Stewart, the man, the myth, the legend.
So it's your support, buying this stuff, that it helps me keep going and try to sponsor more events and put back into bodyboarding. Well, that's what I want to do.
Everybody's certainly very thankful that, Mike, you have dedicated your life and all of your work to this sport and expanding the sport and developing the sport and producing products for the sport.
Well, there's good places to go,
Here we go, Dave Winchester.
Dave Winchester just, that was nice.
It's Rainer.
You can almost see him, he did like a wheelie there as a shockwave hit him, and he's just having fun. I mean, that actually, I don't know if that's going to be an 8.5, but that was pretty neat. I mean, look at his scores. It's ridiculous. He hasn't got anything less than a 7.
And tell me this, it looks like we're having all.
He's got
6
waves.
Tell me this, Mike. Does that remind you of the last quarterfinal where Dallas just, with 30 seconds to go, gets this insane barrel and smiles at the beach and laughs when he didn't need it?
Yeah.
He was already comboing.
But this is another level. I mean, we're talking Tomega here. We're talking Arica, and he's got Tomega comboed with 15 seconds, So you could see him just kind of get that shockwave just kind of hit him up, but he just handled it, went right through it, and he's just having fun. I mean, at this point, this is Winnie at his best. So GT, last-ditch effort. Let's see if we can get out of combo at least, save some pride. But
kind of like
saw
the last scene.
No. Well, nice flip.
Oh,
that was really nice.
Did, huh? Man.
So that might help him get out of combo. But one maneuver, good run for GT, made it to the semis. No shame in that. So he walks away with good tour points. It'll move him up.
Great flip right there.
Re-qualify him. Yeah, that was a good flip.
And the crowd is appreciative. You hear him cheering on the beach.
Well, so he gets out of is he out of combo? No. So
735,
735,
695, which are
in any other heat that would be in any other heat he'd probably be making it. If it's a 4-man heat, but we're talking semis, we're talking Arica, and it's 2013. So
let's talk about the history of these two guys here at this event, Mike. These guys have gone back and forth multiple times.
Yep.
Each guy winning this competition.
It's kind of evened up about even Steven, right?
Well,
I mean, as far as their matchups.
But I'll tell you what, right now, as far as in their heads, Winnie just kind of put
that was
GT's not going to forget that anytime soon. As we see,
that was a demonstration. Alan Dallas Singer opening things up here. Oh, this is a nice wave that just is running.
Are you kidding me?
Those lefts are getting really good.
I mean, I just talked about it. That was with 5 seconds ago. He caught that wave. 5 seconds into the heat, he caught.
Great way to start a wave.
I'd say
heat,
a 7, maybe a mid-7.
That's going to be a pretty high score.
So, again, we are into our second semifinal. David Winchester just put the stomp on.
Gosh, he just got some tube time
and
here.
We're looking at this replay. Dallas Singer starting things off. A great barrel on the left, just like he was doing in the quarterfinals. This is Ben Player in the red and Dallas Singer in the yellow. Ben Player is a former world champion and a winner here. He is in the red, like I said.
Ben Player has shot forward in the ratings, so he's now winning or leading the world tour. And look at this wave from Dallas, just did so well to navigate through that thing.
Man, great action. And like we usually do at the beginning of these 30-minute heats, we throw to a commercial from one of our sponsors to help make this event possible. So check it out. Eric Apple and Mike Stewart are going to be back momentarily. Singer does not count.
Rookie move, Dallas. Come on, buddy. You know better than that. Unfortunately, I didn't hear the ringer. Maybe he didn't either. Or did I didn't know when that heat started. I guess, I just assumed it started. He took off.
So tell me this, Mike. Why do they give it a 0 if it doesn't count? Why not just not give him any score? So it doesn't count as one of his waves, but not a scoring wave?
That's a good question.
Why
I don't know. I think they want to make sure that everyone knows that did not count and that if they didn't put anything, it's like, we're waiting for that score from Dallas, maybe. I don't know. But that should make Ben happy.
100%.
Because that is, that's pretty crazy. That was a super high scoring wave. And now kind of, the Australians are pretty good about, priority in the lineup. And they're pretty good, they're pretty courteous, actually.
Yeah.
So now that Dallas got that first wave, even though that he didn't get scored from it, the honor system over there works as such that Ben would now have priority. So if Dallas tried to take it off of him, that would be a negative. There'd be some negative vibe going down for that for sure.
That was unreal. I mean, it was a great way for Dallas, and it's not going to count. I mean,
that's a bummer. He must be shattered.
Ben Player doing so well in this event and making it, much further than Amaury Laverne, Jeff Hubbard, and PLC like you were talking about. And he's going to have a good, huge boost in the points, Mike.
Yeah, this is a huge. This is going to put him out in front pretty well. Okay, here's Ben up and riding. Nice little inside one.
Yeah, look at the nice.
Looks like he's got some speed.
He's a runner right there.
It's
Good
a runner.
speed.
Good. Hopped right over that. Right over that.
Little shockwave.
Oh yeah, that he just kind of went right over the shockwave. Just flew right over it.
Was that the right word?
I guess so.
I mean, I learned
That'll work.
I learned all these terms from you probably when I was 10.
All the bodyboarding jargon we created over all these years. Okay, here we go. I want to see this.
I never perfected your 7-up flip though.
That was what was his name? Joe Foster.
Look at this.
One of those guys.
Good barrel there. Look at that. Nice
Yeah. Well,
spin.
so what you don't see is, him having to hop over the shocky in there from that angle, but it just looked like a nice clean barrel with no events happening inside. But as you could tell, he had to kind of navigate through there. Let's see if we can see this replay. So watch this, and you'll be able to see.
The wave looks good right there.
Like when the lip hits and detonates right there. Oh, yes, just go right over
awesome.
that. And so, from the beach, you don't see that. He just comes flying out. And that takes skill.
So opening wave for Ben Player. He has a solid 7.0. Ben Player drawing first blood in the second semi with 25 minutes and 40 seconds to go. There he is on your screen, looking good.
Yeah, that current ranking is actually number 1. But he was 2 going into this event, and that's when the graphic was made. So, but isn't that an interesting turn of events that Ben has got a 7 and Dallas has a 0?
Wow. Yeah, and I think that was Kevin Serve who did the
Kevin Serve? I don't know. No, I don't think it was Kevin Serve. I think it was maybe someone else. But yeah, there's a pretty wild. There's a totally different technique to bodyboarding, like a long time ago in the early '80s, and where guys were like using it almost
Joe
like
Foster, Dr. 360.
Yeah, maybe Joe Foster. No, yeah, no, not Dr. 360. Someone else. We're getting off.
Remember ran all the Wave Rebel contests?
Yeah, no,
back in the
different cat. Joe Foster was a different cat.
What was his name? Dr. 360. Remember he died of cancer?
Joe, yeah, unfortunately.
Super cool guy.
Yeah, he had a house down in Porto. Nice guy. Bodyboarded. He was just like happiest guy ever. We miss you, Joe.
Now we got all these angry promoters.
Nah, it's all good.
There's your priority right there. Yellow on top. That means Dallas Singer has priority. Ben Player's second priority, but he has one scoring wave, a 7, with 24 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Again, this is your second semifinal. Dave Winchester, if you don't already know, put the stop down with an exclamation mark, let me tell you, in that first semi. And we are ready to see if it's going to be it is going to be an all-Australian final.
All-Australian final. And Dave gosh, man, he just really just dominated that heat. It was pretty radical to see, actually. Okay, here's Dallas. Okay, stalling. He's got his little scooping in. Nice. He's going to run. He's going to get through that little bubble.
Very nice barrel ride. Roll, maybe? Oh, invert.
Little invert onto the dry.
And the tide's getting pretty low, Mike.
Yeah, tide is dropping.
And I know you are obviously dialed in with the conditions all over the world. Do you know what time low tide is?
I was trying to get the tide up, and I couldn't get it. It's got to be, tide's dropping, so you should get a little pulse. Nice wave for Ben.
Big set here, Mike, dropping in.
It looks like it might be a little peaky, though. Doesn't have that wall, he's just kind of in and out of that.
He's going to try to get back outside and get priority, correct?
I think what he was looking for in that wave was maybe a big reverse air, or he wants to get some distance between him and Dallas. Dallas is just having a great campaign in this event.
Let's take a look at the replay. Dallas scooping in immediately, Mike, and he starts driving, and what happens?
Yeah, this next section came out, which is pretty neat. I mean, from the judge's perspective, that whole next section looked like it would be pretty difficult to get through, so he should be well rewarded for that.
And we talked about it yesterday, Mike, and I think it's showing once again today. Remember, I told you how impressed I was with Dallas's, wave generalship and his wave knowledge and being in the right place at the right time. And it seems like he just makes it look easy every time, right?
Well, he's a very talented rider. I mean, he wouldn't be in the semis if he wasn't, obviously. But it's pops a little air there. Yeah, I mean, so that's great. He just kind of milked that. Maybe got like another 0.5 or point, for the air.
Well, we have. I was just told that our low tide today is at 3:30 in the afternoon.
Okay, so
but it already looks low.
Yeah, it's
really low today.
It gets pretty low, and it's dropping, and so anytime in that transitional tide, you usually get a little bit more sets coming in. I mean, yesterday we had those crazy lulls, but today it looks pretty consistent. There's a pretty consistent flow of waves. Yeah. The lefts and the rights are just running.
Such a team effort here at the GoPro IBA World Tour. I got, people helping me here at the event. I got Seamus on the comp with me, messaging me, keep me up to date with stats and the tide and the history of the events. Thanks so much, Seamus, and just an example of the team effort we have here, like I said. And such a great event, such great content. Awesome to be here, a part of the IBA World Tour.
Yeah, this is the third stop of the IBA World Tour in Arica, Chile. Okay, Dallas. This looks like it could be a pretty good wave. Yeah. So he's really good at controlling his speed.
Yeah.
If you notice, you can spread your legs out, point your fins, and you can kind of get a lot of drag to kind of hook you in right at the beginning. And once you do that, it's easy to release it, and he's really good at that. So he just controls it so well. Like, see him here, just kind of slowing down a little bit. He always does this like little head. He's got these little nuances to his little quirks.
So let's take a look at the scores. Ben Player with a 7 and a 1.5. Dallas Singer with a 0 and a 7.58.
So the 7.58, he got, not only did he get the barrel, he got the move. It wasn't a massive move, but he got a little move. And not only that, it was a pretty deep barrel. I mean, both Ben's and Dallas's waves were deep. And so this is shaping up to be a pretty tight heat because
we are just a third of the way through the heat. We have 10 minutes done, 20 minutes to go.
Ben's going to need to really, put some space between him and Dallas if he hopes to get through this. And he's the guy that's capable of doing that. Here we go.
Are we going to have a rider up on this wave? Look at that set. Good size left.
Nice set.
Ay, ay, ay.
A lot of energy in these waves.
Roger that. So, all kinds of action going on here. 19 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Dallas Singer with a 4.88 on his second wave. He's in the lead. 12.46 is a total score. Ben Player with 7 and a 1.5. We know he's going to get rid of that 1.5 no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, it's, that would be really weird if that didn't happen. But we've seen some couple weird things. I mean, that heat yesterday was just, with Amr, it was crazy.
Well, this contest has certainly, offered everything from,
God, really?
Waves with, heats with just nonstop waves to long lulls to guys, coming out of every barrel to guys not being able to come out of any barrels. I mean, the opposite end of the spectrum in every single category you could think of has happened here.
Okay, so Ben's sitting in second position. Is that right? Wow. So,
who is going to take on Dave Winchester in the final, in the All-Australian final? Cam Slice asks you, Mike, how does it feel and how rewarding is it to be such a pivotal person in this competition and the industry as a whole? As Eric mentioned, you sponsor the event, you compete and commentate as well. It's very motivational for everyone in the sport. And
yeah, cool.
You should be proud of yourself. I agree.
Well, thanks so much, man. Those are such kind words. I'm humbled by it all. Actually, it's I just want to see this grow to where I think it potentially can go. And there's so much further that I believe that the potential in this sport can go. I think we have some of the most. Here's Ben Player paddling for this one.
All right, Ben Player driving on a left-hander. He needs to improve on a 1.5.
He's got a pretty good line here. This is going to be a really good wave. Let's see if he can come out of the end.
Oh!
So it's kind of a make where he came out of it, but let's see. Let's see if let's see what the judges think. He did kind of. You could see his head. He made it out. He might have been just coming out. Okay, I'm out now. Sometimes you think you're more out than you are, and
let's take a look at the
or
replay.
you look, and so here he goes. He kind of stalls here a little bit, and then he just has his line. He saw that thing crumble, so he did good to get through that. It got tight, and he got through that, and then he went to this next section, and it just came out through the bottom there, and it might have been a situation where he thought that he was too close in, and he didn't want to go into the rocks, because basically his contest would be over if that was the case, or he might have got clipped. I don't know. We'll have to let the judges determine that one. They're going to probably look at it a couple times. But, he went far, and he did appear.
Well, the judges did reward some long travel time yesterday, but they didn't
Here's
today.
Dallas.
Dallas Singer driving on the left. He's ridden the barrel so good today, Mike. Is he going to come out?
He's out of that one.
Very nice.
It is just doing its thing right now at Arica, Chile. At Gringos. This is draining over here.
Unreal. Look at the replay, and Mike, let's talk about this.
Okay. So
Yesterday, we saw guys who got a lot of travel time, didn't exit the barrel, got good scores. Today, we saw the same thing, and they weren't rewarded. And you said it's because this is the final events, final semis, quarters.
they've recalibrated their scale.
Okay, so 7.53 for Ben Player.
So they counted that as a make.
Wow,
that would be a
okay.
make.
So what is Dallas Singer going to get on his barrel where he came out even cleaner?
Let's have a look.
It's got to be similar or better, correct?
Well, I would say, not as long. I don't think he traveled through as many difficult sections. He definitely, it was a great barrel, and it was deep. It just wasn't quite as long. It didn't run as long, but it was big, open round. It came out clean. So you're right. I mean, it will be a good score. It'll definitely be one of his
and
higher
here
scores.
it is, Dallas Singer. He had an improved score from the 7.53 of Ben Players, an 8.38. That is a total of 15.96. We are only halfway through the heat. So once again, Dallas Singer, he has a score of 15.96, which includes a score of 7.5 and 8.3. Ben Player, he has a 7 and a 7.5. He needs an 8.43 to take that lead and advance to the finals.
Maybe that's why I'm not getting through heats, man. I got to figure this out. I guess that was just that much better of a wave. The wave itself was hollower. It was a better wave for sure. I just thought Ben's wave was, he rode it. He just kind of rode that thing so good, So, wow, this is an amazing opportunity for Dallas if he can pull this off. I don't think he's ever been in the finals of an IBA event, IBA World Tour. He's had, he's such a good rider, and he's had great, he's really had some great performances over the years, just never really has been able to put it together. And so I'm stoked that he's doing so well.
Yeah, 100%.
And it'd be great if he made it to the finals.
And like we said, I mean, he's peaking right now. He's been on. He's getting a little better every single heat. In the quarters, he absolutely stomped. His competition, Eder Luciano, and man, so far he's doing a really good job right here. And he also, like you said, he beat PLC, a former
which is good.
champion.
Okay, here's a good way for Ben. Ben knows he needs something big here. He's looking for the lip.
Flip, baby. Big forward air.
Smoothly ran.
Huge.
That's going to be a big score.
Huge.
That is a trademark Ben Player move. And deep
Another.
barrel by Dallas Singer. This could be an amazing barrel.
Oh, back-to-back battling it. Oh, look at that, Dallas. Unreal action here. The third stop of the GoPro IBA World Tour, the Arica Chilean Challenge. And can you believe it, Mike?
So it's heating up. The battle's heating up. Barrel, big air forward by Ben, which is kind of considered like the most difficult move in bodyboarding to do. And to do it in a contest, you can see he's just looking this whole section. He's looking for that section. He knows he needs a big score. Looking for the lip. Finds the lip.
Huge.
Great air forward. Nicely
Absolutely
above the
huge.
lip. Lands smooth. Like, that's pretty darn good for forward air. Like, you're tweaked around. You don't know where you are. It's really hard to get orientation up there. And if you can, like, land it and keep going smoothly, it's a pretty good accomplishment.
And here's
Dallas.
Go to the replay
Now, this was
of
probably
Dallas.
the best wave I saw that's come in the whole heat. It just ran top to bottom the whole way. So that's going to be a great score.
So, back-to-back action, multiple times with these guys. They're fighting it out.
Ben Player just got the highest score of the whole contest with a 9.7. And Dallas Singer with a 9.5. So Dallas moves ahead with a 9.5 and an 8.38.
Mike is so excited up here. I know he is. And I don't blame him because this is you helped create this. This is your sport, and these guys are showing how awesome your sport is, Mike. So once again, like Mike said, a 9.5 for Dallas Singer and a 9.7 for Ben Player. Are you kidding me? These guys are heating it up just at the right time. I could just imagine how amazing the finals are going to be. So, with 12 minutes and 25 seconds still to go, Dallas Singer is in the lead. Ben Player in second with 17.23. He needs an 8.18. I mean, Jesus.
God, consider the numbers. I mean, Ben just got a 9.7, the highest score of the whole contest, and he's in second. How do you? Gosh, and Wow. So he needs close to a perfect score. It looks like he's going to have priority. So, wow. What amazing fireworks there.
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
And that wave that Dallas had was absolutely insane for Chile. That was probably the best wave I saw come in so far.
I'm overwhelmed.
It was top to bottom and just went the whole way.
I'm absolutely overwhelmed by the waves here. These guys are just killing it in every sense of the word. Dallas Singer and Ben Player, a pair of Australians who are putting on a clinic, Mike.
Pretty much. I mean, this is that last heat with Winnie and now this heat. I mean, if you like watching bodyboarding or watching wave riding, it doesn't necessarily have to even be bodyboarding. I mean, you can't help but appreciate this. There's some really technical wave riding going on right now.
I'm just blown away. Like I said, I'm overwhelmed. I don't know how much more of this I can take, Mike. These guys got to stop.
No way, man. It's just all the way. Final's going to be cuckoo.
Look at that barrel.
God, it's just starting to do its thing out here at Gringos, man. It's really good to see.
I'm so pumped to see these guys surfing so good in such big waves. Stoked that the IBA GoPro World Tour is here in Chile because this is some serious action.
Absolutely. Yeah, you don't need any coffee, that's for sure. It's just it's action, action, action.
100%.
So here we are. Ben knows he needs a big score. He knows what he's capable of doing. It's got to be a little bit disheartening that he didn't move ahead with that big air forward because that was he pulled it out.
Yeah.
And it did give him the lead temporarily, and then right behind him was Dallas's wave, which is just phenomenal.
Just like, nope, sorry, mate. Nice wave.
Yeah, just got barreled the whole way.
Sorry, mate, watch this. My best Australian. Too easy.
Yeah, don't even try. I've stopped trying.
Too easy. So, Mike, we talked about it yesterday. If we have a minute or two, I don't know. It looks like yellow going to go. Oh, Ben Player is up on a big left. Mike Stewart, take it away.
Pretty good. Stalling in. Okay, he's on the bottom. Now he's just driving.
Oh, 8.18. Here we come.
And then is there one behind this? Is that this next one? No. Okay, well that was a pretty good wave for Ben. A nice, probably one of the bigger waves we've seen in this heat. And let's see how it looks like from the judges' perspective.
You got to be kidding me.
Just scooped in there so well, and then just rode it. Gosh, like he does so many waves. So in and out. I mean, he wasn't in there for a long time, but that was a great wave.
Still was a set.
Big keg. And yes, he does. He gets a 9
What? Ben Player with a 9.15. He is now in the lead with an 18.85.
Oh
my goodness. Dallas Singer, he now needs a 9.36. Oh,
wow.
Lord.
Okay, well this will really I think Dallas, he knows he can get it. But man, that is you're going to need close to perfection. So look at the scores here, guys. I mean, look at the
set. Okay, let's look at the throwaway waves. Ben is a throwaway of a 7 and a 7.5. Dallas is a throwaway of a 7.5 and a 4.8. But a 9.5 with three 9-point scores in this heat. You got to be kidding me. How much time left? It's 8 minutes exactly in the finals, semifinal.
Wow. This is what I was hoping to see from these guys, just back-to-back excellent rides. And, first you'd think that Ben got the better of it. Then you saw Dallas get the better of it. And now, Ben backing up with another 9. It's crazy.
I mean, honestly, you have to think to yourself, well, Ben Player is in a pretty tough spot. I don't know what he's going to be able to do about that. And he had a 9.7. You think, okay, he had one big wave, but it's not going to be enough.
Okay,
and he comes up with a 9.15.
Okay, I'm going to claim if you see a wave that's peaky, he's probably going to try to reverse air because he's going to try to mix it up.
Okay, that is the priority scale right there. Dallas Singer has priority. He's looking at. You can see Dallas looking to see if he has priority.
Wow, gosh, in Dallas's case, just think, like, what do you do? Gosh, what do I got to do to win this thing?
Well, he already had a wave that high. He needs a 9.3. He already has a 9.5, so he knows what he needs to do, Mike, right?
Yeah, but I mean, you know, how do you get it? It's not easy to get a 9, and you can't just make those waves. You know, those waves have to come to you, and if they don't come to you, and it looks like there's a small lull in the action here, it's like, what are you going to do?
Well, we've had some serious lulls. I mean, could you imagine this heat ended with a 6.5 minute lull? Oh,
it could. I tell you what, Ben would be a happy guy. You know, here's Ben. He likes to talk in his heats. So
they're talking.
So this is great to see such
He's paddling.
high technical.
Dallas is having a look, maybe, no?
Surfing, you know, this in the semi. And excited to see the final even. Jeez, this is going to be, you know, the swell's not dropping much, if at all. And there's some just really good waves coming through. So add the best waves with the best riders, and you get fireworks.
And again, for you fans at home who don't really, who've never been to South America, don't really understand the dynamics here, even though we're just about the same latitude as Rio, the water is cold here because of the Humboldt current. This is Ben Player, your heat leader on the right, Mike.
Stalling in the beginning, looking for that intersection.
Is this the reverse air?
Okay, I don't know what this is going to be. No, that's another forward. Another beautiful, lofty forward. And I'm not, hard to say if that's going to better his 9.15. It could.
You know, you claimed it. You claimed the reverse air through a forward air, but that, you know what it looks like to me? It looks like an alley-oop air.
He basically did a forward air both directions, that's pretty rad.
Yes.
I mean, it's hard to do those.
Look,
and he does them very well. You know, he got great, not only did he get good height, but he traveled far in the air. Like, he went down the line far.
Yeah, you know,
so far.
Do you understand what I said? You know what an alley-oop air is in skateboarding or BMX? Look at this.
Oh, Dallas Singer.
He's looking for a 9.3.
He's looking for a lift.
He's got to hit it if he wants that score. He's still got 4 minutes and 45 seconds to go.
Yeah, explain to me what that is.
An alley-oop air is where a guy on a vert ramp in a skateboard or a BMX air, he does a 360, but he's traveling the same way as the 360.
Oh, it's almost like a gainer
So
flip.
it looks like a 360 air when you're going the same direction you're spinning. This is Dallas Singer. He was looking for a big score with 9.3. It's not quite going to be it. But
He's looking for lips. 9.1 for Ben. Okay, so Ben's got 3 9s in this heat. Unbelievable.
He had a 9.1. It's a throwaway.
That's far out.
And I talked about the other day, guys hurting feelings. I think Ben's hurting people's feelings right now.
Well, you know what? You know, Dallas can pull it off.
I know. I'm talking about like the other guys watching.
Yeah. It's well, there's a few capable guys in the peanut gallery that are capable of those 9-point rides, especially in these conditions. So, I think more than anything, you know, we're enjoying the show and thinking, gosh, I wish I was out there to try to get one of those.
Man, action has been nonstop. Absolutely amazing competition here at the third stop of the GoPro IBA World Tour. This is the Arica Chilean Challenge. We have 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Dallas only got a 4.88 on that last wave. It's not going to matter. Still looking for a 9.36. He has a 9.5 in the heat, so we know he's capable of it.
Yeah, so he's, gosh, you know, it's just at this point, you know, you just have to wait for that wave. He knows what he needs. He knows he can do it. He just needs to find it. You know, it looks like he's going to try to go over and put some pressure on Ben. I'm not sure what that's going to do. But you know, when he's up there, just like happy as can be, you know, he just had a stellar heat against GT. And just like, gosh, just smashed that heat. Just absolutely annihilated them. That was impressive.
I mean, we talk about it. Yeah. We talk about it. We can't say it enough, can we?
Yeah, we got, you know, Ben Player totally in rhythm, Winnie totally in rhythm. This is going to be a battle. If Dallas doesn't find a big score here in the last, he needs a perfect score basically, and you know, he can do it. He just needs that wave. That wave comes. You know, you can kind of. Man, but what a battle. What a fight.
2 minutes, 10 seconds to go here in the second semifinal. The winner of this heat will take on Dave Winchester in an all-Australian final here at the Arica Chilean Challenge presented by the Municipalidad de Arica and Tomate Surf Shop, including Science Bodyboards, Movie Star, and Lon Airlines. Unreal action. IBA delivering big. Had good waves the entire event. Sometimes a little challenging because they were so big, but today it's really starting to come together, Mike.
Yeah, there's just some great waves coming in, great rides. Okay, here we go. So there, you know, a little bit of
ooh, that spit
jockeying here. Let's see here. Well,
1 minute, 10 seconds to go. Time is
running
counting
down, man.
Dallas Singer is running out.
It looks like looks like maybe some bumps on the horizon here.
Yes, there is.
Let's see if we can.
For sure, we can see sets coming in.
Get a last exchange here. This will be it. This is the last chance for Dallas.
Here comes the set. Now remember, Ben Player squeaked by Ryan Hardy at the last minute. Is it possible that Dallas Singer is going to return the favor?
Well, we'll see right here and now. Up.
Look at this set.
Wow. Time is ticking away.
A little walled up.
That looked pretty insane.
30 seconds to go. Oh. Unreal action.
This is it.
I think Ben Player might have done it.
Yeah, I don't know if there's enough time for this next wave.
That's it.
That? It started off with a really strange.
So,
you know,
the former champion here at Arica and former world champion Ben Player is going to make it on into the finals with the fellow Australian David Winchester.
Leaping forward in his world title campaign and points race. Gosh, he's just going to get shot in front. He's got to win at pipe, and this will definitely help his title quest.
Mike, I got a question for you. What is it? Do you think it would have made a difference? Remember, Dallas's first wave was a 0. Now he lost. He lost by 0.97. So do you think that first wave could have been a 9 or 9.3? Was that good?
Yeah, I think it was a 9. I mean, that would be my opinion. But
well, a 9 wouldn't have been enough. He would have needed like a 9.
You just never know. You know, that might have thrown him into a different mind state too. You know, maybe he would have.
Wow, look at these guys. They're coming in. Yeah. Great heat right there for Ben Player and Dallas Singer. Right now, before we move on, we're going to send you to a little commercial. Some messages from our sponsors who make the Arica Chilean Challenge possible. Eric Apple and Mike Stewart will be coming right back at you in a minute. We are back. Thank you guys very much for tuning in to the third stop of the IBA World Tour. Stop number 3, the Arica Chilean Challenge. I'm Eric Apple. This is Michael Stewart.
Hello.
We are loving it here in Chile, and I'll tell you what, the action has been mind-blowing. We are set for the finals. Dave Winchester on one side, Ben Player in the other. Who's going to come out the top? We know it's going to be an Australian. That's all I know. But right now, we're going to take you to a little highlight because we have a little break here before the finals. We'll let these guys take a few minutes. So check out the best of the best GoPro highlights from the event here in Arica. So I am back. Eric Apple here in the booth. Arica Chilean Challenge and the IBA is certainly delivered here. And some amazing shots from the GoPro. That was the best of the best action from the last 3 days. This is the 4th day of the GSS event here. And I'll tell you what, we are getting excited. And we already are excited. The event has been absolutely insane this morning. Some crazy, crazy battles. David Winchester and Jacob Romero. Jacob with that huge air earlier in the day, in the very first wave of the day. Early Valdal and Guilherme Tamega. The battle of two Brazilian former champions. Uri already beat Guilherme earlier in the contest, but Guilherme came back and defeated him in the quarters. Ryan Hardy and Ben Player, another amazing heat. Ryan Hardy was actually dominating until the last second, literally 5 seconds ago. Literally 5 seconds ago, Ben Player came out with a wave and took the lead away with literally moments to go. Dallas Singer put the stomp on Eder Luciano. Moving into the semis, we had David Winchester versus Guilherme Tamega in a rematch of sorts. They've had battles here over the years. And Dave Winchester came out on top. And this is now going to be the 4th time in a row that Winnie has been in the finals here at Arica. So, wow, he is certainly looking on track to be a champion once again here. And lastly, Ben Player looking absolutely amazing. He had 3 9-point scores and 2 huge forward airs, one on the left, one on the right. And to be able to beat Dallas Singer, who was on his game, Ben Player is certainly in tune with the ocean right now. So that is the final. In the red, you're going to see Winnie, Dave Winchester, taking on his countryman, Ben Player, in the yellow jersey. And remember, keep those comments coming in. We are psyched on him. Mike Stewart's been in here with me all day long. I think he's going to be in here with me for the finals. I'm not sure. He might just want to run down there and watch and get to see it with his own eyes, because this is some amazing stuff, and nobody wants to miss it. I will tell you that. And again, we want to thank all of our sponsors for making this event possible. That is the Municipalidad de Arica and Tomate Surf Shop. Can't forget Science Bodyboards, as well as Movie Star and Lawn Airlines. Also, the IBA. Everybody put in so much work here. Ren and the crew downstairs putting the TV show together. We got Bleakley. We got all the judges here right in the room next to me. Those guys are all putting a lot of effort. Alex Leon, plus everyone at home in Australia who works on the IBA, plus Seamus. We know you're over in Europe, but you're helping to run the show as well, buddy. You guys are all doing a great job. It's come together today. We could not be happier. I'm hearing in my ear, I think we have some other packages coming through. I'm not sure what they are, but I will tell you as soon as I'm told again. We are going to show some highlights, I was just told, from yesterday. So day 3 highlights of IBA stop number 3, Arica Chilean Challenge, coming at you. Well, bodyboard fans, we are coming at you once again today. That's right, the GoPro IBA World Tour stop number 3 is underway again here at the Arica Chilean Challenge, presented by the Municipalidad de Arica and Tomate Surf Shop. I'm your World Tour host, Eric Apple. We've got some great action coming at you. I'm talking about man-on-man heats, and that includes Jeff Hubbard versus Guilherme Tamega in the challenge of former world champions. Plus, we've got some other great action, so hold on to your hats. Here we go. The third day of the GSS event here in Arica, Chile is full of upsets. That's right, PLC going down, as well as Amaury Laverne and Jeff Hubbard. That leaves Ben Player in a great position tomorrow. We have some quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals coming up still. The action is only getting better. Make sure you stay tuned to IBAWorldTour.com for the latest updates, as well as a YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook page. Until we see you again, I'm Eric Apple, having a great time here in Arica, Chile, and I'll talk to you soon.
So here we are. They park out here, and man, I would hate to be on one of those things because when these swells come in, these things just rock all over the place, man. You just get so seasick. And anyway, we're taking a little break here between the semis and the finals. Hope you guys enjoyed those semis. Those were special. That was really cool to watch. And look at this final matchup we got. Dave Winchester versus Ben Player. You know, two riders that spend a lot of time together. They surf together, train together. When they're traveling like this, they live together. And this is going to be a great matchup between two friends. Oh, hello, Seal. Between two friends and two very talented wave riders. So, yeah, there's going to be some pretty. This heat should be pretty fantastic. You know, both in rhythm, both peaking right now, both like just surfing absolutely great. You know, these waves are just totally playing into their strengths, and it'll be a great battle between them. So.
It down here in the commentary.
Trying to hold it down.
You're doing a good job, Mike. You're doing amazing.
Yeah, I'm not the best. I don't think I'm the best commentating guy, but I'll call it like it is, basically.
Doing an amazing job, buddy. You're amazeballs. So, you know, I was actually interested in all the shipping and stuff, and I went over to the harbor yesterday. They have all kinds of huge sea lions, like right there by the boats.
Yeah, that's one of the things to do actually while you're here.
I went and fed them and checked them out.
Yeah,
they're huge.
They're pretty.
And they don't call them. It's interesting. They don't call them lions. They call them lobos de mar. So they're the wolves of the sea.
Oh, sea wolves.
So in Spanish they call them wolves, the dog family, which is they are actually related to dogs. It's interesting that in America we call them sea lions, like they're related to cats. I thought that was kind of weird. But you know, talking about the shipping, I found out that. There's a ton of boats going in and out here all day long, as you can see. All these, you know, big cargo ships that you see with all those containers. And this is the nearest port to the country of Bolivia. So anything that gets shipped in and out of Bolivia comes through Arica and is driven 6 hours into Bolivia. So there you go.
Very interesting
Fun
factoids
facts.
from Eric Apple.
Fun facts.
Yeah, so anyway, the last... I just got Alex just handed me some scores from the last heat, and wow, what a doozy that was. 3 9s for Ben, you know, a 9.5 for Dallas, an 8.38. I mean, you know, just an absolute amazing heat. I mean, 17.88, and he didn't win his heat, which is, gosh, in any other heat it would just be, you know, that would have just been like, he would have dominated. So the fact that Ben came out of that heat ahead and won that heat was, gosh, a real testament to his ability and how good he is. And now you got two riders on the same team. I'm sure Nick Meserich is tuning in, the fine craftsman, bodyboard craftsman, and his two riders, his two premier riders are in a final right now. What a great thing for Nick. And yeah, Nick, thanks for making all the great boards and supporting the industry over the years. And yeah, I'm super stoked to be involved with you.
Yeah, just unreal support from everybody here that we've been getting, and definitely stoked. And man, what action we've had, and it's almost like, man, there's a lot of pressure on these guys, and the action has been getting better and better and better every single heat. I mean, I don't even know. I mean, how can we beat those semis and quarters? Can these guys put on a better performance than we already seen?
Hard to say. I mean, on paper you would think so, but sometimes, I've just kind of through time I've kind of learned that when you have expectations, they're usually met with difference. So no matter what, if you're expecting a great thing or a bad thing, typically your expectations won't be met, and then there's always a gap between your expectations and reality. So who knows what's going to happen here? I mean, it might be a dog heat. I wouldn't put my money on it, but it could happen.
Unreal. Like I said, I mean, I'm just blown away by the high level of action, drama, performance here at the third stop of the GoPro IBA World Tour in beautiful Arica, Chile. And I shouldn't just say beautiful. It's a really interesting place. I mean, I was so excited to find out I was going to get to come down here to Chile. It's awesome.
So this is an interesting scenario too for world title points. You got Ben, who if wins this is going to just shoot out in the lead, especially if the events there's not that many events. And on the other hand, if Winnie pulls it off, it's gonna open the door for him to start his title campaign. So neither of those were Dave or Ben.
Yeah,
that was a Chilean beauty that is over here. So
very nice. So
anyway, we got set still.
Yeah, we have a couple minutes to go.
And the crowd, the beach is filling up. I mean, it's a packed house here.
Very nice,
and
very
everyone's
nice.
super excited to see the show, as we are. And it looks like, these guys, I don't know if you saw Ben and Ryan's heat, they did a little junk in a pose. Sometimes they'll do that to see who gets the first wave. So there's no paddle battle right at the beginning. I hate that myself. I really do.
Yeah.
That just always.
Well, that's why
never works
we
for
have
me.
the priority, right?
Yeah, I mean, we start off with no priority, but hey, whatever works for these guys. I mean, it didn't seem to hurt Ben, and I think he lost to Ryan. So, yeah, that and Ryan won the junk in a post. So we'll see. I don't know if these guys did the same thing, but I would assume they did. And Winnie might even said, "Oh, you can have the first one." Who knows? But they're good friends, fierce competitors, and this should be a really good heat. I've been kind of waiting for this for a long time to see these two guys, Dave and Ben, which are such high level, Australian riders, to be in the final.
Yeah.
And this should be pretty neat.
Now, they have gone head-to-head in a heat before, I believe. They went together in the semis last year in Brazil. Winnie won that heat, and he went on to win the entire event. So that's just a little thing for you to keep in the back of your mind. They have competed head-to-head before in a semifinal. Winnie won, and he went on to win the entire event.
I wonder if anyone can dig up any information to know. Oh, here we go. Here's the start. Okay, our final is underway.
There is the horn, or the siren, as it is here in Arica. 30-minute final underway. Once again, Dave Winchester, your rider in red, going up against the rider in yellow, Ben Player, former world champion. Both these guys have won an event here, and also be aware that this is the 5th year in a row when he's been in the finals.
Wow, that's impressive. I mean, that's amazing in itself. He's kind of had a dominant performance, huh?
Yeah, he's been pretty dominant. This is Ben Player paddling. Opening wave for
looks
Ben
like a good
Player.
wave for
Let's see
Ben.
what happens.
Smooth face. This thing's just going to run. He's deep. Can he make it? Oh, he's back there. Oh, he went over.
The top.
So he just got a little bit caught up behind. He probably made it through the first shock wave, and the second or third one probably got him and just sent him over. Yeah, I was you're going to recap this heat here, Eric.
Check out the replay, yeah. Trying to draw first blood, and, man, looking so perfect, traveling fast.
Yeah, good line. Made it through that part. Watch, you can see him here just for a bit, but then just the wave just kind of got a little bit bumpy in there, and you just couldn't get past that second shockwave section. So that was good attempt from Ben, and he had the right idea. Had he made that, it probably would have been a 10. So
You know, I think I stand corrected. This is the 4th year in a row that when he's been in the finals, we watched Ben Player driving, and just a great line, like you said, no spray coming off his arm or the board, just nice and clean driving. Unfortunately for the Australian Ben Player, it wasn't enough.
Seemed like it kind of just got a little bit not quite as hollow towards the end there. Just kind of little bit of just softened up, got a little deeper there or whatever. There's kind of that channel there, I guess. So I mean, no harm, no foul. I mean, Dave doesn't even have a wave yet. So
the opening score of 3.5 for Ben Player, certainly not going to be one that he wants to keep. We know that.
But he's leading the final with a 3.5.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, even though it's only the 4th year of the finals, I mean, it's very clear that Dave Winchester has got this spot dialed. He is in tune with the Pacific Ocean here at El Gringo.
And here we go. Fans starting to get a little bit frenzied over here. These guys are super passionate about their bodyboarding in this area.
And we have some of the women's champions from here in the event signing all kinds of posters for the fans.
It was great to see the women give it a dig out here.
For sure.
That was cool. And they're charging too. Okay, Dave
Check it out.
Up and riding.
Driving.
Nice. This way he's got a little bit more around. Let's see what he does here.
He's going to make it out of this one with a big flip.
Wow.
Winnie looking good.
Just a flawless execution. And another one.
You got to be kidding me. On the rocks. Claiming it.
Okay, well, that was pretty cool. That was pretty
That
sick.
was unreal. I can't wait to see the replay of the 2 flips on the inside.
We were talking earlier about trying to get a perfect score.
Well, here he is driving it. Not quite a big set, but a good-sized wave nonetheless. Driving perfectly,
Deep
Mike.
barrel.
And
His
look at
first
this.
flip was great. Good extension. Just did it. Just landed so nice. Re-engaged so quickly. And then just went right back into this other one.
You got to be kidding.
So that.
Jeez.
How's that claim? Winnie claim.
I can't wait to see the score for the 31-year-old Australian. Remember, he has done so good here over the years. 4th final in a row. He's won here before. He knows what it takes. He's in tune with the ocean. He comes in with an opening score of 7.75 on this wave right in front of your face.
So,
and again,
yeah,
another
nice.
replay from a different angle. Beautiful, Mike.
Great little barrel ride right here. And then he just goes right into it. It's going to be a big air move. And he just turns it around, makes it a big flip. And then just kind of milks another one here. Just another quick one on the inside. So he's having fun at this point,
Yeah.
After his last wave, he's in with his mate. I mean, this is a perfect scenario for Dave.
When you rip, you're having a good time.
Yeah. And he's definitely, he's on right now for sure.
Okay, so lay of the land. We are 5 minutes into the 30-minute heat. Dave Winchester out to a lead, 7.75. Ben Player with a 3.5. But don't be fooled. That 7.75 of Dave Winchester's, by the end of the heat, it might not matter whatsoever. We saw him put up 3 9-point or better scores in the last heat. And once again, Ben Player's on the left, Mike.
Ben Player looks like this one's just going to run really nice.
Oh.
Peeling along the thing.
Oh.
He's going to look for something.
Big air right here. Boosting. Oh!
Ben Player getting a nice barrel and a big air. And he kind of did like a little gyration with his board, which is kind of unique. It would be fun to see the replay of this.
Now, Mike, that's got to be a 9-point ride, right?
I don't know. I mean, that's what we're talking about. Good barrels and that was a good barrel, not an insane barrel, but that air was pretty sick. Gets it under him pretty quick, re-engages fine. That was pretty well done. That's going to be another excellent score.
I'm telling you right now, close to a 9, an 8.7 for Ben Player. So, with a 12.2 already, Ben Player has a nice lead. Dave Winchester with a 7.75. But I just said it and I'll say it again. That 8.87 might not matter by the end of the day because these guys are putting up 9s as we look at the replay of Ben Player driving. Mike, tell us about it.
Yeah, so deep barrel right here, which was just clean. Came out clean with a lot of speed and is looking for the lip and just goes right up to it. Boosts it.
I thought there was a great air.
Yeah, gets the board back under him and then kind of lip just kind of, he just was, at that point he just wanted to show that he made it and then the lip just kind of like got him. But yeah, I think that the judges have recalibrated for this heat. This is going to be this is it. This is the highest level of riding and it's the final. So you got to leave a lot of room for antics.
So already great action. Only 6 minutes into this heat. An 8.7 from Ben Player, the best scoring wave. A 7.75 by Dave Winchester. These guys have gone to work already. The Aussies.
Yeah, it's I think this is almost going to be like a free surf for these guys. They surf so much together that this really is just like a free surf.
And the priority right there is with red. Dave Winchester has the priority. So we have it looks like the mayor of Arica down there standing next to the priority. We have two of the leading government officials from the city of Arica here to check out our contest, so that's awesome. They're supporting the event, and the government also supporting the event. As we see Ben Player and Dave Winchester sitting close, I would say they are chatting it up.
Yeah, they would be thoroughly enjoying this, and this should bring out the best in them too.
Yeah, friendly competition, guys push each other is awesome.
Yeah. So this is you can see there's they're talking. It's a completely different environment. And Ben's good about trying to talk while you're in your heat.
Yeah, you said that.
And I don't know if it's malicious or anything, but I think he just is excited. But Winnie's serious too. Winnie wants to win this. Winnie, both of them are very competitive people, and Winnie in particular, he's super competitive, and if he knows that Ben has gotten the better of him in that exchange, you look for him to turn it up a bit.
Yeah, 100%. Mike, we have all kinds of questions coming in from the Facebook page, and I want to try to stick to usually try to stick to questions pertaining to this heat, but there's one that's come in over and over and over the last couple of days I haven't asked you, and that's guys want to know about your worst hold down or worst wipeout or beat down. Do you have one that you can really point out?
There's a multitude to select from. Okay, here we go. I'll answer that, but let's
Dave Winchester paddling.
Winnie on an inside
smaller wave, but it could line up perfect.
Let's see you might do something special here. Oh, deep barrel.
He's gone.
Yeah. Is there something after that?
Ben paddling, taking a look. He's not going to go, I don't believe.
Okay, so we're okay. We got a little break. Oh, wait, he's looks like he's scrambling for this one.
So Winnie, that wave's not going to do much for him. He still has a 7.75 though. Is Ben Player going to take off right now? No, he's paddling over it as well. So Mike,
and you can watch Ben. He's looking both ways. He's interested in. He'll go left. He'll go right. Either of these guys are getting huge scores going either way. So, they're just going to wait for those. Also, wait for the jams.
Just so you guys know at home, Winchester did not make it to the shoulder. He took those other waves behind it on the head. So go ahead and tell us about your worst wipeout situation.
Yeah, I mean, I've of course, over the years, I've taken quite a few beatings, and okay, we got a little replay here. Let's see what kind of went wrong here, because he had a pretty good line, and he was just really racing. He was trying to see how high he is up on the face. He's got a lot of speed. He would have made it really far. I thought he might have come out of that, but it got a little tight, and you can see his board, or is that his body? It's his board. I think he just got sucked over. So just kind of collapsed a little bit on him, and he got stuck in there. He got cramped in there. And so, hold up. And so, when you surf, if you surf big waves and they're heavy, eventually you're going to pay the price. And I guess the worst hold down that I've had was. I don't know if I went unconscious, but I was on the verge of being unconscious. And, I just was held down for so long, and it wouldn't let me out. It was a big day. I was towing in, and I just got stuck in this whitewater. It was on an outer reef on the North Shore. And
Phantoms or outside cabins?
Well, Brock actually towed me in, and he just figured, okay, everything's cool. And I pulled in, and this wave just kept building while I was eating it in the whitewater. And I tried to pull in the barrel. I got barreled. It collapsed, and then in the whitewater just kind of kept building and converging and just didn't relent. And so I held my breath much longer than I thought I could. And I just go, gosh, when's this thing going to let go? And I just kind of went calm for a bit. And I think that's your body's natural response to just right before you go unconscious. And so I wasn't really moving. I just was just real still. and finally came up and was able to get some air, took a big grasp, and kind of got more energy, just enough energy to kind of deal with the next whitewater that came in and made it. But that was probably the closest I've come to.
How long ago was this? A while ago?
This was a while ago. This was probably about maybe 10 years ago.
Was Brock there with the ski pretty quick?
No, actually, he just flung me into it.
How did I know?
Well, no, I mean, he was good about that. I mean, he always, he would follow us, but it was one of those ways. It wasn't like a huge day, so it wasn't like, he probably thought he's got this, and those are actually the situations that, are dangerous, because when you think the other guy's got it and it's still big, and you
they
got to
kind of
remember,
sneak up on you, huh?
Yeah, you can get in trouble, and people might not know about it. So just always keep your eye on your guy, and if you're out there, and it's always helpful to have somebody looking out for you. But
did you wipe out on the wave, or did it close out?
I kind of closed out on me, and I tumbled forever, just in the whitewater, tumbling. So, but the main thing, I guess, is just be prepared physically, mentally, and don't go out if in doubt, they say. So just if you do decide to go on big surf, just make sure you prepare yourself for it.
Yeah, I'm going to give a little update, and then I have another question for you, Mike. We are 13 minutes into the heat. Ben Player has a lead with a 12.2. Dave Winchester with a 10.7. He needs a 4.46 to take the lead. Each rider with only 2 waves. And Mike, I'm going to ask you. I know there's the guys who do the classes on the Big Island and also here in California, where they teach people how to hold their breath for upwards of 5, 6, 7 minutes even sometimes, and they have a whole different theory. I'm sure you have something to say about this. You probably know the guys who teach these classes. Can you tell the people at home a little bit about it?
Yeah, I met the guy recently. I was over at Jamie O'Brien's house, and he was staying there, and I met him. And there's courses you can take to
somebody's on the way. Dave Winchester on the left, on his third wave.
Big.
Mike.
He's going for a big move. Wow. Whoa!
He over-rotated. He got too excited.
Yeah, I haven't seen Winnie do too many forward airs, and he's thinking, okay, I'm gonna one up on Ben, I'm sure. And he just bit off a little bit too much there. But great style all the way up until over-rotating. That's one of the problems with that maneuver. It's
hard to judge how hard you have to throw it.
And why it's so tricky, because you got to hit it at just the right place in the lip, and it's almost like he hit it too far forward, and his legs got lunged forward. Maybe he should have just held on and tried to do a roll.
4.08 there for Dave Winchester on his failed forward 360 air attempt, but it was amazing nonetheless. And Mike, go ahead and go on with tell us about, you met these guys over at
Jamie O'Brien's house. So anyway, there's classes you can take to kind of work on your breath, and I need to learn more about it myself. I learned a little bit from divers that I've dove with in the past, and how to take breaths with your gut versus your chest, and
they breathe with their stomach, right? As we see, here he is, Ben Player taking a look, not going.
God, it's so clean out there right now. It's so glassy.
So these guys breathe with their stomach.
Well, they just kind of you just kind of suck in with your gut, and then.
And it's a way to open your lungs
up.
Even bigger,
I think it does, yeah.
And they also, I understand, you tilt your head back a little bit at the end, and you breathe in until you feel like you can't take any more, and you tilt your head back. I'm told, and they take in one more little.
Goodness, yeah. And see, I don't know how practical that is, really. Anyway, this looks like a wave that Ben's going to be going on.
Okay, Ben Player in the yellow on the left. The Australian, look at him driving right now, Mike.
Okay, nice big open barrel. Nice big open barrel.
Oh,
let's see if it's got something else there. Yeah, okay, he's in and out of that one. So that was a nice big barrel, big open gaping barrel. So
he's going to improve upon his 3.5 no matter what.
Yeah, I would say that's for sure.
Winchester's a score of 7.75 and a 4.08 in second place. But Ben Player is going to move his score up. He's already in the lead without that wave, but he is going to move up. And check out the replay, Mike.
Gosh, just holds the line there, so nice. Just sitting and just parking it in the barrel.
Just parking.
Yeah, it just comes out. I think he probably looked at that section and figured, wait a minute, I still got more of the heat to surf. I'm not gonna get dismembered on the rocks yet.
Another look at this angle. This is a beautiful
wave. This is a good angle. Looking into
so
the tube, you can kind of see.
Ben is so comfortable piping. It looks like.
Yeah, he's a great. Well, he won pipe this year.
But it looks like pipeline.
Well, it's hollow. It's a big hollow barrel. It's very similar in a lot of ways.
Well, I'm saying in more respects than just that it's hollow and big. I mean, it's shaped like it. It has about the length of a pipe wave.
Yeah, I guess so. this wave in a lot of ways is a lot more gnarly because it just washes right up onto the rocks.
Well, that's the thing, I will say in my experience, and as I've grown older, we got a score now. Hold on. Ben Player with a 6.83, actually.
Yeah, so that's...
and relative to the scores in the semis and quarters, I guess now, they're showing, hey, compared, it wasn't as good as other waves, so we're going to score it a little bit lower than we would have maybe yesterday.
And again, I think you need to recalibrate and just realize that this is a new heat, and, what was going down in the other heat with 9s, for the similar wave in this, might score the same, but it might not. So it just really, it goes from heat to heat.
So, Mike, I was going to say, as I've grown older and gotten more experience on the North Shore and become friends with all the boys over there, and I've noticed that pipeline is not nearly, and I don't want to say anything misleading, but pipeline's not nearly as scary or as dangerous as once you are able to get the waves you want. Once you have wave selection, and you can sit deep and you can get any wave you want, it's not a problem. All of a sudden, it gets much easier to surf. So that's what you said. You said this wave is scarier than the pipe. I mean, you certainly are a guy who's been out there for 30-plus years and gets the waves he wants. And I'm getting more and more waves than I wanted when I was a little kid. And it seems to get safer once wave selection. I mean, as soon as you don't have to worry about other people, and as soon as you're not fighting for bad waves on the inside and dealing with all the kooks, let's say, on the inside, once you're with the boys on the outside and everyone gives you your share, it gets safer.
Well, at that point, it gets safer for a number of reasons. Not just because, it really gets down to the wave selection over there.
Yeah. Once you have wave selection, it's not dangerous.
Yeah, well, if you're not picking the junk ones or the dangerous ones. Also, by that point, okay, here we go. Weenie up and riding, trying to get his campaign going, spinning the barrel. Boy, that was interesting.
Of Andrew Lester.
Yeah, that was interesting. He was deep when he did that. So that was pretty wild.
Yes, it was.
But what I was saying is, if you're okay, here we go. Here's a little replay here.
Yeah,
so
it was interesting.
It kind of just bowled up. Yeah, he went for it. He threw it in there. He didn't really get it around too fast.
Big set
coming in.
There's a big wave behind it as well. Is Ben Player going to take off?
He's looking at it.
No,
he's over.
That's a bomb right there, Mike.
Maybe if he's a little bit deeper, look at that. Ooh, whitewater.
Maybe though too.
That whitewater could be a menace.
Go on, Mike, with what you're saying. You're talking about, when you're not inside fighting for the scraps and the leftovers, all of a sudden it gets safer.
Yeah, it gets safer for a combination of reasons, probably. The other reason is that by the time you make it to the peak and, you're out there taking turns with the main guys, it means that you've put in your time out there and you have technique and skill to do it. So more than anything, that's probably plays the biggest role, is that, your people know that you're not going to blow it every wave you catch. And so, you get a moderate degree of respect. And so, as long as you're cool and you respect everyone else and you take your time, you'll be able to, pick off a couple good ones.
Yeah, for sure. And, you're talking about some of your worst experiences towing in and stuff. I remember when I was younger, like literally a teenager, there's those days on the North Shore where, it's big for days and days and days, and almost too big to surf anywhere unless you're doing tow-ins. And, sometimes after 3, 4, 5 days of gigantic waves, people get fed up. So I'm going out somewhere.
Yeah.
And I remember paddling out one day, and I was probably 19 years old, had very little experience at pipeline, and it was big second reef waves and trying to pick off the safe ones. I was out there with Shane Doran and Kelly Slater, and it was one of those days where it starts off too big in the morning and it cleans up and gets smaller throughout the day. By nighttime, it's rideable and relatively okay. And there was the big sets washing through, and I was a teenager, and I remember a third reef set coming in, and you just get that, your heart just sinks, and you get that sick feeling in your stomach. You're like, oh boy, here we go. And I'm paddling for my life. And I remember the whitewater's coming in. It's got to be 25 feet of whitewater. And I look on each side of me. I have Shane Dorian on one side, Kelly Slater on the other. And they both look at each other, stop paddling, sit up on their boards, and take their leashes off and just swim for the bottom.
Yeah, that's not a good sign.
And I'm a kid. I'm like, oh, boy, this is not cool.
That's hectic. That's a hectic story.
I probably got washed 50 yards underwater.
Yeah, okay, we got Weenie.
Dave Winchester on a smaller right.
Yeah, this thing might load up on the end here. He's up. He's got a high line. He's looking for. He's going to watch him just release here and get some speed for this section.
It's a smaller.
There he goes. A little bit.
Oh, wow. Throws a roll while he was
yeah, or, I don't know, maybe he just threw his board. Maybe he knew it was going to pinch.
8 minutes and 36 seconds to go. Where is Ben? He's taking
Ben's
off.
got a great wave setting
Look
up
at
here.
This one.
Big section. Let's look for the reverse air.
Oh! We knew it was coming. Oh, my goodness.
That was funny. That was hectic. Woo! Fanny, what are you doing?
This guy is killing it.
That's hectic. So he had, as much speed as you can get out here. Big section, just absolutely went huge. And then just realized that, hey, I'm going to get, if I try to land this, I'm going to break my
I think he
ribs.
should have put his feet out in front of him like Jacob did.
Yeah,
Jacob went
put
for
the
it.
landing gear down. Yeah. A lot of times you can throw your landing gear down. With Jacob though, he got pumped on that. Look at this, just a perfect boost. Perfect, man. He should have held that. Sorry.
Yeah,
If
unreal.
he held that, and I mean, this is a finals, man. You could have just go for it.
That was big. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that would have sealed it for him.
For
probably.
sure.
And now it's there's not a lot of time left, and Winnie can catch him. Winnie needs a 7.79. Winnie was getting 8 9s before, so yeah. I'm surprised actually that he let go, because that was man. And I think he might have even got more pumped that he didn't let go. Maybe he saw something I didn't see. I mean, obviously.
They said it looks like Ben Player might be hurt.
Oh, that's possible. Yeah. Well, it looks. I mean, he's looking at when you start looking at body parts. Yeah, he just gave a thumbs up. When you start looking at body parts after a wave, that you got thrash. Yeah, and Jacob's situation, he tried to put down the landing gear, I guess, but he got absolutely worked. He lost both his fins, got sucked over, and bounced on his butt on the bottom.
Mike.
Wow. Big set coming in here.
Look at this wave.
Wow, that thing! Look at that thing run.
Look at
that would have
how
been a
big
10-pointer.
that is. I was trying to see if the riders got through that without taking it on the head, and I believe they did. Amazing. 6 minutes to go here in the finals of the third stop of the GoPro IBA World Tour, the Arica Chilean Challenge, presented by the Municipalidad de Arica Tomate Surf Shop, Science Bodyboards, Movie Star, and Lawn Airlines. My name is Eric Apple. I am your host for the IBA World Tour, and I'm pumped to be alongside 9-time world champion Mike Stewart for some of the most insane action in the water worldwide. And we are going to set the stage for you. Ben Player with a 15.53. His highest score is an 8.7, followed by a 6.83. Behind him is Dave Winchester, the fellow Australian and also a multi-time champion, a guy who's won this event. Been in the finals 4 years in a row with 11.83. He needs a 7.79. Mike, what is going through the minds of these guys?
Well, gosh, they know time's kind of winding down here. They both need, Ben needs to put some distance between him and Winnie, because he's, you always want to be in a situation where you're just dominating the other guy, so there's just no hope. And whenever there's a gap, you leave a gap in the door, it's anyone's game. And so we've seen in the past a number of times in 5 minutes, contests can be won. I think, classic example, Pipeline, Jeff Hubbard, a couple years back with Tom Rigby, who was dominating the final and had Jeff, I think, in combo. Came back and won within 5 minutes. So Jeff turned the heat around and actually ended up winning with 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So, okay, so that was Benny paddling for that wave. So Winnie, I guess, would have
priority. It didn't matter, but still I was kind of curious about that one. I mean,
well, I think I might have seen some texture on the wave face. It might be getting a little more crumbly out there. I don't know. If in fact it is, if the sea breeze is coming in and it's going to get a little more bumpy, these guys are going to want to get their scores quick. Wow, Ben looked like he got pretty messed up on that wave. That was insane.
The beach announcer asked him multiple times if he's feeling okay, if he's hurt.
Yeah, everyone's concerned for Ben because he just he went for the moon, man. I'm surprised he didn't hold it though. Like, you know what I mean? Like in the final. Like,
Yeah,
I don't know.
for
It
sure.
seems like your adrenaline would just be like, I bet you if he was in a heat with anyone else, he probably would have held it. I think he's just probably so relaxed with Winnie out there that.
3 minutes, 33
Yeah.
seconds to go, Mike. Red has priority. The red jersey belongs to Dave Winchester at the moment. So the man in second place who needs a score of a 7.79 has a priority. Will a wave come in the next 3 minutes and 20 seconds that's good enough and big enough and shaped well enough for Dave Winchester to steal that lead away from Ben Player, like Ben Player did to the fellow Aussie Ryan Hardy in the quarterfinal earlier?
Well, it's a career-changing question, isn't it? Like, well, actually, these guys are pretty set in their careers, but you know, for Ben, this could mean the difference between a title. Really, if he wins this, it's going to put him in a much better position. I mean, way harder for anyone else to catch him. And for Winnie, it would start his campaign. Ben already has 2 world titles under his belt. Winnie would like to get one.
Might be some lines coming in. I see some waves coming in up and down the coast.
I'm looking up in the top of our screen. We can kind of see the little band of whitewater kind of go in and out. Oh, looks like some sets coming in here.
Possibly.
So this might be the last exchange. We'll see.
Once again, Eric Apple joined by Mike Stewart, 9-time world champion, innovator of the sport of bodyboarding, and he is here alongside me to call all the action. And we're having a great time watching great surfing.
Okay.
Dave Winchester's going to go.
Dave Winchester's going to give it another dig.
He needs a 7.79.
Scooping in deep in the barrel. Still traveling, still traveling, still traveling. I bet you he's still in there. He might come out of this. Oh, just looks like it crumbled towards the end there.
He's got a minute and 50 seconds. To get
Oh
another
my
one, Mike.
gosh, that would have been the wave. He
I'm
just,
interested in seeing the other angle.
gosh, it seems like he just maybe tried to park in there too long.
A little too greedy.
Yeah, just, you know, you really want to extend your tube time, and so it's a fine balance between stalling and driving.
So this is the angle we want to see. This is where we can tell what happened maybe. He's already gone.
Oh, yeah, so he
He's already gone.
got clipped early, you know.
A minute and 23 seconds for Whitney to get back out there, but Ben Player has priority. So Dave Winchester has to somehow get out there and get another wave. But look at the set coming. There's a set coming, Mike.
Okay, Ben could put the nail in the coffin right
See the
here.
wave right there behind it on the top of the screen, and one behind that even. Oh.
So there's a big set coming in. There's a minute left. Winnie does have enough time to get out there if he strokes it. He needs to pick up his pace here.
Oh, my goodness. Look at this
Oh,
action.
massive set. Looks like a big peak rolling in here.
Bomb.
Wow. Watch this thing run.
45 seconds to go. The last heat of the Arica Chilean Challenge. All Australian in the final. Winnie, he's got to find something. There's still more out there. There's still more waves back there,
We
Mike.
got 30 seconds. We don't have much time. We might have time for one more wave if
Great
these guys are
tension,
lucky.
Great action and great drama here.
Can Winnie get it?
Oh.
He needs it. He doesn't need much. You know, he only needs a 7.79 for him, and he does that in his sleep.
Ben's paddling over there.
Oh, this could be it.
He's got to do it. He has to use his priority. He can't let Winnie do it.
Oh, and that's it.
Oh, boy.
So let's see what Ben does on this.
He's going to throw a big.
He's going to be a happy man right here.
Nope. He said I had enough of that one earlier.
He's going to be a happy man.
So there is your winner. The 10th annual Arica Chilean Challenge is over. Your champion. He's won it here before, and he wins it again. His name is Ben Player, the Australian, 34 years old, doing a great job out here. Dave Winchester in second place with a total score of 11.83, and he's been in the finals here 4 times in a row. He's certainly in tune with this place, but Ben Player just brought his A game today.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Stepped it up, and he peaked it. Mike Stewart, what are your final thoughts on that?
Well, there you have it. Amazing display of wave riding and one of the more technical waves there is. I hope you guys enjoyed that show. It was pretty. We sure did, man. That was awesome.
Look at the celebration.
Yeah, Benny.
Woo! Player is
yeah. So sick. So stoked for Benny. You know, he's kind of had a dry spell for quite a while, and so it's really good to see him back in the winner's circle. He's such a good. Good bloke, good rider. I mean, he's such an amazing wave rider.
Yeah.
And he's been doing it for so long. And it's just great to see him back in the winner's circle.
Absolutely amazing. Like we said, he's won this before. He won it the year he was champion. As I see Dave Winchester.
And Winnie, no shame in making it to the finals and just absolutely murdering your semis. So he had both these guys, amazing performance this year, and Ben really had a tough road to get here. I mean, just think of all the guys he had to beat to win this. It's very impressive.
Yeah, both these guys are going to really get a big boost in points, and Dave Winchester is also a guy who's going to make up a lot of ground to people like Amaury Laverne, to PLC, to Jeff Hubbard as well. I mean, he's going to be up there in the top. Got to be up there in the top 5 as well, right?
Ben is amped, man. He's so stoked.
Is this the victory lap? You go back and forth?
I don't know. It looks like it. He's probably saying, "Hey, where do you want to go in?" I remember trying to come in on my when I was here, and I was so happy that I had made won it, and I was just trying to I'll just cruise in, and man, forget it. You're not going to cruise in anywhere. You get smashed if you try to cruise in. So he's probably smart to go through the right, and it'll be a nice little walk for him, amongst all the fans here. It'll be a really good. Yeah, Benny, congratulations, Ben Player, man.
Yeah.
Champion 2013.
Oh, amazing action.
So there you have it. Let's see. I'm curious to see the little pack is.
And a good shot down there of that's actually right down there by Hotel Arica where some of us are staying.
Yeah, that's right.
Look at the crowd on the beach. Great participation and great attendance by the city of Arica. We want to thank everybody in the city for inviting us here 10 years in a row. What an accomplishment. Congratulations to the city of Arica, the government here, and the IBA for bringing such a good event year after year after year, Mike.
Yeah, this has been one of the gems of the World Tour, and we look forward to many years to come. I mean, this is a great venue. Everyone thinks this is such an anticipated event.
There's
and,
the two.
They're just stoked. Those two guys together, they're just like they're staying in the same room. They're staying in, it's cool. It's good that they're stoked they made the finals together. That was cool. It's almost like it seemed like Winnie maybe just wasn't as competitive with Benny there. Just it's like, hey, they didn't seem like it was a fierce anything to prove. It was just like almost like a free surf, And of course, there's a lot more at stake than free surf. Besides the money, there's points and bragging rights. So, there's quite a bit at stake for Ben and Winnie. And for Ben, this puts him in a solid lead in the World Tour.
Well, let's talk about it. Dave Winchester was in 7th place, as we see Ben celebrating. Dave Winchester was in 7th place going into this event. Ben Player was in 2nd. So, I mean, the other guys that were above Dave Winchester, Jake Stone, Jones Russell, PLC, Amore, and Hubby, he advanced farther than all of them.
Yeah, so
everyone greeting him down on the beach, and this is one of the better waves from the final. Ben Player in the yellow, driving through this barrel.
Yeah, just a big open gaping pit, and you can see him trying to stall there, trying to pull out, stay in there as long as he can. Comes out cleanly.
Beautiful.
And just a stock standard pit ride from Ben Player. Okay, so this is new. We got a truck down there to pick him up. It looks like Tamati's truck.
Very nice.
So the riders are going to be, shuttled down to the winner's side. And this was a big move by Winnie. How did he made that?
He made that. He would have won the contest.
That's right.
100%.
That was a contest losing mistake there by Winnie. And
I'm telling you right now, he would have won the contest right there with that.
Yep,
because
he probably would have.
Needed was a 7.79 and a big forward air like that. Man, I mean, it's terrible for us to say you would have won for this one thing, but
that would have made the difference in the points as they stand now. If Ben heard that and he held on to this, maybe Ben knew that he was behind. He probably would have held on. Oh, that one he did pull on. That was the one he made. So that was sick. Yeah, it was the other one, the bigger one on the outside section that he didn't hold on. That might have changed had Winnie landed that forward, because that forward was pretty spectacular. Where he did it, how he did it, and just the fact that he over rotated which is a common thing with that move. It's real tricky.
Yeah, it's hard to judge exactly how hard you need to hit that thing and how hard you need to be turning.
Yeah, pretty
So
sick.
our winners making their way back to the contest area over here to the scaffolding.
And there you have it. There's the victors, Winnie and Ben.
Yeah, guys. So excited
Sick,
for them
yeah.
both.
Yeah, Winnie. Yeah, sick.
They're going to spray some champagne, and one of them's going to take home the beautiful winner's trophy we saw earlier.
That's kind of cool. It's like almost like they're like in a parade. It's the Arica Winners Parade.
Very nice. Touche.
Pretty funny. We hope they don't run over anyone's feet. Man, these guys are just like crammed in there.
It's going to be tougher to make it back to the scaffolding. Look at all the people already out there on the wave.
So that little hole in the back of Winnie's board you just saw there, that's part of this new removable stringer systems that we're all going to be introducing here shortly, and they're going to be on some of the NMD boards, I'm sure, and some of the science boards. And
now tell me, Mike, how do they seal that so water doesn't get in?
Yeah, there's a sleeve in there, and so the sleeve kind of isolates the stringer system from the core, and that way the water doesn't migrate into the cells. So Ben is just like, he's so stoked.
Everybody's very happy.
So
There's Alex
stoked.
Leon, World Tour director. Checking out, I guess.
Tomate, he's the guy that originated the contest. It's his event. Tomate kind of is the guy behind it.
Everyone's excited. We're going to have our awards presentation done by Alex Leon here in just a minute. Everyone's just super pumped. And
Yeah, fantastic performance from Ben all day.
And just like you said, it's been a while since Ben has had a big win like this.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity.
It's a perfect time for him to come back.
Yeah, well, he won pipe, and so for him to be in the winner's circle within 3 events twice is a pretty darn good accomplishment. So, yeah, hats off to Ben Player for just an amazing performance all day long. And, yeah, he's elated. And I think Winnie's super stoked for him as well, you know. These guys are such good friends.
Yeah, absolutely unreal.
You know, Winnie, he's, stoked.
Yeah, I mean,
Second.
there's no shame in going home with second place in this event, especially if the winner is your good mate. I mean, they're sharing a room, the whole program.
Yeah.
Maybe the good luck, was in that room.
Yeah, maybe.
Don't want to jinx it.
Maybe I should have moved rooms or something.
It's a good day for that board company.
Yes, it is. Yes,
that's right.
And good for their whole campaign. Yeah, that's as a sponsor. That's a great having 2 of your riders in the final. That's like a dream.
Just give me that big check. I'll take any of them.
Yeah, for sure.
So 70,000 Chilean pesos. Is that what that says?
I'm not sure.
Which is $3,500?
I don't know exactly.
I'm trying to find out exactly what first place gets.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, goodness.
Wow.
There's going to be a riot.
And that's a customary thing to do over here. It's pretty hectic. Oh, I got to make sure I hide my board. I don't want my board thrown out there.
Mike, what will you do if you see your whole board bag get thrown?
I'd be so bummed. Oh, man.
I'll go get it for you, buddy.
Yeah, pretty cool. Pretty psyching to see these guys up here. And GT, he loves to throw everyone else's boards out there. I remember one year he grabbed it from Winnie and threw it. Winnie, that's the only board I got. It. There it went into the crowd. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, pretty funny. So Ben Player,
a good amount of photographers, a lot of media down here in Chile supporting us.
So Dallas Singer, GT runners up, equal third. that'll be great for their points as well. That'll probably.
The thing is, GT didn't compete at the South Coast Challenge.
Yeah, so you know, it's as good as not showing up to an event. You know, you can lose one event out of 4 if that's the case. So. So it would be equivalent to him not you know, just showing up to an event.
And I believe that's the mayor of Arica.
Or doing bad in an event. So let's maybe hear from the mayor here.
Yeah.
Maybe you can translate for us, Apple.
I don't think my Spanish is that good, buddy.
My Spanish is
huge. Trying to listen to what he says. So we laid out right there so the mayor of Arica could get some words in. So just out of respect, we kind of laid out, let him talk, let him say his thing. I don't know what he said, but it was apparently great. Okay, we're going to throw it down to Alex Leon, the IBA World Tour manager. And he is going to talk us through the awards ceremony.
IBA, que es la International Volleyball Association, quiere agradecerle al señor alcalde y a Tomate por estar acá nuevamente en este nuevo evento del Arica Chilean Challenge.
Everyone put your hands together for Tomate. Thank you. Tomate.
Para que siempre alta, Tomate.
First off, I would just want to also want to thank all the riders, all the trialists too from Chile. There's amazing talent coming out. We see the improvement every year, and we just hope when we bring the show here that you guys watch and we it can educate you in this sport. And we've seen the numbers grow here, and it makes us really proud to see more and more bodyboarders in our sport growing, especially in this town of Arica. So I want to thank everyone here for that.
Bueno, quiero agradece a los corredores y sobre todo a los competidores locales que cada año son mejores y en cada serie mejoran un poco más, y que es un orgullo ver cómo en esta ciudad el deporte crece y cada día está mejor y hay más bodyboarders cada año aquí en Arica.
Okay, I also want to just quickly thank all the sponsors, of course, the town of Arica, the Municipalidad de Arica, Tomato Surf Shop, GoPro supporting the IBA tour, and all the sponsors behind us you see on the wall, and Land Chile and Movistar. Movistar? Movistar.
Movistar. Agradece a los patrocinadores, a la ciudad de Arica, por supuesto, a la municipalidad.
Tomati,
a LAN, a
presentation, I'll do it.
A todos los,
in a presentation.
Patrocinadores y por supuesto,
you want to give the trophies? Okay, we'll start with the presentation. Before I start, I just want to thank all the top 32 riders of the tour. They're up there above there. If you want to give them a hand, they put on a show all week. It's been incredible from all around the world. You've got 4 guys standing in front of you that made it right to the end, and we're going to start off. We've got equal 3rd position from Australia, Dallas Singer.
Bien, atención, tercer lugar, le damos un fuerte aplauso a Dallas Singer de Australia, se lleva el tercer lugar, por favor, Rodrigo Bartolú.
And from Brazil, Galami Tamiga.
Y el otro tercer lugar, fuerte el aplauso para el 6 veces campeón del mundo, Guilherme Tamiga, que se lleva también el tercer lugar. Rodrigo Bartolú. Ahí van a entregar el premio. Ahí está. Ahí, ahí. Muy bien. Fuerte el aplauso para los 2 terceros, Dallas Singer y Guilherme Tamiga.
And runner-up this year, your defending champion that won last year, just got pipped on the line, but from Australia, Dave Winchester.
Segundo lugar, fuerte el aplauso para Dave Winchester de Australia. El año pasado se llevó el primer lugar y ahora está con el segundo. Roberto, por favor, si le puede entregar ahí, representando al gobierno regional. Segunda posición, entonces. Ahí está, levantar el trofeo. Entonces, fuerte el aplauso para Dave Winchester de Australia. La escopeta que se lleva entonces el segundo lugar. Muy bien.
Great effort, guys. Okay, you ready? 2013. Ben Player, he's won this event before in 2007. Been in basically here every year ever since and before. And now he's put on the show today, and your Arica Chilean Challenge champion for 2013 from Australia, Ben Player. To present the trophy.
No, yes. Bueno, ahí está el señor alcalde Don Salvador Urrutia, le entrega el primer lugar. Y ahora sí, fuerte el aplauso para Ben Player de Australia, se lleva el título. Ay. Okay, boys. Start the champagne. Please, para la champagne, Ben Player.
Ben Player, a few words, mate.
Hello. Oh man. How good is this? I just want to say gracias para todas personas por mirar Arica. Es bueno olas, es mejor olas in I don't know how to say it well, mundial. Just went in my eye! And man, it feels amazing. I'm so stoked, and thank you everyone. Thanks everyone for watching. Woo!
Second position.
Winnie, a few words.
I'd just like to thank all you guys for coming. It's
Dice que gracias a todos ustedes por venir. Muchas gracias les da a todos ustedes por venir.
the support from Arica is just, it's like no other. So we're just so happy to come here, and we'll see you all next year for a bigger, better event.
Dice que ustedes soporten, ustedes, el aliento de ustedes es increíble, que de seguro va a venir el próximo año, que vengan todos el próximo año.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Señoras y señores.
I don't know, Matty, if you want to wrap that up. It's going crazy down here, Matty. Sorry, Eric. Take it back to you, Eric. Sorry, buddy.
Okay, we are up here having a great time watching. I'm Eric Apple. This is Mike Stewart, 9-time world champion. You hear the crowd. Arica Chile loves this event. The third stop of the GoPro IBA World Tour, the Arica Chilean Challenge, presented by the Municipalidad de Arica, Tomate Surf Shop, Science Bodyboards, Movie Star, as well as Lawn Airlines. I'll tell you what, breakdown real quick. First place, Ben Player's going home with $6,000. You see him right there. Second place, Dave Winchester going home with $4,000. And Jeremy Tamiega as well as Dallas Singer going home with $2,500 each. Now, first place gets 2,000 points. Second, 1,720 points. Third place, 1,460 points. We've had an amazing time here in Arica. The 10th anniversary. Congratulations. And great job to Chile. Everybody, Tomate, putting on this event. We are done.
Cool.
IBA is done. Mike Stewart, Eric Apple. We're going to see you soon. Stay tuned to all of our social media. Instagram, you better be following. Twitter, you better be following. You better like us on Facebook, and you better subscribe to the YouTube channel. That way, you can check out our next event, possibly coming up here in Chile next week. And next month, we're going to see you for our 4th GSS event in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Until then, we will see you soon. Check out our website. Peace.
Cool.
Tomate Surf Shot, presentador oficial Arica Chilean Challenge 2013.